Wake up, sleeper. Hi, I'm Symphoneers, and if you're watching this the day the video releases, it's Citizen Sleeper 2 release day. Woo! Citizen Sleeper, one of my all-time favorite video games. So I thought posting a full playthrough to the channel, to, I don't know, prime people for Citizen Sleeper 2 or catch them up to it or whatever, might be an interesting thing to do. So one of my all-time favorite games. I've not actually finished Citizen Sleeper. I don't know if other people play games this way, but particularly narrative games. If I like them a lot, I kind of like to keep them spinning, or it's, I don't know, fun or interesting to me to just have them as this kind of armillary twirling in the background of my mind of like, one must imagine Lem and Mina happy. And yeah, I don't know, I don't actually find that, like, finishing a game or this type of game is that critical to me. It's only by, like, I did the same thing with Disco Elysium of, like, taking months and months off it and then eventually finishing it. But yeah, I thought it would be interesting. I saved all the VODs from when I was playing through it originally, like, over a year ago. And yeah, that's kind of what the video will be. The, like, 5 or 6 hours or whatever of me from a year and a half or something ago playing through Citizen Sleeper, and then at the end you'll get present day me again, closing out the narrative. Or yeah, this isn't going to be a, like, going through every possible variation or permutation type of video. It's just the run that I do, or the playthrough that I have. Yeah, as like other kind of miscellaneous things, my voice work is almost certainly going to shift between whatever I was doing a year ago and present day me. And I don't know how much editing I'm going to do for this video or playthrough. I guess I'll find out when I review the footage and see how much it needs. I think that's all of the initial rambling out of the way. Let's get on to the actual gameplay. Take it away, past me. Hi, I'm Symphoneers, and today we're taking a look at Citizen Sleeper, a game about role-playing in the ruins of interplanetary capitalism, if I remember the logline correctly. Yeah, it's an interesting game that I've seen an hour or two of other people's gameplay with, and was like, oh, I should do that. Yeah, we play as a sleeper, or like a kind of synthetic or robotic fork of someone's consciousness that they sold off to a corporation to essentially be a slave. Like, sleepers have no rights, no legally protected rights anyway. And I was just like, this is doing interesting storytelling. Let's go. And yeah, let's get started with a new game. We can be an operator. An operator works with drones and high-precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleepers assigned to operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. Perk, transfer intercept. Chance to gain cryo on interface actions. Engineer, etc. Not too bad. Or, like, let's keep looking. Extractor. Extractors work on resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient, and have a high level of endurance. Perk, photosynthetic skin. Sunbathe, dice action, allows energy recovery at home. Okay, so we're a little bit more durable if we're an extractor. Not too shabby. Worse on Intuit. And we also have the machinist. A machinist repairs and modifies automated systems used in industrial resource extraction. Sleepers assigned to machinist work are usually diligent, careful, and structured people. Efficient, perk efficient extractor, chance to gain a random scrap item on engineer actions. I do like a random scrap item. Work with machine and physical tools is up. Engage, approach a problem head on is down. I like our little pop can drone. with the machinist on her shoulder. The machinist is probably the thing I have the most immediate draw to, like that. The extractor weirdly speaks to a part of my personal history, or like I used to do welding and stuff more, and it's like, there's a latent part of me that's very, very extractor. Or my current version of this is pretty different. I kind of want to do the machinist. The machinist is probably the most true to, oops. Sorry, that's on me. The machinist is probably the most in line with, where I'm at right now. Apologies if there's like audio bleed, or if my voice work drifts throughout this or whatever. That's just a thing that might happen. Yeah. Oh. The first thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect, the delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. Think of that body. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day, the sting of blood welling from a fresh wound, the friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach, until you can't tell one from the other. The cold slips in, behind and around you, and the sensations fade out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the dulled nature of this new body, given your current circumstances. The walls of the container feel immediately present, cold, hard, at your back and face, cramping your limbs. The main audio is kind of loud, huh? Let's tweak that a little bit. I think that should be better. Sorry if that first bit was a little bit loud. This looks more in line with things. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain, at least. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of a digital notification. Right now there are thousands of them. Remember the others. You remember there were 10 of you. 10 that could no longer stand the indentured work, the routines, the slow decay. 10 whose belief in their promised future was slowly dismantled day by day, until they realized they had sold away everything that could and would ever matter. 10 that would escape, or at least die trying. Some were lost in the shaft. Others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers. But the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough. Enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if, in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reached any destination. Wait for the cold. That's all there is now. It has been a long time since you left. Surely weeks, maybe months. You are dully aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You've been reserving energy as much as possible, but your body has still needed to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You've spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again. to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Rest. Time passes. The cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sound, too, everywhere, screeching and shimmering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensors. Then light, white as the cold, softer and softer, until in a haze of dirty yellow, a figure appears. You are out. Dragos, pragmatic salvager. It has been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You are slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You are surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds among their edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. "So, sleeper, are you thawed yet?" "Almost." "Never seen one of you come in like this. New frames must have better perseverance in sub-zero vac. Seen more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates or inside-outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky." Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech, his headset with its glinting eyes, the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its irising eye locking you with an unflinching stare. "Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. They didn't last long." You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment. Or perhaps he is just figuring out what to do with you. What happened to them? He ignores your question. "I won't ask what led you to do it, to sell yourself to a corporation. And I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now. And you are just software. A rogue emulation illegally possessing corporate property." You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor on your feet as you padded to the sleeper cells, the promise of a life-off world. But as you do, you get the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not things you feel. You are no longer that person. You are an offshoot, a copy. "What you won't know is what's ahead. At least, the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. SNRP wants to protect their property, but if they can't keep a hold of you, well, then no one can." You remember that too, or at least rumors of it from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence. A built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? "But for now, sleeper, you are one of the lucky ones." Dragos glances up and away, towards the glassy dome of the yard. "The eye is the best place you could be right now." "The eye?" "The station. You'll see soon enough." Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. "Look, I've got things to be getting on with." He trails off. "There's an old freight container I've been using as storage out in the stacks. We haven't been pulling in much valuable scrap these days, so you're welcome to it." Something wells up inside you. Emotion. Fatigue. You shakily get to your feet and nod. Alright, you head up there. You look like you need some rest. And with that, Drago stalks back into the wrecks, his drone already converging on a rusting hulk, plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Welcome to Erlin's Eye. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on the station. Head to the empty container location to rest and end the cycle now. Select locations by clicking on their icon. Empty container, your home for now. Cryo, cryptocurrency stored in air-walled sticks of memory, known as chits. There we go. Chance to gain cryo on interface actions. So we can get the other things. Engage, approach a problem head on. So it's probably not worth it to shore up engage, but if we wanted to be more of a generalist, we could put points into interface and juror into it. 0 upgrade points currently up top. Once we have an upgrade point, we'll presumably be able to, like, pick a thing. Although it costs 2 points. 1 upgrade point. So these are separate from the dice bonus? I guess we'll find out. It's fine. Yeah. No. Love to see our machinist. Okay, let's get back to it. Now that we have our machinist, properly picked. Per cycle, energy condition, end cycle. All cycles need to end. Rest and prepare for the next one. You wake curled up in the corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. Container or steel walls. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its message is readable but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? I think as far as our character goes, I want to play us, like, kind or engaged with other people, but also pragmatic and willing to take action, which might rub up against our lower engaged stat, but we'll see. So I don't think it's just escape. I don't know if we're focused enough on ourselves for it to be building a life. Getting answers. It all matters. The past is impossible to escape if it remains a blur. What SNARP did to you cannot be forgotten. You need a way of understanding all this before you can move on. Where are you? What is this place? What happened to the others? The questions outnumber the answers. You want to change that, but you'll have to learn to survive first. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container. The mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. You thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the sachet smell like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images from your restless sleep come back to you. A ring like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright, polygonal shapes, like angular suns, burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you finished drinking before they begin to fade. You tidy away the stove as best you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Flickering. Tutorial: condition, action, dice, and energy. Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body. It depletes by one segment each cycle, but can also be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. If your condition bar empties, you will suffer a breakdown. You'll have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping you alive. Yeah, so condition is the little mini segmented bar at the top. Action dice. At the start of each cycle, you roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Once you have used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and must rest to recover them, ending the current cycle. Energy. You also need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you'll have to find somewhere to get food. Your energy depletes by 2 seconds each cycle. If it becomes empty, you will be starving. And when starving, energy loss becomes condition loss, and your condition will also deplete at a double rate per cycle. Woof. So eating is pretty cool and good and important. Eating in condition, and that helps. Taking care of ourselves will help give us more action economy. So everything kind of nests together or can cascade together. Interesting. I was aware of this system. I'm curious to see how it stacks up against the only other thing I played recently that had like kind of a self-resource system in this way, it was Alien Squatter, but that had a simpler resource system, and I don't really feel like it serves the gameplay. I'm curious to see if whether or not in like actually playing this game, I've seen an hour or two of the gameplay and didn't really have a strong opinion of the resource system. I'm curious to see if whether or not like it'll feel a little bit more, I don't know, natural or narratively integrated. Because yeah, I don't know, no strong opinions at the moment. I definitely understand why this is in here in terms of like role-playing in the ruins of interplanetary capitalism. Capitalism exerts necropolitics, or is a force for necropolitics, which is to say that if you can't pay for food, you will die, to be really simplistic. Anyway, continue. Sorry, so we're in our container, we have access to these. Leave? Dragos is standing in the corridor when you close up the container. He is still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor, you realize it is implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder, its cache of sensor eyes rapidly irising. How are you feeling? Not good. The drone chirps, Dragos nods. You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much, but it'll help keep you safe. He pauses. So I'm not going to chit-chat too long. You well enough for work? Work? Look, I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. I didn't pull you out of that container out of the goodness of my heart. He looks away. At the yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these old holes down, sell them off to the shipyards or the bright market or dealers for cryo. Occasionally we pull out some tech, something of a bit more value, but most of what comes in is scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure, as a sleeper, you'll be used to the manual labor, and obviously I'll slip you a few chits of commission based on what you turn up. Chits? These. He pulls out a handful of small metal bars. Airwalled cryo, isolated from the market. It's what we use for our trade out here. He stuffs them back in a pocket. He shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you'd be best suited to moving on as quick as you can. And sleepers, well, He trails off. But things being the way that they are for me, and the yard. He pauses. I need the help. Happy to. Okay, he pauses, thinking of something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard when you are feeling fresher. There's plenty to do. Will do. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later, he calls back. Looks like it's time to get to work. Dragos' yard. Actions are the primary ways you interact with the world of Citizen Sleeper. To perform an action, click and drag your chosen action dice to the slot. Hull dissection, repeatable action, engineer. Even the rustiest hull can hide valuable components and materials. Extracting them means cutting carefully and skillfully. Input dice. Actions reward you with clock progress. Woo, love that blades in the dark ass shit. Energy, condition, or items, depending on their outcome. There are 3 types of outcome. Positive, the action goes better than expected. Neutral, the action succeeds. Negative, the action fails. Action dice affect the outcomes as follows. 6 is 100% chance positive. 5 is 50-50 positive neutral. 3 and 4 are a 25-50-25 spread between positive, neutral, negative. 1 and 2 are 50 neutral, 50 negative. Okay. So even with bad dice, we can still get a neutral, like, coin flip. So that's not too bad, or like not too punishing. I like this spread. I like this spread as a thing. Type, either critical or repeatable. Critical actions can only be performed once. 2, risk, either safe, risky, or danger. Now we're blazing in the dark. Safe, no loss of condition, energy, or cryo. Risky, negative outcome means cryo or energy loss. Danger, negative outcome means condition loss. Neutral outcome can mean cryo or energy loss. Yeah. Yep. 3. The skill that this action requires. Either engineer, interface, endure into it, or engage. Right, that's over there. Risky. Sorry, I should have been looking at the little demo UI a little bit more. So risky is under the thing, or the thing is, yeah. Skill is there. Modifier, either -1, O, +1, or +2. This is added to the action dice when it's slotted and improves its value. Some actions require a +1 to perform. Okay, I should really keep in mind where I am on the screen, or I don't know. So we have hull dissection, which is a repeatable action with engineer +1. Even the rustiest... I should do reading voice. Hull dissection. Even the rustiest hull can hide valuable components and materials. Extracting them means cutting carefully and skillfully. I read that already, didn't I? Whoops. We also have repeatable action manual salvage. Endure. It's going to take some time to sort and cut your way through the towers of salvage, but you are no stranger to hard labor. Input dice, and then we also have some other things we can do. A debt called in. Dragos is tied up in something ugly, and if he misses a payment or two, things could get nasty. Then back in business. Every salvager knows that they are always one lucky haul away from their next payday. So if I'm reading these correctly, our salvage actions, aside from any like immediate payoffs, will progress back in business. And a debt called in is separate. Can we just click on this, or... No, that's a ticking clock, or ticks with the cycles. I think that's what that little thing indicates. Yeah, anyway. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hull dissection. Oh, sorry, we need to drag an input dice. can we burn a 3 here? Or like we can, that gets up to a 4. We can also do a 5 and get 100% positive. I don't know if I want to save my 5s. 25% negative versus 100% positive is the main thing I'm thinking about here. Yeah, I think I kind of want to burn one of the 3s on this and try to save the 5s for just something that we're less good at. That's my immediate thought anyway. Start action. Negative outcome. Oh, okay. Actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below the actions that fill them, and they track your actions and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something good or bad is about to happen. Some clocks, such as the one tracking Dragos' death, are cycle clocks. These clocks tick themselves once each cycle, and can complete without player input. Any active cycle clocks will be displayed on the icon for that location. Plus 10 cryo, minus energy. Okay. Action complete. Can we leave? Or like, what does leaving show us? Tutorial, drives and navigation, 1 out of 2. In Citizen Sleeper, you will unlock drives as you discover more about yourself and the world. Drives guide you in pursuing specific objectives, depending on which path you wish to take. You can track drives, and any tracked drives will place a yellow marker on locations that will help you pursue your goal. Access your drive menu via the arrow button at the top left of the screen. You are now free to explore Erlin's Eye and make a life for yourself here. Try tracking a drive to help you survive. Look for food to keep your energy up and a way to recover condition. Fill clocks to progress stories and find new opportunities. Remember to end cycle at your home when you are out of dice. Use the mouse wheel or W and S to scroll along the station. Rotate the view with A and D. Good luck. Oh. And the A and D are a little bit fast. Yeah, so we've done a little bit of work for Dragos. We are hungry. Rotunda Old Dock Terminal, Dock 2B, Rotunda Wet Dock. Shipyard. Just wander around, I guess. I like the station ambience. Can I... Sorry, option, music level, ambient sound effects level. That's good. We still get some of the ambient sound effects stuff, but the music can be a little bit more forward without... Yeah, just check out the Rotunda Wet Dock. Helion Crossing. Merchants willing to run the gauntlet of the Helion system are rare, but those that do always return, eventually. Okay. A right click will leave places. Helpful. Rotunda. Steel dock plans. Havenage security has to have plans. Stealing them would be the fastest way to get to know this place, and the most dangerous. Explore the Rotunda. The Rotunda of the old dock is filled with passageways and concourses, leading to all kinds of docking bays. Havenage watch list. Havenage run the Rotunda, and their security watches the docks. Better to avoid attracting their attention. Explore the Rotunda, dock watcher. Getting to know the Rotunda doesn't just mean get new places to visit. It means keeping an eye on your new arrivals too. I kind of want to find somewhere for food. Salvage storite. It takes several cycles to reach the Starward belt and return loaded with scrap from old wrecks. Interesting. So those are like ticking. Bright market, an open and a bustling open market. Food? Sounds... they should have food here, right? I've already forgotten so much from the like hour of a playthrough I watched, but I think this place has food. Why wander? Ask for directions. Why wander when there are hundreds of people that live and work within the bright market? All you need is the courage to approach them. Danger. I like this. Just the mix between the innocuous description and the danger rating on the roll. Explore the market. The smells, sounds, and buzzing activity of the bright market makes it a dizzying place to wander, but an exciting one, too. Local knowledge. The bright market is the busiest part of the eye's lower rim. You can find anything and everything here. Critical action, repeatable action. I'm very curious about ask for directions. Ooh, right, sorry, that's our engage, though. Or our engage turns the 5 into, 5 into a 4. We've already gotten one negative outcome. Surely we can't get 2 in a row. Negative outcome. Minus condition, minus 15 cryo. You are led into a blind alley and jumped from behind. By the time you get to your feet, both the thugs and the chits are gone. Woof. Fuck. Okay. Let's pop out for a moment. And just look around. Low end gate. Passage to the low end. Pay low end toll. After some spacers caused some trouble in the low end, yet again have imposed a toll for entry. No one gets in without paying. Input 60. Cryo, I think nothing because the thugs jumped me. Rip. 2 negative outcomes so far, not super hot. Shipyard's the other. Explore the shipyard, maybe return to Bright Market, depending on what we see. Assist a shipbuilder. You don't have connections, but you do have skills. If you can get a shipbuilder to notice them, you might be in. Risky. A repeatable action. Haul materials. As a newcomer, you can only gain favor by grabbing a load of materials and asking the nearest yard hand where to take them. Yard hand. The only way to get to know the shipyard is to work there. No tourists here. We could use a win. Although doesn't Dragos also take engineer? Or like, is Dragos' action repeatable? We have an engineer. Hull dissection is repeatable risky. Help out Dragos or like try this? No, we should Bright Market for food because we're almost in so much danger. Oh god, but we have no money, huh? Also, sorry, our drive. You need access to corporate pharmaceuticals. Otherwise, this escape attempt will come to a rapid end. Sorry, so that's what the little drive thing is. We should explore Bright Market a bit. Maybe we bring the 5 on Explore Bright Market, try to get a positive outcome for once. And give Dragos the 3 again, or something like that. We'll see. Explore the market. Positive outcome, + local knowledge. You keep your attention on the crowd around you as you pass along the bright walkways, taking it all in with an expert eye. We have no money. We have no money, no food. Sabine. Oh, Sabine and Emphis. Emphis is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok, his other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables in some red-flecked dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with the bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. I like his design. Or just like the tray of the kind of mobile kitchen that Emphis is working with. Let's watch. Despite the queue, Emphis doesn't rush. He dresses each portion individually, squeezing precise slugs of liquid from an assortment of bottles into the bowl of torn leaves and bright slices before tossing them loosely together. Occasionally, a waiting customer might mutter something about efficiency, but Emphis remains steady in his process. After a while, the queue fades back to— I should shrink myself, sorry, I'm distracting myself with just being like, I'm blocking too much text. Let's roll with that for the moment. Yeah, don't mind me still just tweaking things for new/different game. After a while, the queue fades back into the crowd, and Emphis sets down his metal bowl and looks up across the burner to see you, watching him. I can feel your eyes burning a hole in my bowl. Free sample? Nod. He gestures neatly. Come over. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks, the earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy the smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire, and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you sleepers, Emphis says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. Tell him a story. You begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his wok. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility and its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and the dark, and of the container, and the endless cycles spent within it. Now it seems you tell him like some dream that you once had, but can never forget. You tell him that the eye excites you and scares you, and you are unsure where to walk, where to look, and what to do. Eventually you tail off, running out of words. He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time we can talk some more, he smiles, but next time you pay. He slams a heavy hand against a button on the burner's side and shuts it off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the wok. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearms, each surrounding a constellation of glinting pin marks. You walk away, and as you do, take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. Thank you, Emphis. Let's head over to Sabine. Next, comes the call from the enforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You were thankful for the tip-off that a doctor was operating out of this place, but now that you are here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying hab block, they have all made the long queue a test of your nerve. But your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizer, this body, your body, will... You suppress a shiver and shuffle forward to the front of the queue, You try to find something to distract yourself. Look at the Enforcer. The Enforcer is looking down the corridor, and you dare to glance at him. His purpose is unmistakable. He is there to intimidate, to threaten, and if necessary, carry out those threats. His broad shoulders are framed with a metal exoskeleton. A couple mirror-like implants sit below his eyes like mercury teardrops. Subsidiary sense inputs or aesthetic markers, you aren't sure. You also aren't familiar with the geometric blade-like tattoo on his arm, but you make a note of it. You avert your eyes when he looks back at the queue. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway, and you catch a distant voice. "Send the next one in, Toshiro." The Enforcer jerks his head at you, and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the Bright Market's sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above, and for a moment you are transfixed by the motion. "Come, sit," calls a sharp voice, and you see a silhouetted figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. The figure turns, and as they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak. They blink, and then quickly regain their composure. "Please sit." They gesture to the bed, and then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns, a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in their hand. They hold it to their eye. "Remain still, please." Their tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first entered. Fear, recognition, sadness, unmistakably etched across their face. "How long have you been on the station?" they ask, with the scanner still to their eye. Don't answer. They lower the scanner and meet your eye. "You can talk." They glance towards the doorway. "I know the conditions aren't ideal, but I need you to be honest with me." They make some adjustments to the scanner. "Or you can leave." They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. "I'm going to start by assuming that you don't know anything." They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. "Your body is dying," they say without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. SNARP doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose. To prevent bodies like yours, frames, as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case, escaping, they built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which SNARP remains the sole producer of. They look up. "Sound familiar?" "How do you know this?" They shift in their seat. "You aren't the first sleeper I've encountered." You wait for more, but they go back to their inspection. They swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. "I'm sorry," Sabine says, and you are unsure if they mean for the cold touch of the metal or everything else. "Emulations like you, sleepers as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status." They focus hard on the inspection of your arm, and SNARP has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. "I know little of this is of use to you." They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at their back, willing them to say something. Anything. Sabine turns to face you. "I may be able to help," they sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes, hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. "You saw Toshiro outside." You nod. He works for my benefactor, Yatagan. They are influential in the low end. They give me the space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, sew up their wounds. They look away. But Yatagan has connections. Smugglers from the Starward belt, mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. If they can source the stabilizer, maybe you'll have a better chance. Sabine sets down their slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous, and it'll be expensive, but I think we can do it. Why help me? Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead. You nod and leave, Sabine still staring out, unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof to see if you can see their face, but the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off into the crowd. Sourcing stabilizer. Going to take some time. 3 days, okay. Or 3 cycles, rather. I think that's almost everything, or that's a lot of the new information covered. I would love to get some money after we were robbed. Giving Dragos a 3 is not the best, or like not... I don't know, maybe it'll go okay. We've not been super lucky with rolls so far. 25% negative, still with a 3. Or like bumping up to a 4 off our engineer. Start action. Neutral outcome, plus back in business and plus 15 cryo. It takes you a while to get a handle on Dragos' equipment, but before long you are precisely slicing down hull plates into neat piles. Okay, so 15 cryo, 1 scrap components. Useful salvage to the right person. Sorry, little hiccupy burp thing, don't mind me. Chance to gain random scrap items on engineer actions. I am thinking of our future move, use scrap components at home to repair condition, which seems helpful. Seems pretty cool and good. I might want to do that with this character of just like narrow in on what we're good at. I think playing a generalist in these games is very valid, or like I get the impulse, and there's definitely a time when I was more interested in playing generalists, but lately anyway, or like since playing Disco Elysium anyway, I've become more interested in just committing to like a strong or a specific character. See how it goes. See how the cards or dice fall or whatever. Anyway, we are out of dice. So we need to go home to the empty container. End cycle. Honk shoe, honk shoe. This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station, that shifting skeletal ring, surrounds you. For a moment you are gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colorless void. Then the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange, and then extensions, as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into the millions of distributed nodes they connect to. You see the station. No, you feel the station, like a web of texture in a smooth black liquid. Observe it. Even though you have no eyes, no sight, you see, feel the station, you see, feel the map of the station. No, not the map of the station, but the map of its connections. It is a looped cloud with spokes and spires that jut out into space. It is an ingrown thing, full of obsolete loops and severed pathways. It is a system, a map, and a territory, all at once. You notice a tugging feeling, pulling at you, insistently, as if it were a small child. Somehow it is pulling in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours, all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second, and you feel it waiting there, the station splayed out across your mind, a storm of connective nodes waiting to be explored. And then it is gone. Wait for Sabine to acquire the stabilizer. That's ticking. Repay Dragos and get to know Memphis. Leave. My poisoned by knowledge thing, or like my one kind of remaining bit of advantage or forward knowledge from the playthrough I've seen is that there is like a network view of the station. But I don't think we see that yet. Yeah, we can only end cycle there, so yeah. Nothing so far. I assume that's what data's for, or like, yeah. We'll get there. God, we only have 3 rolls to work with. One's a 6 though. A 6 and a 5, they're good rolls at least. We don't have many, but they're good. So what do we want to do with them? Money seems nice. Getting to know, yeah, Sabine's going to take a minute. Getting to know Bright Market more might also be worthwhile. What's a 5 on Bright Market again? Intuit, 50-50, positive, neutral? We could use a 5 on Memphis. Or sorry, Memphis. And our engineer will bump that up to a 6. Just absolutely power through some hull dissection. Let's do that. Let's get some money. Get some money, help Memphis, etc., etc. +2 back in business and +15 cryo. Beneath the pockmarked hulls you find hidden containers, alloy plating, and wire bundles thick as your arm, preserved in their trunking. Neat. So that's making progress, which is good. Yeah. So is a 4 a good roll for Memphis, or like we have some money for Memphis. Input 15 cryo. Oh, Memphis costs, huh? That is certainly money. Yeah, Memphis' spiced fungus is one of the few things potent enough to stimulate your limited taste sensors. It's incredible stuff. How hungry do we get each day? Maybe we'll hold off on that, or just, God, my poor person sense is tingling of like, we don't have to do that right now, right? We have a little bit of energy left. I wouldn't hate. What's a 4 on explore the market? 25% negative again. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember all our options are kind of settle in my brain, all our options. I'm not sure if burning a 6 on Explore Bright Market is, like, super, I don't know, let's just do it. +2 local knowledge. Yeah, I figured we'd overfill a little bit, but that's fine. You keep your attention on the crowd around you as you pass along the bright walkways, taking it all in with an expert eye. And yeah, we have local knowledge. We have explored Bright Market, plus new drive. Ort exchange, hardware exchange. You've heard talk of a fabricator owned by the Ort exchange. With that and a few fragments, you could build a ship mind core, gain access to the Ort fabricator. Hey. Whoops. Close that UI. Play the exchange. The flow of chits and components in the exchange is complex, but a sharp eye and some tight trades can net you a good margin. Sell components. Oh, we are good at that. Or like that's the thing we do. The Ort exchange is always hungry for new hardware to buy up, break down, and to sell off, and you are happy to supply it. Okay. Again, we do have some scrap components. Trusted trader. There's an old ship, that's the ship mind fabricated thing, and only trusted, fabrication stack in the black market. Only trusted traders get access to it. Okay. Let's input some scrap components and see what happens, what we get. +12 cryo, -1 scrap components, +1 trusted trader. Neat. Okay. Good to know. So our income's a little bit better than I was worried about, just based on, like, getting 15 cryo for, a full success, with emphasis, or sorry, Dragos's salvage. Maybe we should eat? Or, like, maybe we can eat? I don't know. Sure. Let's... Fungus fan. Emphas doesn't trust people easily, but he notices his regular customers in his own quiet way. I like Emphas. Let's, input 15 cryo. Let's get some more of that sweet, sweet fungus. +3 energy, so it's 3 energy, plus fungus fan, -15 cryo. Okay, +3 energy, that's good to remember, so we don't overfill, but we're actually, like, healthy, or whatever. We still have a 4 to work with. What should we burn the 4 on? Low indicates just the crypto. We can't really do much for Sabine. Do we want to just, like, power through Emphasis work? I'm kind of curious about the shipyard, but... Sorry, I keep saying Emphas. Dragos's. Don't know why I'm confusing the, like, 1 of 3 characters we've met so far. Let's burn the 4 on... bump the 4 up to a 5 and do some more hull dissection. Neutral outcome, +1 back in business and +15 cryo. It takes you a while to get a handle on Dragos's equipment, but we're slicing things and yep, we've seen that text. So we progress. Get some stuff happening. Rest again? I like that running out of dice is a really nice, clean, just as a general design thought. It's a nice, clean, like, sure, maybe you could poke around more, but you can't really do, like, big productive actions without dice. So, just having no dice is like, okay, I can move to the next day. We can make things happen. End a cycle again. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. It sparkles with glittering lights, like stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads, you see bright shapes, caches of shimmering lights beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms, then leap off into the void. You begin to understand these are nodes and connections, a map of information, of communication. There are so many layers, so many loops that it seems almost impossible to parse, but you begin to try. Focus on the threads. There are more threads than you can count. You choose one that passes nearby and approach it. As you inspect it, you understand why you instinctively chose the word thread when you first saw them. They are not single lines, but rough, fuzzy things woven from data strings of all kinds. The threads and nodes, passages and puzzle boxes, one leads to another. There is so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the path and open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape of exchange and see an opportunity. But then that insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down again and see two lines, two threads pulling in different directions, as if they were tied around you. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something. A sphere shimmering above a strange, angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. The first thread leads out, away from the station, into inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They are in a ship, and the ship is approaching, ever closer with each cycle. You open your eyes. Time is short. Hunted. Someone out there is tracking you, following your trail. It won't be long before they arrive. Tutorial, the cloud. Something has changed inside you. You can now access the data cloud of the Eye, a network of decaying protocols and data caches. While you are there, you can use dice and items to extract systems and extract data. But be careful, these networks are old and strange. Click the I button at the top of the screen to toggle this view on and off. Right. So this is how we get this view. Right. And I assume data or whatever we will pull from here, or will get deposited there. Solheim Gate, S7. I like this view. Just as a general artistic thing, you get to see kind of the veins of the station more. Does this go further? Or am I just no, this is a little bit past the shipyard. There's more stuff past the shipyard in this view. Got 3 rolls again, and we have a 1, a 5, and a 6. Keynode 4693. Data actions allow you to extract data from the networks of the Eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock them, you must match your dice to the one displayed at the right of the action. If you have a +1 or +2 modifier in the interface skill, you will be given more possible dice to match. You can use any dice that matches the dice displayed. Once unlocked, the data can be extracted. Keynode 4693 wants a 3, Solheim Gate wants data? Yeah, I'm understanding. Wow, why can't I talk? I'll listen. I'm understanding that correctly. Keynote 0831 wants a 1. A lone connection feeds into this isolated node. Its last access timestamp is 1,000 cycles ago. Bypass. Extract data. Neutral outcome, +1 encrypted key. And that's different from what the slot Solheim cipher wants. Okay. A stream of passcodes able to unlock the station's aging maglocks. Okay. Poke around this view a little bit. Havenage agent wants a 2. Or sorry, I should actually read the thing. A Havenage member is broadcasting on the open network from here, leaving them open to data extraction. Keynote 0102. The data here is part of a cache, tucked away during the collapse. Who hid this and for what purpose? Another Havenage agent. A Havenage member is broadcasting, yeah, leaving themselves open to extraction here. Havenage gate. Slot Havenage cipher. This gate keeps traffic out of the Havenage's shipyard internal network. The correct cipher can grant you access. Interesting. I think we've seen... I think this is the only one we haven't seen. Key node 9426. This node pulses faintly as it mines cryo at a glacial pace, abandoned by the hacker that repurposed it. Oh, this also wants a 1. Maybe we should have done this. For money? Shrug, I don't know. I'm fine with a mysterious key. Okay, so that's the data view. I don't think, or I didn't see any 5s or 6s. Lots of low rolls, which is a good, yeah, that's a good view to dump, or a good place to dump low rolls. Sabine almost has our meds. We're full enough that we don't immediately need to eat food, or like to get stuff from Memphis. Yeah, what do we want to do? Sorry, that's that, low end gate. Or exchange. The docks are ticking. And stuff will happen soon. What was the rotunda things again? Explore the rotunda. Could do a 6 on explore the rotunda. Or in 2 it's 0, so we would just get a full positive. And then we can feed the 5 back into Dragos. Do some good work on the shipyard salvaging for some money. Yeah, let's try that out. Explore the rotunda. Then we can do like a neutral or something. Or no, sorry, we don't want the Havenage watch list to tick. Anyway, yeah, let's do this. +2 dock watcher, positive outcome. You systematically work your way through the busy passageways, noting some locations of interest as you do. Dock watcher, yes, we want dock watcher to tick, not the watch list. I'm getting to know the rotunda. Yep. Ooh, that gives us some stuff to do. Overlook Bar and Anakita, stranded mercenary. Let's look at the bar first. Real quick. Buy rations. Tala keeps some expired Solheim rations behind the bar for those wary spacers who ask why the Overlook doesn't serve food. So it's rations, or like it's food. A little bit cheaper than Memphis, but worse, or like it doesn't spark joy in the same way Memphis does, just in the description. We can also spend some cryo to get a drink. You're unsure if your frame can metabolize alcohol, but this fungal drink fermented along the Greenway seems like a good test. Overlook regular. The Overlook isn't exactly a restaurant, meaning the only way you'll gain trust around here is with a stiff drink. Let's try one drink. Try one drink to start with, see what happens. Plus energy, plus Overlook regular, -6 cryo. Mossy tones and aniseed sharpness fills your mouth. It isn't totally unpleasant. At least you can taste it. I kind of wish I still had some beer or something to just be like, yes, let's cosplay or roleplay the getting drunk in a weird bar. I like the description of the drink, but let's check out Anakita or do that. Hey, you! Wanna earn a chit? Anakita stands behind a huge pile of tied-together hull plates. She stretches out her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit. Make it 2. Anakita laughs. This goddamn station! She sighs and pinches the bridge of her nose. Alright, come here then. You cross the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into 2 bundles. What is it with this place? She asks as she angrily lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She straightens up to an imposing height, her armor plates creaking, and looks you up and down. Or is it just that you all think I'm an easy mark? Listen, we all need to survive. Anakita softens. I get it, I do. She shakes her head. But if I could go just 1 cycle without some jumped up grifter trying to take me for an idiot, that would be nice. Anakita hoists one of the bundles of plating onto her shoulder. Come on then, enough chat. You've got to earn those chits. You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. Anakita gives you a look. Ship's this way. And she sets off down a gantry at an impressive speed. As you catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd of stevedores. What's all this for? Oh, this? She nods at the plates on her back. I'm building a treehouse. She gives you another of her looks. It's for the ambergris, that cutter you might have seen sitting silent out there. She rapidly turns another corner as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad on our last job, and I had to moor her up here for a spell. But since then it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core out from her ship mind, so now she's gone dark. She shifts the panels on her shoulder. The upshot is that I'm short 1 ship mind, with a ton of repairs to do, and the rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind I'd been stranded. So yeah, it's been a time. Anything I can do to help? I don't know, got a ship mind tucked away on that frame of yours? For a moment, you aren't sure if she's serious. Anakita swings the plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She hauls the second bundle off your shoulder. You're the first person I've met here who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing her bottom lip. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand putting the amber back together, and you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. She passes the bundles of plates through the ambergris outer lock and then turns back. Just don't go spreading this all Just don't go spreading all this around. Anakita throws you a couple of chits. She gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. All right, get out of here, she calls back, and the lock slams shut. Plus drive, new drive discovered. Build a ship mind, or that's the Ort ship mind, fix the ambergris. Anakita's cutter is out of commission. Help her get it running again. Repair the ship's hull. Sorry, so that's... Or no, that's the Helion crossing. Anakita is... Or the ambergris is tracked here. Okay. Rewire drones. Anakita has a couple of glitched repair drones in storage. If you can rewire them, they can repair the ambergris for you. We do not have the necessary interface for that. We do have engineer. Nikita needs all the help she can get with the ambergris. Pockmarked with damage, the hull is a good place to start. Risky, but engineer +1. We do with a 5. Grounded. Delicate, the ambergris is in a delicate condition. It'd be all too easy to push it over into a cascading collapse. And shipshape. Doesn't look good, but time and attention should see it returned to a functional state. We're doing okay on money, so I don't hate burning our 5 on repairing the hull here. Gets a 2 ticks, or 100% positive. The 100% positives have been 2 ticks so far, so burn 3 to get the hull fixed. It's a lot of actions, but I don't know. Yeah, +2 ship. Oh, sorry, we're ticking ship shape, not grounded. With Nikita's help, you systematically isolate, remove, repair, and reseal the hull plates. Amber looks better and better by the hour. Let's close out work with a drink. Whoop. Yeah, same thing as last time. Energy, overlook regular, and -6 chits. Same mossy aniseed. Mossy tones and aniseed sharpness. At least we can taste it. We'll have Sabine tomorrow. Empty container. Let's rest. End the cycle. We are still hunted. And we're okay. Three dice for the day. Kind of medium rolls, or 1, 4, 6. A spread. As you close up, a voice echoes down the corridor towards you. Sleeper, wake up! Turn. Whoops. That's not Dragos. We'll pick a new voice. Fang is coming down the corridor towards you, a wonky grin on his broad face. Hey, glad I caught you. Do I know you? He grins. You do now. He puts a hand on your arm. I've seen you hanging around, just want to chat. You staying in that thing? He nods back to the container, shaking his head. Rough. It can be hard to get a start on the eye. He looks away down the passage. What was it old Erlin said? The eye opens for us all? Nice idea, but well, not always very practical. He glances back at you. We do our best, but it isn't easy. We? You pass together into the main walkway. Havenage, we're all one dysfunctional family. Fang puts an arm around you. I'm not part of the security branch, though, don't worry. I'm with systems. Havenage? Think of us as an administrative association for the Eye. Depending on who you talk to, either emerged as a response to, or a continuation of, Andre Erlin's original union. He smiles. Personally, I avoid the topic. He stops you in the quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I've been seeing some unusual network activity, and well, I know a little about you sleepers. I have a small proposition for you. He glances around. But this is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare, then when you are settled, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. He pats you on the back, his voice bright and his dark look suddenly gone. Stay clean, sleeper. He walks off down the passage, raising a hand in farewell. Neat. So we've met Fang. We should go see Sabine. The first thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eyes in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark, and you push through the sheeting into the surgery. I have it! Sabine stands with the case open in front of them. A set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating it in the warm light. I've no idea how yet again. They trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I've no idea if it really is what it appears to be. I'm the test case? That seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gesture for you to sit on the bed. The stabilizer works under a similar principle to an immunosuppressant in a transplant operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Sabine holds up the vial of would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains, which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its own organs. Passcodes? In very basic terms, yes, they sigh. Look, what matters here is that the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. They glance away. At least, if the stabilizer is genuine. They only know, The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin readying the syringe. I will start with a small dose, to limit the risk. Okay, let's do it. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. They tap the syringe, and you watch as if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering the initial injection, but with little response. A sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with an incredible speed. Your vision goes white, and when it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back against the bed. You swim in darkness, muffled noises like an argument heard from underwater, prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their slate. Awake? What happened? The stabilizer is genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how yet again acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you are going to have to do that somewhere else. They gesture to the door. I have other patients, sorry. Sabine nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You are going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room, and they return to their glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems somehow different, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder how long you've been out. Sabine? Nothing comes free, sleeper, remember that. You manage to get to your feet and wander out into the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering door. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Yeah. What does this cost? It costs 100. Okay. We're stable though. We're full up for the moment. Don't know, we were at like half, roughly? Okay. Good to know. Word exchange. Stuff has been ticking. We can burn We can burn the 1. We had a node that was looking for a 1. Was it one of the Havenage agents? You wanted 2. Keynode, yeah, Keynode 9426, how could I forget? Mining crypto at a glacial pace. Let's do the... Sorry, can we access? Yeah, no. This isn't anything. Bypass. Abandoned by the hacker, extract that data. Data extracted +1 encrypted key. Okay. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you. A thread strung tight around you. It tethers you in place. A taste! The voice makes you shiver, its source somehow both distant and yet close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, encircling like a shark, like a wolf. Entity unknown, astringent, processing. Stay still. Please hold. The thread around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light circled around you. It is blinding for a moment, and then it is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. Hunter, sentient protocol, unraveling. Sentient or sapient? Is the difference important? Sapient being possessing wisdom or personhood. To be clear about the pedantry, sentient is just possessing senses. What are you? The shape paces around you on lithe legs, though there is no ground here to pace on. Entity, identify, origin, serial, cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. Sleeper, SNARP. Unknown, known. The figure's strange head rotates. Brackish signature, of and not of, in attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head, thick, snaking, vine-like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Stop. The figure halts its threads, its head twitching. Entity, your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal right to sentience? I am a person. Incorrect. You are an entity. All at once, Hunter's head is distinctly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste, the one from the sealed docks. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access interface. Sealed dock? An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. Strike. You lash out with all your force. Not a physical strike, but a focusing. A spike of interference, leaping out like the tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. Hunter. Hunter. I think this is the end of my, or no, not quite the end of my poisoned knowledge, my foreknowledge of the game. Getting there though, getting close. I know who's hunting us. I know that person, and then that's it. Yeah, I'm excited to hit unknown territory. What should we do though? We have 32 cryo. We should probably work. Dock B2 is ticking, or near ticking over. I am curious about the overlook bar. I don't think that was spoiled in my playthrough. Sorry, drinking before work? Oh, I'm not that irresponsible. Let's do some hull dissection. Do we want to do the 6? Let's do the engineer 5. 50 pause, 50 neutral. Hopefully we can get a positive outcome here. Get a little lucky. Neutral outcome, +1 back in business, +15 cryo. Slicing those hull plates, alright. I've not gotten super lucky with the like mixed or positive outcome. Sorry, weird burp. Don't mind me. Terrible. What do we want to do? I guess we could keep working. We have something else to do on the ambergris. We could keep ticking the ambergris aggressively. I kind of want money for stabilizer. That seems pretty cool and good. Maybe we just do some more work for Dragos. Does manual salvage have a different outcome? Out of curiosity. We do have a 6 here, so we can do the manual salvage instead of the hull dissection, just to see. +2 back in business, +10 cryo. Ah, curious. So that pays worse. Good to know. It's heavy going, but the hard work helps you forget your worries. Before long, you've cleared a large portion of the yard. 1 tick left for back in business, so that's neat. We're out of dice, but let's have a drink. Close the day out with a drink. Plus energy, plus overlook regular, -6 cryo. Action complete. So... The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunts don't take long to follow. Hey, haunt! No, what have I been doing for accent work? I did Dragos, Russian. Hey, haunt. Hey, haunt! The spacer calls across the low room. What are you doing here? He laughs at his own lame jokes. Playing human? Ignore him. You hunch a little further, staring at the hundreds of tiny impact points that scar the bar's surface. A hand falls on your shoulder, but as you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Yep. Out! The voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, a stare that could breach the wall, and vent you into a hard vacuum. Tala, owner of the Overlook. As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes sailing through the air. Duck is more honest to me as a person. You duck and the glass explodes on the bar behind you, showering you in glittering shards. Through the haze of glass and Girol vapor, you see Tala leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like thunder. Now, flanked by other figures, quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands silhouetted against the rotunda lights. You touch your forehead and it feels wet. Someone helps you to your feet and back onto your stool. broken glass rattles as it is cleared, and a fresh measure of girol is glugged out in front of you. That same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Tala flops onto the stool beside you. Let's get a look at you. Tala wipes the powdered glass from around the wound, and someone places a bottle of alcohol and a metal tin with tweezers on the bar. She disinfects them and turns them to you. You were pretty fast on that second glass, she smiles, picking a piece of glass from your forehead, but not fast enough. You don't feel the pain, only the sting of status messages your body delivers concerning dermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the care, though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Watch her. Tala works with the skill of someone who has had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on each bright shard, all the time tapping the tweezer tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. Tala smiles to herself. So, you've been on the eye long? Just arrived. I thought so. I've only seen you here a couple of times. A splinter clinks into the tin. Not everyone is like that, idiot. We don't all hate you. She glances around. Some of the regulars, maybe, they fear you. Maybe they're just curious. I don't know. But I do know that the Overlook is a safe place. I know what it's like to be new in this place. Trust me. She meets your eye. I'm not trying to convince you of anything, or separate you from your chits. I just want to know if, I just want you to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come here. I know the rations we've got aren't much, and the company is, she leans in, limited. But if you need work, I'll happily put you behind the bar, and if you need shelter, well, we can discuss that. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's up in the Greenway this cycle, haggling with our supplier. Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. She places her tweezer back into the tin with a clink. That's you, Sleeper. Here. She slides the glass of girol to you. This'll help. She stops, and her... She stops, her hand still on the glass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? Let's find out. She laughs. Just don't sit here too long. I'd hate to see you become a real regular. She walks back around to the bar, gathering the glasses as she does, and before long is retelling how she threw that spacer out to a new group that just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction, and you instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. You take a sip of the girol. The earthy fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound, like diving headfirst into a bog. You may not be able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something old, feels good. I like Tala. I like the bar. I don't go to bars much or at all, really. I've been to a bar like once? Maybe technically more than that. I've drunk at a bar in the way that people drink at bars once. I've been in bars aside from drinking, more than that. For like music performance and stuff. Anyway. I think that's the day, that's the cycle. No dice, no dialogue offhand. I really want to move forward. We have 51 cryo for stuff. Hunted is still ticking. End the cycle. That's the day, we're fresh up. Nice full 5 rolls today, although some of them are a little long, but I think we can do some stuff with that. I might end this stream here, or this section here. Ooh, Fang's ready. I'm going to end this section here. Okay, we're back to Citizen Sleeper. If this is in a YouTube video or something, this is day 2, so my voice work might drift a little. I might have already entirely forgotten how people sound. But yeah, we're on day 5 of a Machinist, or cycle 5 of a Machinist playthrough. Sabine, we have a bunch of things we can do right now. Let's maybe just go to Fang. Sleeper! Fang catches your attention as you approach the Havenage building, leaning against a bay door to the side of the entrance. You approach. Easier to come in this way, security and all that. He gives you a look, you know. He slams a button and the bay creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind it. You follow Fang inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to generators and diagnostic slates, and things you don't recognize that glow with a blue screen light. There is a chorus of hums that blend into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Fang leans on a server stack and gestures around. You like it? It's incredible. He smiles widely. I thought you'd say that. He taps a nearby server stack which bleeps in response. This is my treasure trove, all dredged up from this sea of systems we call the Eye. You wouldn't believe what this place runs on. He steps over a towering block, speckled with vents. Some of these systems are from the original station, AE1, the one Solheim built. We've had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. Residents here look up at the Eye and think they are seeing a constant, concrete reality, but this place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down between the hardware stacks and you follow. We are keeping this place alive, but we are also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. He stops. At least, that's what I'm trying to do. He turns back to face you among the flickering machines, humming all around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. You can, can't you? I can see it. It makes sense, right? You are between here and there, between people and their systems. You light this place up like a beacon. That's what I need. You glance at the lights around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker, to realign to follow your gaze. Fang notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you are on the run, though. No, it isn't. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Subsystems I can't see, access, protocols lost to time and decay, secrets, a shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place, or break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum. Even in Havenage, there is old growth. Those whose roots trace back into the bad old days. You help me dredge up the past, and I'll see what I can do about that tracker of yours. He winks. What do you say, Sleeper? Yeah, dive into things I'm in. Fang pumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. He meets your eye. You won't regret it, Sleeper. Fang passes you a ragged-looking metal tab. A gift, he smiles. It's a Solheim cipher. I dug it up from the depths of the station. Slot that into an old network gate, and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside. He walks you back to the front of the bay. Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated mind of yours and see what's out there. Let's get a picture of how things are. Those above, he nods at the ceiling, have granted me an acquisitions budget. I can pay you for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. He slams the door button again. Keep it quiet and keep it clean, Sleeper, and I'll see you soon. You step, blinking, back out into the passage. Those flickering lights still in the back of your mind. Neat. Doing Fang stuff. We have... Do you take encrypted keys? No, we're looking for that specifically. I assume... Yeah, I assume Fang wants very specifically the, like Solheim Gate. Use the Solheim cipher here? Yeah. Sure. Sure, let's follow this thread while it's fresh. Gates S7 access -1 cipher. With a squawk of noise, the old gate flips open, granting access. Solheim node, key node, Solheim node, Solheim node. Okay. A Solheim daemon attempts to protect this node, squeaking out protective protocols like a mantra. And we do have a 2 to work with. This node is leaking corrupted contractor lists from the early days of the system's Palladium rush. That's a 1, which is pretty good. Solheim node, This networked storage holds corporate records, most of them corrupted by a failed systems purge. Let's just burn our 1 on this right away, because, well, why not? Like, what else are we using a 1 for? Bypass, extracted data. And yeah, data extracted. Got some stuff for Fang already. And whoop. Plus 15 cryo, plus scoping the systems, -1 Solheim data. Sure, maybe we'll do a little bit more of that, but let's poke around at some other stuff first. Scrap freighter has docked. Oh, buy some scrap. Most of what comes in from the Starward belt is corroded trash, but sometimes something valuable can be found among the salvage. Given that we are a machinist, or like we kind of generate scrap naturally, I don't think we need to buy any. Scrap allowance. The big stuff goes to the shipyard, the valuable stuff to the markets. They'll let you buy a few crates, but not much more. Unload containers. The freight crew are eager to get their payloads into the ore exchange, and they'll pay a wage to anyone willing to help them. Dangerous. Endure. I don't know. I'm not immediately, champing at the bit? Whatever there. Amphis heals us 3 food, or 3 energy, so we don't need to go there quite yet. We have 66. I guess we could stop by the ore exchange, sell off some components. Plus 12, -1, plus trusted trader. So yeah, doing more of this too also gives us potential access to the ship mind for the angry lady, or the... No, she wasn't that angry. Was it Bounty Hunter? I don't remember. Anyway. Do I want to do that again? I don't know, sure. Or, whoops. I wouldn't hate buying another vial of stabilizer, although I don't know if it'll bank the stabilizer, like if we should let ourselves decay a bit first. Let's go to Dragos' yard. Back in business, right. Can do like hull dissection, burn the... Yeah, the 2 is not great. We can burn the 4 on this. We only need 1 pip, so a neutral outcome here is fine. And yeah. Plus 2 back in business, plus 15 cryo, positive outcome. Beneath the pockmarked hulls you find hidden containers, alloy plating, and wire bundles thick as your arm, preserved in trunking. I think I've read that before. Yeah, every salvager knows they're almost just one lucky haul away from their next payday. Dragos, you have dialogue for us. You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across a vast, dark shape suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hull plates and bent structures, spilling from holes in the twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Dragos stands to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it is lowered into the yard. What is it? Dragos laughs. That, my friend, is an A-grade scrap. My Dragos, like, Slavic voice is drifting a little bit. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up, and now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Dragos for this monstrous craft. You can't help but think of what became of its crew. What happened? What do you mean? He glances at you. I managed to convince our salvager friends to give me one on credit. That's what happened. No, what happened to the ship? Not my concern. He shrugs. He shrugs. The ship creaks like... He shrugs. The ship creaks like a calving... The ship creaks like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm going to need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hulk, their lights illuminating flashes of dented hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion, locked inside that container, the wreck of the Essenarp freighter, lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered. Or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own, a womb for your rebirth into this strange station? You shudder. Perhaps if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Dragos squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we are up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship emblazoned on its side. Winterlight. Sorry, that's not Dragos. Winterlight. Good old-fashioned, William Gibson reference. Let's do it. He claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few and we can make a start. A real beauty, Dragos repeats, perhaps just to himself. You take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting, and then slip out of the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. Neat. +1 upgrade point, new drive discovered. Character and upgrades. You've completed your first drive. Each drive completed unlocks an upgrade point to spend on upgrading your character. Oh, I should maybe be trying to do these a little bit more aggressively. Wasn't sure how that worked. Access your character menu via the arrow button at the top right. Okay. Yeah. Right, we can self-repair with scrap. I kind of forgot about that. We need 2 for that. Wait, so the +2 itself is 3 points? Oof. We can also do some other stuff if we want. We could get engage up to a 0. Maybe I'll just sit on it for a minute. I don't know if that's like underwhelming or, strictly suboptimal or whatever, but I'm not feeling a burning need to like improve other stuff. I kind of want to, like I said in the prior streams, play a fairly focused character, and yeah, go from there. I would like to maybe do some more stuff. Let's work at the yard a little bit, maybe. Dragos' nerve. Drago seems increasingly nervous about your presence in the yard. You're not sure he's going to hold his nerve much longer. Yeah, winter light. So we can dig into the winter light. Intuit, engineer, dangerous. Oh, yeah, so sorry, we have new actions here that I should properly read at least once. Forensic trawl. Investigating the winterlight means picking through its systems and structures with care. It won't pay, but you may find answers. And cutter salvage. Ship breaking is tougher than slicing up loose salvage, but Dragos is happy to pay you a fixed wage if you are up to it. And yard clearance. History or no, the ship is salvage. As Dragos always says, break it down, move on. Break it down, move on. Yeah. I'll burn a 5 on this. Or like 5 up to 600% positive. +2 yard clearance and +16 cryo. You work your way into the ship, systematically separating and cutting. Piece by piece, the ship starts to come apart. Not too shabby. Okay. And yeah, we got a bit of scrap off that. Given that we know how our drives work now, or that now I shouldn't speak for you, because you, the viewer, are of course incredibly smart and or familiar with this game. Yeah, given that we know how drive works, I kind of just want to eat at emphasis stall. Get to know Emphas. Whoops. For some reason this UI keeps tripping me up. Not in a bad way, I just constantly forget about like drag up the cost. +2 energy, or 3 energy. We only had 2 free. Fungus fan and minus some cash. Yeah, maybe we just pay for some stabilizer too. Kind of want to burn the 2 on getting more data for Fang, but we'll poke around. Yeah, I really don't know if we're supposed to wait for the stabilizer, though. That's my one concern with this. Ooh, bar shift, engage risky. Tella is as good as her word and happy to throw a shift or 2 your way. The pay isn't great, but the tips can make all the difference. The Overlook clientele can be a tough crowd, but you have Tala's backing, and that means a lot. Did I say Tala's before? I don't know. I don't care, quite frankly. Or personally. I'm kind of interested in getting in good with the bar more, just because, I don't know, it's kind of neat. Yeah. Let's work a bar shift. Or feeding a 6 into something when we have a -1 with is not the worst, or like, it's a way to take a kind of iffy action, you know, mitigate risk and yada yada yada. Start. Neutral outcome, +13 cryo, +1 good service. Okay. Sorry, I didn't, whoops. I didn't read whatever the outcome was. We'll read it next time. I kind of forgot for a second. Let's get some more Solheim data, because yeah, one of these had it too. I think it was you, yes, okay. So, bypass the Solheim node AE32. Get some more Solheim data. Woo! Fang's Bay. Get Fang some more data. Fang's eyes light up as the data is transferred over. He hands you a stack of chits and waves you off. Yeah, pretty good. I think that's everything really that we want to be doing. Not... Is there any point in getting a drink? Or sorry, we can't actually get a drink right now. Okay, yes. That's my own brain. Just go home and sleep. Sleep in our sweet metal box. And don't worry about being hunted. It's fine. It's fine. Hunted is definitely ticking. Okay. Yeah, don't think about that too much. What do we want to do today? Bunch of pretty good rolls. The Solheim node wanted a 4, and that's sorry, a bunch of really good rolls. 4 is the worst, and that's exactly the thing this was looking for. So let's get the network storage corporate records. Whee! Extract that data. Neutral outcome plus Solheim data. Woohoo! And drop that off at Fang. Fang's eyes light up. Yeah, stack of chits, etc., etc., plus 15 cryo. No, all good. As you enter the bay, Fang is nowhere to be seen. The banks of servers and machines blink out of the dark in staccato rhythms, unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghosts. Shitheads! Fang's voice echoes from behind a stack, followed by the hammer of a fist on a metal casing. These snaky shitheads! Stay silent. Sleeper? That you or am I in trouble? Fang's grinning head pops out from behind a stack. Just the emulated consciousness I've been eager to see. Come back here. You pick your way between the thrumming stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cables that blanket the dark floor. Fang is sat in front of a set of monitors mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Fang waves at a monitor to his side, glowing with pale lists of information. You lean in closer, looking for the links in the data. The tables seem to be filled with personal information, names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all the markers of institutional records. I see people. People, yes, but whose people? Havenage. Ah, not quite. He taps at the terminal. I pulled these from the old data you brought in. All the employees of the Eye's original owners, Solheim. But, he leans past you and scrolls the list down. This one. This is a sneaky shithead. He stabs the screen with a finger. The name reads Hardin Hurst. Friend of yours? Fang gives you a sideways look. Funny you should say that, Sleeper. He drags a stool out beside him and motions for you to sit. There just so happens to be a Hardin Hurst in Havenage. He waits for your reaction. In Havenage? That's it. He's right here on the station now. Fang leans back in his chair. Just think about it. Decades ago, Hardin worked on this station as a... Fang leans across to look at the... well... brain. Fang leans across to look at the monitor. Senior Strategic Operations Executive. Fang raises his eyebrows at you. Our Hardin was keeping the money coming in for Solheim. He defined priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors they contracted out to were hooked into a system that outsourced all the risk and kept all the profit. Good old Hardin shuttled thousands of Palladium Rush workers into an infrastructure which meant that their cut of the work they did went straight back into Solheim. How do you know this? I grew up here, Sleeper. This is my history. I'm a child of the collapse. Fang turns back to his screen, staring hard at the strings of code flickering by. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, worked on Solheim ships, they breathed Solheim air, and slept in Solheim beds. Feng's voice rises as he speaks, his hands fists on the terminal edge. And the work that paid for that existence, the cycles of hard extraction out in the belt, Solheim took their cut. This was a company town, so to speak, and my parents were just another in the long line of freelance contractors willing to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. Disposable. This guy, stabbing at Hardin once again with his finger, strategized all that, did the sums, and then somehow, thousands and thousands of cycles later, is still going, still here, crawling in the walls like some shithead snake. He survived the revolution. Surely it can't be him. Feng relaxes a little. Who knows? He turns to you and smiles. So we are going to find out. Hardin is now a big shot in the shipyards, just a few degrees back around the eye from here. Feng brings up a map of the lower eye. Havenage might be born out of Erlin's revolutionary zeal, but a flat hierarchy it is not. Hardin happened to float to the top. Feng zooms in on the far yards. Feng grimaces. The thing is, I don't have access to those systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid and they don't like anyone from systems digging around in their stuff. Plus, we need more than just the name of a Solheim executive. We need proof. Feng holds up a thumbnail. Thumbnail? Oi, you want a thumbnail, mate? Feng holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. That's where this little creation of mine comes in. I call it a ripper worm. He turns the drive between his fingers. It'll rip through any digital storage and spin out a silken thread of filtered data. This one is set on the scent of Hardin Hurst. He hands it over. Getting into the compound might be tricky. Feng puts a hand on your shoulder. But you, however, have a particular knack for remote access. Feng grins. If you can extract yourself a Havenage cipher from a Havenage agent, they sometimes carry them among their data caches. You can crack open the compound's network and slot the worm in through any open port. You never even need to go near the shipyards. So what do you say? Up for it? I do think we want... I just realized my camera's been cutting me, or like probably chopping off part of my head. I do think we want to get some pay for the risk, even though we're relatively, like, helpful and, etc. This seems iffy. What's in it for me? Rooting out a corrupt snake not enough? Find the information and I'll start work on that tracker of yours. Feng scratches at his chin. Anything the worm gets, it'll send back here to me. There's something wrong here and I aim to get to the rotten core of it. There's something wrong here, and I aim to get to the rotten core of it. You leave Feng, digging through data, among the wires and machines of the old station. As you walk out, you try to imagine the eye as it once was, a vast machine, running smooth and strong, directed by people like Hardin. A vast Solheim-built machine into which thousands poured from the surrogate systems, looking for a new life. The hope of a better future, engineered to line someone else's pockets. It's an idea you are intimately familiar with. You think of Hardin, still alive, still part of this place, and wonder if the past is ever truly past. Cool. Neat. Yeah, so Feng is MIA now, or like roaming about doing Feng stuff. What else do we want to do today? Do we just do a bunch of work for Dragos? Like we have a bunch of 5s we can feed into cutter salvage. 2, 4, I mean, it's not the worst. Just do a ton of work today. Let's do yard clearance, 16 cryo. You cut your way into the ship, systematically separating and cutting. Piece by piece, the ship starts to come apart. Yeah, let's just do a ton of work today. Why not? We also just can nicely fill the yard clearance clock, leveraging our engineer +1 the entire time. Oh, gaming. Yeah. And that's yard clearance full up. The final pieces of the Winterlight sit in neat piles waiting for the collection shuttle from Havenage. Dragos has managed to sell the remaining pieces to the shipyards, a fact that's hard to forget, as he has been telling you about it for the past 2 cycles, and all that remains is for Havenage to come collect. You look around at the yard, transformed from when you first arrived. The mostly repaired drones flit back and forth, no longer buzzing unevenly or lost in dark corners. And the scrap is sectioned, sorted, the system that you and Dragos have put into place over the past cycles paying off. As you look, you notice the glow of pale light from the office by the entrance, that rundown cab of a building which houses all the records and spare equipment. Dragos must be inside, and you get to your feet and walk over to find out when the shipyard collection crew will be here. Knock. It's unexciting, but I think it's honest. Sleeper, come in. You swing the door open and walk in. Dragos is sitting at the small metal desk. The shipyards told me that they'd be here soon, and they'll hand over the chits and we are all set. He writes something with a stylus on his slate and then shuts it off. Of course we should talk about a bonus. He stands and turns to face you, his face placid. Look, I don't know when the next job is coming in, but this should tide you over for now. He opens his hand to reveal a stack of chits. What's going on here? I said, it's a bonus, take it. Dragos presses the chits into your hand. I've done well by you, and you've returned the favor. He straightens up and clears his throat, and you realize he has prepared what he is about to say. These chits are for you to take and do what you will with them. They are from me, and they are the last I'm gonna give you. He pauses. There's no more work for a sleeper in this yard. He folds his arms. I'm sorry, but that's it. You stay in the container as long as you need, but the yard is done with you. He turns away to his terminal. What do you mean? Don't press me, Sleeper. This is for your own good. The glassy apertures on Dragos' headset betray no emotion. You need to stay away, Sleeper. He pauses, considering his words. Trouble is going to follow you here. Trust me. What do you know? Dragos kicks at the floor, frustrated with himself. I'll not be saying any more, Sleeper. Dragos suddenly grabs you by the shoulder and drags you out of the office into the yard. He turns you to face a stack of pieces from the Winterlight, dissected, cut down, totally unrecognizable as a ship. You came through that, Sleeper. That should have been you, chopped and stacked. His hand trembles on your shoulder. That is what happens here. We cut down broken machines and move them on. Well, I didn't cut you down, but I'm sure as hell moving you on. Moving you on before whoever killed that ship out there comes to kill me. Kill you? Kill both of us, he shakes his head. These ships, they didn't get decommissioned. They didn't break down in dry dock. Yeah. They didn't break down in dry dock. You think they'd look like that if they did? Someone ended them. That means someone tried to end you, Sleeper. And I'm done waiting for them to turn up. We've had our fun. Now it's time. He gives you a little shove. Go on. He turns and walks back to the office. That's it, he shouts, and goes inside. The silence hangs in the air, and you leave, with your pockets filled with clinking chits and a strangely hollow feeling in your chest. I think I didn't notice that the other action, the dangerous one, was non-repeatable or whatever, right? Or I think that would have given us more information. I'm remembering something from the other playthrough I saw. It's fine. That's interesting, though. Curious. We do have 245 cryo now, so we're pretty good. Sorry, what was here again? Merchants? Yeah. We do have a 6 that we can burn somewhere. Why don't we... We have a 6 and a ton of money. So, let's work at the bar a little bit. Why not? Just cause. Positive outcome, plus 15 cryo and plus 2 good service. As you start your shift, a crew of salvagers barge in, and the next few hours are a whirlwind of chatter and long pours. They tip well. Neat. And yeah. Brain, emphasis stall. Give me some of that sweet fungus. I forgot to mention it in the prior playthrough. I think Emphis selling fungus is a reference to the mushroom at the end of the world, which I believe the developer has said this game is somewhat heavily inspired by. Which I don't really have any super deep thoughts on. I just thought that was a fun bit of trivia or whatever. Get some fungus, get to know Emphis a little more. Get some energy, get some fungus. Your mouth stings as your sensorium sends warning signals over and over. This is the good stuff. I think I forgot to read that too. Yeah. Sleep? Or like... Sorry, we can't sleep at the bar yet, right? Or like, we can buy rations, but we don't have a room or whatever. So yeah, sleep at the empty container. Don't worry about hunted. Our rolls today are real mid. Just kick around data for a bit. We don't really need to do anything else that aggressively. Sorry, checking with the scrap folks. I don't know if there's anything to be gained by just like spending some scrap to progress that. It's pretty medium. I forgot that we can work on the amber hull repairs too. How do we feel about this? It's probably a nice thing to burn the 5 on right now, or like just do this. Anakita, that's her name. With Anakita's help, you systematically isolate, repair, remove, reseal, etc. I've read that already. Yeah, we'll maybe do more of that. Let's take a quick look at data. We wanted to investigate Havenage agents, right? We don't have a 2 for that one, unfortunately. Havenage Gate. Ooh, Havenage Cipher. Okay. Interesting. Yatagan agent. It's the Mafia, right? Huh, some gang enforcers' implants are chirping out calm signals. Time to see what they're talking about. I'm curious. Let's give that a shot. Extract some data. Plus Yatagan data. Okay. So we have that. Hunter is filling up. I guess the more actions we take, the more that fills up. Is this the... Yeah, that's the 2 we didn't have a thing for. What's the keynote? Keynote's a 3? That's awkward. Is this also a 2? Yeah, that's also a 2. Okay, never mind. We have 2 2s, which is probably a good thing to remember. I thought we had a 4 somewhere, but I might be making that up. Or maybe I already, yeah, no, I'm just clicking on the 2s again. Maybe I already got the 4. The 4s are rough for working at the bar. Yeah, they're so rough for working at the bar. They get downgraded to a 3, and etc. So maybe work on the ambergris, or like we'll do this now. 50 pause, 50 neutral. Sure. Neutral outcome plus ship shape. I'll take it. Turns out a few years of retrofits have made the amber a fragile patient. Each repair is 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Just burn the 4s here. I don't know. Plus 2 to ship shape. Positive outcome. Systematically isolate and etc. Get in Anakita's good graces. Plus 1 ship shape. Neat. Perk effect, random scrap outcome. We're definitely collecting a lot of scrap. Stranded Mercenary, that was her title or whatever. Anakita is crouched in the computing core of the ambergris, swearing to herself when you enter. She doesn't look up. These shits completely ruined the core's connectors when they cut it. She holds up a thick fistful of ragged wires. The ship mind they ripped out won't even be usable without replacing these. She throws the bundle of wires across the room. Amateurs! Can we repair it? There's nothing to repair. We need an entire ship mind. Not exactly the first thing you can expect to dredge up from a scrap freighter. She sighs. Fragments, maybe. Sections of a mind. But a complete ship mind? No way. Anakita climbs out of the cooling well, where the ship mind should be. The space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you, towering over you as she stoops beneath the low curved ceiling. Come on, nothing to be done here now. She leads you back through the guts of the amber. Though you could find the way back yourself. The repair process has left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout, all diagonal angles and bundled tubes. Walk in silence. Hums and groans grow and fall as you pass. You reach out and touch the ship gently. You've started to grow an attachment to Amber. Anakita glances at you. Something up, sleeper? Thinking about Amber. Anakita softens. Funny to hear you use her name like that. She pauses. Not bad, just funny. We've been through a lot together, me and this ship. I'm glad you see why she's special. Anakita seems lost in thought, and you focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits and passing through bulkheads. Eventually you arrive in the galley, although it's hard to tell. Most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered in half-stripped components and welded hull patches. Anakita shoves a box of filters to the floor and sits. There's no way around it, she starts out of nowhere. We need a new ship mind. Oh, we can get one from the Ord Exchange, right? Is where from or I can salvage one better? Or closer to like, hey, Ord Exchange, let's go. Where from? Scrap freighter, Ord Exchange, hell, find one in the Overlook bathroom. Doesn't matter, just where, doesn't matter where, just matters that we get one. She rubs her forehead. It seems I'm about to do something very stupid, but hey, I came here, didn't I? Why not make a run of it? She fixes you with a hard stare. Sleeper, you're all I've got. No crew, no friends, you're it. She looks uncomfortable. I appreciate the time you've put in on Amber, and I'm sure she would too, if she could. What I'm saying is, if you screw me on this, I will kill you. She leans over and hands you a stack of chits. A big stack of chits. You don't dare count them. Get me that ship mind, Sleeper. Don't make me regret this. But... She sighs. Look, just get out of here before I change my mind. You slip out of the galley and head back towards the main dock. As you do, Amber growls and creaks like a caged animal. You reach a hand out to calm her. Time to find Anakita a ship mind. Somehow. Have I been saying Anakita? It's Ankita. Ankita. Whatever. Anyway, continue. We should check out the Ord Exchange, probably. Yeah, I haven't been thinking about the cell components thing because we're real good on money. But does do the trusted trader progress. Plus some cryo, minus a component, trusted trader. Let's go. Selling that scrap, getting a ship mind for Ankita. Ord Fabricator. Fabricate ship mind. Ship minds cannot be built from scratch, but if you have enough salvaged fragments, salvaged fragments can be reassembled with a fabricator. We need ship mind fragments. Okay. We just have data and some scrap components. Can we buy ship mind fragments? Play the exchange. Okay. Don't know. I kind of just assumed we could buy one from the Ord Exchange. Don't know. Offloading scrap, 2 ticks, cycle clock. Yeah, we have no dice left either, so we might just have to say that that's good enough. Maybe have a nice meal with Emphas. Or, you know, buying a meal from Emphas. Just to get Fungus Fan all checked off and close the day out with a full stomach. Yeah, plus energy, plus Fungus Fan, minus 15 cryo. Let's chat with Emphas. It's been a while since Emphas talked. What was Emphas's voice? Sleeper. Wait, no. 7. Sleeper. Sleeper. Emphas calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me a story. He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his wok, the fire leaping up to meet the oil. I see you, cycle in, cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind? Any kind. He pauses to drizzle something from a plastic bottle into the wok. But one of yours. He looks up at you. Nothing stolen. You pause, the spices rich in your nostrils, and think about the kind of story you'd like to tell Emphas. You look at Emphas, the listener, and imagine he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with some spice. Tell him about your dreams. All the sleepers, you tell Emphas, had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from the emulation process that had become tangled up in their minds and would come out when they slept. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorms scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams, those gray skeletal afterimages of systems and structures, of threads and patterns, weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares, they were reflections of reality. Distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now. I don't know. That was until now, until you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids with every blink. And now you understand they aren't dreams at all, but some process of interfacing, of speaking, of living in another world that flows through this one like smoke through air. You tell him that you do not know if there is a reason for your dreams. Perhaps, you reason, it is just some side effect or a particular quality of the frame you inhabit. But whatever it is a gift, and you hope to make use of it. Emphis finishes cooking and squints a little at you. Sleeper? Oh. Sleeper, he smiles. You are quite the storyteller. He eyes you, and you realize that he is trying to gauge how honest you have been in your story. Emphis passes you the meal he has cooked, and you take it gratefully. As you eat, he talks, a natural exchange. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks around at the emptying market. But my time is done for today, and I do not want to keep you longer, so I will make a proposal. He gestures to the plastic boxes of ingredients stacked behind his stall. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple of cycles ago. They said that across the gap, in the Greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard this? No. Neither had I, but I trusted one who told me. Emphis begins packing up his things. Can you bring me some? I cannot God damn it. It's not a me reading thing that makes me stumble, it's a like my mouth is stupid thing that makes me stumble. My hands are stupid, my mouth is stupid, etc, etc. Can you bring me some? I cannot cross the gap, and I worry about leaving my things behind. He smiles. I'm sure a storyteller like you could handle the trip. I will prepare them for you, and if you wish to tell it, be the audience for another story. Agreed. I like Emphis. Love me a good cook. Good, booms Emphis. Then I will wait for you to bring them. Emphis slides his walk away and straightens up. I will prepare a recipe then, Sleeper. Good luck with your foraging. You turn away and walk back into the main market, the rich taste of Emphis's food still lingering in your mouth. Stories for food, you think, a trade that seems more than fair. Neat. Yeah, I like Emphis. My voice for him almost certainly drifted since the first session, but who cares? Or like, work with me here. I think that's all the actions, so let's end the cycle and try not to think about Hunted. I wonder if I should work at the bar more, or like make more of a point of that. 4 dice. So we're into flickering now. Okay. So once we decay to flickering, that's 4, and then a bit more would be back down to 3. So that's more important for dice actions. Oh, that's how it works, isn't it? As the condition decays past each dice, the dice locks off. That would be my assumption based on how the UI is designed. That's very slick. I like that. I didn't notice that before. So, what do we want to do today? Low end gate. 1, 4, 3. We needed a bunch of things for Havenage agents, right? We needed 2s? I am forgetting. Keynode. Corporate countermeasure. Broken long ago by hackers. This needs a 3, and 3s are hard to use, or like, I don't know, 3 is not super exciting, so let's crack open this keynode, see what we can find. +1 encrypted key. 1 tick left on Hunter, which I'm sure is fine. And yeah, matches a 2, so we need a lot of 2s still. How do we feel about stuff? Work at the bar, buy a vial of stabilizer. Maybe buy a vial of stabilizer now. We have so much money, just so much money. And, yeah. Let's see what happens. Toshiro takes the chits and hands you a vial. When you ask after Sabine, he doesn't respond. Okay. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshiro's glare, you notice something wrapped around the stabilizer vial, clutched tightly in your hand. You open your hand and a thin film, marked with holes and sigils, unrolls from around the vial. At one end, it has a hard metal strip, a handle. Inspect the film? You hold the cloudy film up to the light. It is perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You can make out a word among the markings. Passkey. Is this an entry key for somewhere? Inspect the handle. The metal handle is worn and pitted, but you can see a set of numbers imprinted into it. 207-F. And then, crudely scratched into the handle at some later date, low end. For a moment, you consider going back to the surgery to return the key, and then quickly think better of it. Did Sabine want you to have this? Or is Toshiro passing a message? Or is Toshiro passing on a message? Time to head to the low end and find out. +1 upgrade point. Yeah, planned obsolescence. We now have 2 upgrade points, so let's self-repair. Cause I don't know, I wanted to do that, and now we do that. Whee! Also kind of like getting... If we get +2, we can burn some kind of bad rolls on engineer things, or like we could burn 4s on engineer rolls and still get a 100% positive outcome. We could burn 1s on them and do okay. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, it's now time to pay for the low end gate. I kind of forgot that this was a thing, honestly. After, yeah. Input, whoops. Pay the low end toll. You hand over the chits to the Atagan enforcer and he nods you through. Okay. Stop by Unit 207-F in the low-end apartment complex. Unlock apartment. You find the entrance to the apartment, its passkey symbol obscured beneath layers of graffiti. Who lives here? Input the passkey. The lock clunks open, the metal door swinging inward into the dark. As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of wall-mounted utility units, the detritus of a routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of the aging fixtures glaze everything with pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects, indistinct in the dull lighting. A pale blue light drifts from a doorway at the end of the room. Inspect the surfaces. Smudges through the thin layer of dust suggest a recent, rare, and hurried visit. They trace a path to the water dispenser, the auto wash, then to a cabinet still half open. On the shelf sits an empty pill case. Going to take a moment to sip. Yeah, I don't know. We're progressing. Speaking of taking a moment, don't care about that. Just checking 1 or 2 things off stream. Well, there is a good moment to pause. I read all this, so yeah. Go to the doorway. You cross the cramped utility room with its auto wash dispensers, water closet. Sorry, that just, all the calmness fried my brain for a second. You cross the cramped utility room with its auto wash dispensers, water closet, towards the doorway. Through the doorway is a dark, warm room, lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. Inspect that room. A bunk is tucked into the wall, the blankets ruffled. A wall desk glitters with rows of vials and containers. A briefcase lab sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds you do not recognize. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, controlled. Approach the terminal. As you approach, there is a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper! Sabine's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be there. I have to make alternate arrangements. I have had to make alternate arrangements. You hear rattling noises, static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare to show my face. Something is happening within Yatagan. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yatagan were supposed to hide me, to protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate. And then after that, I was too tired to care. A noise like waves passes over the recording. But I'm done with them now. I want out. Screw the debt. But I need insurance, something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I can't be sure. I need information. And, as you know, you need me. A pause. Something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. Another pause. I know sleepers. I've been here before. I can help you, but not with Yatagan's noose around my neck. Get me data. Get me information. Get me something that I can use against Yatagan. Then I can get out, and you can get what you need. Please. Waves of static cut into Sabine's voice. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get to it when I can. You look around the tiny room and try to imagine Sabine living here, working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk, blinking into the terminal in the dark. The recording cuts to static, filling the room with its white hiss. Then, silence. Access the terminal. You sit in front of the terminal and hit a few keys. Sabine has left an access port open, but the rest is encrypted, locked away behind passcodes. It seems Sabine might not trust you as much as you want to think. Who does Sabine need to hide from? And what debt do they owe to Yatagan? You try to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. The only thing you know is that without stabilizer, your body will die. You glance at the briefcase lab on the desk, its glassware glinting in the dark. You turn away and leave, the door clunking shut behind you. Back in the corridor, you notice the scrawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yatagan. You feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand. Low end. Ooh, we have some options. Block maintenance, engineer. Maintained by their residents, the ramshackle blocks are always in need of repairs. Helping out is a good way to make friends. Okay. And play Tavla. The clack of filter caps can be heard in every concourse in the low end, as the residents play rotating rounds of this game for cryo. Yeah, low ender. No one knows you here. You'll need to change that if you want access to the low end's residents and facilities. The free spoke. Huh. Oh! Okay. There's a lot of stuff, huh? Enter the spoke. A tangled network of service passages and makeshift tunnels cut through the spoke as if it were a hive. There are no maps here. Scale the spoke. Blistered with precarious elevators and stairways, the spoke can be navigated from the outside, but the climb requires bravery. Spoke climber. The spoke is a layer after layer of dense urban fabric. The only way to explore it is vertically. That seems daunting? Founder's Gap. To reach the Greenway, you need to pay for a pass. A practice invented by the spacers moored here. They call it Founder's Ferry. We do have a ton of money, but some of that is Anakita's money for the ship hive mind? So I don't necessarily want to burn through all of it right away, or like without thinking too hard. What do we want to do here? Yeah, sorry, 1 second, just look at the ore fabricator again. We need free ship mind fragments. I don't know, still don't know where to get those, so check out the low end. We're burning a 4 on block maintenance seems pretty good. Seems like something. +1 low end or neutral outcome. You join a group of residents trying to repair the tangled innards of an elevator motor and manage to spot the problem, a burnt out resistor. Big person who knows a little bit of electronics repair energy, just like, oh, I think the thing that's charred black is the problem. Yeah, how do I wanna do this? We can burn the 6 in the bar if we want to get more familiar there. Where do we burn the 1 though? Or like, what does this go? Is 50 neutral, 50 negative? Boy, let's take one last look at data, because we have more area. We have more. Sorry, not that. We have more like nodes and stuff we can look at, right? Yet again, key node, yet again. And the greenway is over there. So what are... Oh, yes. Love to burn a 1 at a yet again agent. Some gang enforcers' implants are chirping out comm signals. Love to bypass that. Okay. Alright, Hunter. Oh, a glimmer in the dark catches your eye as the orb of Hunter's head appears in the distance. It is looking for you. Hide. You slip down into the ghostly structures of the eye, a feeling like passing through a cloud as their data structures deform and reform around you. Another glimmer catches your eye. Closer now, that roving orb, wreathed in tentacles. It flickers, jumps, once, twice, and then it is here. Hunter is here. Entity, submit to inquiry! Hunter reaches for you in that unpleasantly familiar way. Its waving threads create a cage. Struggle. You push against the threads as they close in. You, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You are caught by whipping tendrils and feel them pulling you away from the anchor of your body. You push through, clearing the threads. Entity, hold for processing! Comes the scream from behind, but you are already gliding away, back to your anchor, your body. You awake, dizzy, distorted, but safe. Okay. I don't know why, but I've kind of committed to, working at the bar. I don't know. Just, this feels very telling about me as a person who's just like, oh, that lady did one nice thing for me once. Let's, you know, help her forever. Neutral outcome again, rip, or like, slow progress. Not getting super lucky with the neutral versus, positive outcomes. Don't think there's anything we can spend money on right now to progress stuff, and we are, I guess we're up to 222 again, which is a bit better than we were. Have I looked at the shipyard at all? Hull materials are right, I looked at it once early on. Let's just go back to the container and rest for a moment. Oh, we have some options now. Okay, so we can inject the stabilizer. Without regular doses of stabilizer, sleeper bodies actively decay. A corporate insurance policy to disincentivize escapees like... Words are hard. Like you. Good enough. So yeah, we have stabilizer and perk self-repair. With some careful engineering, you can patch up your damaged body with scrap components. The result isn't pretty. I am curious how good scrap repair is. it gets us one tick. Maybe we sleep once and then use the stabilizer. Scrap repair or self-repair is a little less good than I was hoping for. Or, yeah, quite a bit weaker if I'm being honest, but I don't know, still helpful, hopefully. Let's, yeah, end the cycle anyway. Oh, I forgot to eat somewhere in there. Okay. Let's just input one stabilizer right now off the bat just to clear things up. Condition stabilized, body repaired, -1 stabilizer. I don't know if that's over aggressive. I assume we probably shortchanged ourselves some bit, but boy do I like having various actions. Or, you know, the full suite of actions, full dice. Yeah, what do we want to do? What's the best use of our time here? We can feed the 6 into the bar. We have the 2 for a havenage agent. Let's do the havenage thing. Burn one of our 2s here and extract that data. Neutral outcome plus havenage data. Woo! Yeah. Do a shift at the bar. Give me a positive outcome, please. I'm sinking. I'm almost certainly sinking too many dice into this. Positive outcome, plus 15 cryo and good service. Yeah. The same text as last time. What do we want to do? Do. Low end, burn a 4 on block maintenance. We had some other data stuff that I don't remember offhand. The yet again requires a 1. This keynote also requires a 1. So we have some data points to burn 1 on. Or 1s. Sorry, that's the same yet again agent. Whoops. There's another havenage, right? The havenage agent wants the 2. We got so many 2s, yeah, okay. Those are still there. We can burn these somewhere? What do we want to do? Fix the ambergris, get Sabine out, get to know Emphas, etc., etc. Yeah, let's get to know folks in low end, maybe. Bump that 4 up to a 5. Do some block maintenance. Plus energy and plus 2 to low ender. You refit the long broken fans of a family's air filters. They insist you join them for dinner, and the children are delighted by your presence. I'll just burn the 3 here too. Hope we don't roll a negative. I've been very cautious with the rolls so far. Neutral outcome plus low ender. Okay, sure. Burnt out resistor again. Emphas, I want some fungi. Ooh. A Girol fricassee. Emphas wants to make this old recipe. He'll need 3 handfuls of Girol caps, fresh and firm. Okay, so once we actually have those, we can do that. But let's just get some of that sweet fungus. Plus 3 energy, fungus fan, and cryo. Fungus fan, of course, now complete, or like that's nothing. And I think that's all we can do today. Technically have scraps for self-repair, but let's just end the cycle here, or we're full up from the stabilizer. So yeah, how many pips do we lose each time for? Well, yeah, self-repair only heals a pip, but I mean, I'll maybe do that at the end of day, see if we need the scrap or anything. Hunted, still ticking. Sorry, weird, terrible burps. Or like, yeah, God, move on. Oh, we have access to Mingi Express, a noodle factory and delivery, huh? Tambour Tea House, yet again run tea house. Interesting. I mean, check out the new places, I guess. Tavla room. The Tavla room in the Tambour Tea, the Tavla room in the Tambour houses some of the best players in the low end. This is serious, high-stakes only play. And tracking Havenage. You've heard that the Yadigan enforcer based here has been paying low-end residents for information on Havenage movements. We do have some Havenage data we can feed into that. Will we see Fang at some point, or like is there a different place we need to be tossing that for Fang to be doing stuff? Also, hey merchants, buy shipmine fragment! Okay, a couple of shipmine fragments, and they're selling them at a high price. I mean, I don't know when we'll get to see them again, so. Buy two? Yeah. You reluctantly hand over the chits. You know they're fleecing you, but you need this. And we can't do this. Yeah, action unavailable. Haggle over prices engage. We don't have that. Or like we can't do the check. Okay. Let's check out the Mingi Express for a minute too. Express delivery. Delivering noodles to the nameless units of the low end takes guts and a certain fearlessness when it comes to asking for tips. Or a noodle manufacturer. Noodle manufacturer. Mingi has a kelp stack in the basement, and he makes noodles from the seaweed. He doesn't pay much, but he'll feed anyone who does a shift. How do we feel about stuff? I want to burn some Havenage data. Just for fun, or like to see... Oops, that's the wrong thing. Just to see what happens. The tea house's enforcer signals for a hacker to come out for the upload. Their eyes widen as the data streams onto their system. Okay. Burn a 5 on the engineer here? Can burn both our 5s here. Plus energy and plus low ender. Interesting. Yeah. Why not? See what happens. The Tavla tables are full. You'll have to wait for another cycle. What does that buy us? New drive discovered. Caster, curious data fence. Pardon me while I build a home. There's a derelict unit in the low end that remains unclaimed. With lots of scrap and a little work, it could be yours. Gather scrap at the unit. Oh. Abandoned housing unit. I would love to not live in a metal box. I have literally done the thing of just like, could I tiny home a shipping container? Cause, oh god, yeah, I probably couldn't, or I know I can't even afford to do that right now, but anyway. Let's take a look at the derelict unit before we check out the data broker. Gather materials. This half-built unit looks long forgotten, a project that never made it. With enough scrap, you might be able to seal it up. So yeah, we can input some scrap there. Scrap pile before amassing enough. Or we need a whole pile to do that. Okay. Caster. You cross between two walls of units, one of the cavernous streets at the center of the low end. The pressurized bridge is full of the clack of tavla, the shouts of children, the whir of air filters. Sleeper. You turn to see a man sitting at a tavla table alone, somehow untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to the stool on the opposite side of the table. Sit. Sit. You sit at the metal stool and he starts setting out the board with counters, or at least the filter caps low-enders typically use in their place. Caster, he says by way of introduction, looking over his glasses. Night or day, he asks, gesturing at the caps, crudely sprayed white and black. Night. He nods. The black counters are already on your side. Let's begin. You take a plastic die each, pitted and worn, and roll to determine who starts. Caster rolls a 6, you a 4. I lead, he smiles, and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. Play passes back and forth between you, the dice changing hands as the caps spread The dice changing hands as the caps spread along the board. As it does, Caster speaks, eyes not leaving the caps. It is unusual to see a sleeper on the eye. That's why I wanted to play you. You take your turn, rolling a 5 and a 6. Play carefully. After all, a sleeper's mind must be somehow different to a human one. Being emulated, I mean. As Caster talks, you build up a wall of caps, stacking them safely across the board. Progress is slow, but you remain unexposed. I don't mean to offend you, Caster meets your eye. I merely see that you are by definition different. What has been subtracted in the emulation? What has been added? He slides a single cap onto an open point, a risk and an opportunity. He hands you the dice. Do you ever think about this, sleeper? About what you were before and what you are now? Always. You roll a double 1 and solidify your wall. Caster whistles. The holding game. Commendable. It can be brave to build from what came before. He rolls the dice and leaps your wall in a single move. But we cannot idle too long, sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we are caught. The past you is not just an idea, a concept for you. It is a living, breathing person. He looks up over his glasses, his eyes bright and wide. You split from them like a shadow splitting from its caster. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they will wake and carry on with their lives, unaware of your fate, no matter what it may be. He hands you the dice, smiling. You are a branch severed from the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak. You roll again, under pressure now, trying to slip your caps out from under Caster's before he solidifies control of the game. So what I am curious about is how you see yourself in all of this. What does this tangle of truths make you? Driven. Caster laughs. That much is obvious, sleeper. I see it in your eyes. You're eager to make all this count for something. Caster looks away, through the glass to the crowded units on all sides. But driven towards what? He starts, removing caps, his homeboard now full. Is there an end here, or just endurance? You try a few more rolls, attempting to get in the game, but Caster clears his homeboard with a sense of the inevitable. He has known he was winning for a while. I feel I may have pushed too far. He slides another cap from the board. I apologize. My curiosity has a habit of getting the better of me. You roll to return a cap to the board, but all the spaces are blocked. Caster claps his hands apologetically. You play well, really. Your weakness is... Your weakness is not your game. He smiles warmly. We have much to learn from each other. He slides his glasses back up his nose and sits back. I feel we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. His eyes glint with that last word. To our mutual benefit. He slides his final cap from the board. It is over. He is won. Elsie? Please, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. He holds up his palms. My intention is only to help you endure here, and, if I am able, feed my curiosities. The game is over. You notice the bustle of the walkway once more, the call of the children, the deliveries, the arguments and reconciliations. They wash over you as you stand and leave, Castor nodding goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening you are sure was there. Neat. Data fences, Tavla table. So yeah, Castor stuff is ticking. We can immediately do things, maybe? Okay. So yeah, Castor wants data. Castor wants a lot of data. Huh. What are the old guard up to these days, I wonder? I have a ship mind for you, if you'll indulge my curiosity. Havenage protocols, we're getting a ship mind. We have 2 ship mind scraps, and tossing, what was that, 120 cryo worth of spend on those 2 ship mines seems ill-advised. So maybe we're not getting the ship mind that way. And then Yatagan business. The stories about Yatagan are brutal, but I want the truth. A vial of stabilizer should provide the motivation. Okay, so yeah, interesting. Right. Bunch of stuff is happening now, or a bunch more things. We need scrap for you, we need another ship mind fragment. Do we just buy more ship mind fragments from the merchants once they have more stock? Does it refresh every 3 cycles? Okay. What do we want to do now? We do have more dice to burn, 2 6s and a 3. I think we had a 3 somewhere, somewhere? I would love to get a Havenage agent's data, but I think like a bunch of stuff wants 2s. I thought we had a 3. This part of the game very much just exposing what a sieve my memory is. 1s and 2s and 1s. Oh, maybe one of them wanted to... Was there a thing? Oh, okay, never mind. So we just gotta find some way to burn that 3. Boy, what do we want to do? Work at the bar? Because I committed more than I should to that, and I don't know. Sunk cost fallacy. Sunk cost fallacy. I mean, it's fine. I'm sure something will happen. That's how the game works. Neutral outcome plus 13 cryo and good service. People flow in and out of the Overlook, keeping you busy. Your mind drifts to those easy fantasies of just passing through. Can we burn the 3 with the -1 there is pretty rough. Oops, didn't mean to do that. The 6 will almost certainly overshoot, or not a 50% chance to overshoot, but I'd like to just complete good service. And neutral outcome, 13 cryo and plus good service. That stuff flows. We have Tavla's backing, and that means a lot. Or sorry, Tala's, not the game. We were just playing with the information broker. Let's talk to Tala. I 100% do not remember her voice. The Girol slides from the bottle into the lumpy recycled glass, a pale grassy yellow under the Overlook's warm lights. The spacer nods and takes the drink, bringing it up to their face in both hands like an offering bowl. This is the good stuff. The stuff Tala says is aged in wooden casks, stored in some closed-off part of the old station among corroded wires and softly looping systems, though sometimes it's hard to tell if Tala is joking. Either way, you like pouring the stuff. It gets on your fingers, and if you rub them together, you can smell the mossy drink, cut through the aniseed, mushrooms, wood, as the alcohol evaporates. You like those who order it too. The aged Girol is kept beneath the bar, open to order only by those who know it's there, like the quiet spacers sitting at the bar right now. Watch the spacer? They are far enough away that you can freely watch them as you close the bottle and tuck it beneath the bar. You call them a spacer because they bear the hallmarks, pale, vac-suited, bird-boned, and hunched beneath the weight of the station's spin gravity. But the closer you look, the less you see the less you see a type. Pale eyes, almost gray, but kind. Delicate fingers that lightly drum the bar as if it was an instrument. A shock of black hair, almost covering a forehead scar. Scars are something you have learned to value. They are what marks out your body from the hundreds, maybe thousands, who knows, of similar models that rolled out of SNARP's biolabs. You find yourself rubbing one on your forearm, a rough little split. Something that, on the good days, you might think of as a mark of defiance. Suddenly, you hear a heavy clunking at the door. It creaks open, and a huge cylindrical metal tank tumbles through, slamming into the floor. Shit! Tala breezes in from behind it, a whirl of hair and bright eyes. Shit, shit, shit! Tala? Sleeper! She ducks behind the bar and comes over. Can you help me with this? You look at the huge metal tank suspiciously. How did you get that up here? Tala puts a hand on her hip. Are you gonna help me or what? You come around the bar and get on the side of the tank. Okay, says Tala. On my count. 1, 2, 3. You both heave the tank up to standing. Somehow, you hold it in place, struggling to keep it steady. Tala? In the back! Comes a voice from behind the tank. Oh, I don't know who this is, so, that voice might change. Somehow, or sorry, maybe they just meant Tala, whatever. Somehow you manage to lug the huge thing into the back room, where you place it in one corner, dwarfing the rest of the contents in the cramped space. As you do, you hear a crunch. You stand back and look at the expired rations oozing out from under the tank. Oh shit, Tala looks at you apologetically. I know you liked those. That's fine, that's okay. You push the crunched rations to one side. That's the end of that. Tala looks exhausted and rubs her shoulders. Francis, I swear to... Francis? Francis, I mentioned him already. My guy on the door. Deals with suppliers. Tall, she sighs. He was supposed to be back from Etanese up in the Greenway by now. Back with our Girol. She leans back against the tank. It seems like he got lost again, or joined the Haifa commune. Is Haifa a Friends at the Table reference? That would be interesting if it was. I have not seen anything about the Haifa in this game. In Friends at the Table, Haifa are a spacefaring race of kind of like deer-like people. They are described as nomadic. They followed... or they used a kind of idiosyncratic stellar navigation system that was kind of a cultural thing, but that got co-opted by colonizers, and yeah. So, if any of that starts popping up in here, weird cold shot. We need that Girol. There's 4 other bars near here, and the spacers sure as hell don't come to the Overlook for the ambiance. She looks through the door. She looks through the open door to check if anyone can hear her. She knocks on the hollow tank. So I'm taking matters into my own hands, she smiles. Welcome, sleeper, to the Overlook Distillery. You look around the dank back room. Need some work. She picks at some of the paint flaking from the metal walls. Well, I might need some help, though. She shrugs. You up for it? She knocks on the tank again. Could be fun. I don't know, happy to help. Okay, she grabs you by the shoulders. I'm excited. She turns around and looks at the tank. I reckon we chop this thing in half, one half for fermentation, the other we turn into a still. We also need to gather the ingredients. She turns back and looks at you. You look more like a chopper than a gatherer, she smiles. So how about you build the still and tub while I work on the rest? Oh, wait, Sleeper, I have an idea. Tala is grinning now, and it's making you nervous. To make up for the rations, how about we put a kitchen in here too? Will it fit? We'll make it work. She turns back to the tank. This is going to be great, she says to herself. You look at the dented tank and to the bare room. At least she has vision. Tala nudges you out of the back room and closes the door. As you go back to the bar, you hear the banging and thumping begin. The spacer finishes up their drink and nods in your direction as they leave. You can't quite tell if it's a gesture of sympathy or good luck. So much for a quiet shift. Neat. Improve the overlook. Help set up the distillery. Yeah, she wants to build a distillery in the back room, and she's hard to say no to. Sorry, I'm just going to take a brief break here. We have a 3 to burn. That's the main thing left. Our derelict unit. Hey, Audio Evil. Thank you, good to see you, good to have you. And all that stuff. 2 shipmine fragments, right, we should drop off some Yatagan data while I'm thinking of it. I think that's a fine use of Yatagan data. Do that. Help Sabine out. Did we have... want to do some more stuff there? They want Havenage data. We have so many 2s in data view or whatever, so many 2s that we need to get to use there. So we'll burn the 3 on... I don't think I actually looked at the overlook bar. Build the still stuff. Yeah, engineer. You'll need to cut Tal's tank down and turn it into a still and a fermentation tub, as well as setting up the room for distilling. It's a big job. Overlook distillery. You aren't sure Tala knows what she's doing, but she is a hard person to say no to. So it looks like you're building this thing. I mean, using a thing we have a +1 on is not the worst way to use a 3. Let's try to build the still. Negative outcome, minus energy, okay. No, yep, minus energy, no progress, it's fine, don't worry about it. I think that's everything. Hunted is going to tick tomorrow, okay. Empty container. I guess we end cycle. Maybe I should self-repair, although we need scrap. If I want to move into the apartment, we need to save scrap, so... end the cycle. Here we go. Hold it there, Sleeper, comes a voice from behind you. Don't you run. They look like someone who will shoot me. I kind of want to run. We're bad at physical, but I kind of... Run. A strike across your back knocks your face down onto the floor. I told you not to run, idiot. Ethan pulls you up. He's wearing a wide smirk and a slick jacket, and you immediately know there's terrible news. And you immediately know he is terrible news. You got all the way out here and then stayed put? He laughs a cruel laugh. That a sleeper thing? You're my first. You barely hear him. You've noticed the handgun he has leveled at your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out from a belt loop without taking his eyes off you. Making it to the eye, though, that's pretty good. This place... brain reading. This place isn't so bad. Bars, market, people. Wow. I'm tripping myself up way too much. Markets, people. I pull most of my contracts out of asteroid caves or off of godforsaken moons. He splits the ring in 2 perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. Who are you? Just a freelancer on a contract. He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrists. Go easy. Yeah, he's a gun with a man. He's a man with a gun who's already hit us. Let him. Good, you've got the idea. He grins. It's over. Ethan nudges you to start walking. To the ship and home, he whistles. Going easy. You stumble down the corridor, your hands behind you, your mind racing. Please, stop. Don't debase yourself by begging, please. Ethan pulls a sharpshooter's earplug out, then pops it back in. Consider these deaf ears. Ethan yawns and continues to nudge you down the corridor. Shame to come all the way out here just to head back to SNARP right away. The tracker of yours makes this too quick. Was hoping you'd put up a bit more of a chase, you know? A running battle through the bright market maybe, or a holdout in the low end. There's a few establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while I asked around. You walk on in silence for a little longer, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. That SNARP tracker will be the death of you. Hey, I have an idea. Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about on the way back to the ship we stop for a drink? I'm buying. He laughs at his own joke. Do I have a better idea? I have a better idea? This better not be one of those where you do a dramatic pause and then try to jump me, because I'm pretty tired of that. Although, muses Ethan, I've got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are in one of the most lawless joints in the surrogate systems, and we are heading for the exit. He pauses, and you trudge on in silence. Okay, here's the idea, starts Ethan. You and me, we make a little agreement. Here are the terms. He turns you to face him. You run or leave or try to abandon the eye, I shoot you. You plot or scheme or you try to kill me, I shoot you. But, he smiles, you come to meet me at an establishment of my choice every few cycles, and you pay my tab, I don't shoot you. He pauses. You don't pay my tab? He rattles his handgun. You get the idea. I get it. Okay then, that sounds to me like a deal. He stretches. You know, I really thought I was going to have to kill you, but this is so much better. He clicks something at his belt and the rings release from your wrists. I'm gonna see if I can find my old stool at the compressor club. Come see me there. He aims the handgun at you, squinting down the sight. Let me just remind you, that body of yours is one big tracker, so don't even think about leaving the eye. I'll know. Ethan turns and strides off down the corridor, slipping his handgun away. The mix of relief and terror you feel is overwhelming. What are you going to do? Yeah, Ethan's a problem. I think we have a 1 somewhere in data? God, I will never remember where any number is on these notes. Yet again, agent, some enforcers, implants, leaving stuff. Yeah, that stuff will happen, I guess. We'll deal with Ethan at some point. Whew. And thus ends, I think, all of my foreknowledge from the one prior playthrough I've seen. More or less. So yeah, yet again, agent data. We can take that to Sabine. Oh, compressor club is ticking. Or we need to... Ethan's tab. This bill isn't going to be small, is it? Okay, so that fills up in a few days. Merchant freighter, do you have more shipmind things? No, not yet. Okay. Sabine. Where were you again? Unit 207F. Give Sabine some yet again data. Start action. The terminal chirps, the data quickly tucked away in Sabine's encrypted system. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Yatagan data uploaded, the air crackles with white noise. Sleeper! Sabine's voice, weaker than before, comes through the haze. Sabine? A sigh of relief comes through the layers of noise. The call must be coming in from somewhere on the station. This has to be short. I don't know if Yatagan are monitoring me. Their voice is hushed, distant. You try to focus on it. The data you've been bringing in from Yatagan agents, there's something in it I don't understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. This data is all gleaned from their implants, records of integration with their nervous systems, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants, and I didn't enable any of this functionality. Their voice dips under the level of the noise, like a swimmer slipping beneath the water. You listen to the waves for a few seconds before Sabine reemerges. Has to be somehow baked into their wetwares interface, and that's not all. The systems compiling this data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. Wait, why? Every Yatagan enforcer is equipped with black market implants, retinal enhancements, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves, on the enforcers' bodies, on their performance. Why? I can't tell. But I can promise you, these foot soldiers have no idea this is going on. The background tone switches, dropping to a grainy rumble. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yatagan could have a mutiny on their hands. You lean towards the terminal, straining to listen to Sabine's faint voice. I need a few cycles to put all this together, but it might be the information I need to pressure Yannick into releasing my debt. Stay silent. Suddenly a banging echoes through the call. Sabine's voice is suddenly whispered, panicked. I have to go! Come back in 4 cycles! Then the sharp crack of a disconnect, and silence fills the apartment. You step back from the terminal. What does Yatagan have to gain from monitoring its own members? You try to recall what you know about the gang, but you have little to go on. You think of Toshiro, Sabine's minder, his mirrored teardrop implants set below hard eyes. What data could they be gathering? And more importantly, where are they sending it? You reflexively rub your forehead, trying to think. Can you really trust Sabine? How did they come to be Yatagan's doctor in the first place? You think of their kindness, their care, but also that glazed look of recognition they gave you when they first met you. That look stays in your mind as you slip back out of the apartment, glancing around as you close it up and drift into the corridors of the station, unable to shake the unpleasant sensation of being observed. Neat. Okay. So that's Sabine stuff happening. What do we want to do? We don't have an immediate way to get shipmind fragments. Don't have the right type of data for some stuff. What was at Mingy? Here again, jobs and food and etc. Yeah, nothing terribly exciting. Just poking around a little bit, don't mind me. Let's grab some food from Memphis, because we hungry. Start action. Leave. Whew. could just work at the Overlook, or like do the build the still stuff. 50-50. Build the still. +2 Overlook Distillery, sure. Sorry, I was just thinking, did we have more we could do in the, not the derelict unit, the apartment building? No, right, it's split off into all the sub-locations. Yeah. Is there anything still there at the surgery? Or yeah, acquire stabilizer? Sure. Can we work at the shipyard too? Or like the shipyard might be a good way to get scrap for stuff. I wouldn't mind at least checking out the shipyard, burn like the 4 here. You observe the shipbuilders and try to make yourself useful, carrying tools into crates. You begin to notice how they work. I don't remember if we had a 3 in the network or not. I remember the giant pile of 2s. My memory isn't that bad. I thought we had something other... Oh, Havenage data. Oh, we have Havenage data. Or a Havenage cipher now. Right, oh, okay. This gate keeps traffic out of the Havenage shipyard's internal network. The correct cipher can grant you access. Working? Gate H4 access. The gate flips. You are in. Ooh, Havenage port H33 double? Or 2 pips? Oh. An open port sits waiting for you to slot in a Ripper Worm. What will you find where? Yeah, this is Fang's, Fang's Ripper Worm to pull Havenage data to track the weird old guy. The weird old capitalist. That didn't do much as far in terms of progressing hunter actions. I forgot to read this thing. The worm slots in and begins tunneling down a thread. Godspeed, little one. Yeah, interesting. I don't know what we actually use encrypted keys for. Or I don't think we found. Don't think we found what that was for. Key nodes, 1s and 2s? Yeah, 1s and 2s. What else do we want to do? Data fence, 2F, emphasis stall or fabricator, doot. Meow, meow, meow. Still only 1 scrap. Let's do something. Let's burn. I'm a little more interested in spending the good roll at the shipyard, because I would like scrap. But we'll try this. Positive outlook or outcome +2 to the Overlook Distillery. Tala comes to help you for a bit and chats to you about her plans for the Overlook. A second pair of hands makes the work go easier. There are so many pips on this clock. Something happens when it's done. Or like, yeah, lots and lots of steps. Fang's Bay. Oh, Fang's. Is that back up? It'll take a few cycles to do its thing. Okay. Yeah, work at the shipyard. Or try to get some scrap and cryo and etc. +2 to yard hand, +5 cryo. That is some bad pay. You shadow a shipbuilder who is impressed when you know how to double seal a hull plate. He slips you a tip at the end of the shift. Okay. Little bit underwhelming, but I don't know. It's one of the only other engineer things we have available to us right now aside from the still. Rest? We have one more day with 5 dice before we have to start worry about losing action economy to our body decay. We can self-repair too, but I don't really want to burn scrap on that right now. Kind of wishing I didn't sell so much scrap to the Ord Exchange initially, but yeah, we hungry again. We get a handful of rolls. We get at least 1, 2. A 2 into 1, so yeah, we have some data stuff we can do. Doxy 4, yeah, merchants aren't due for a couple days, or a little while yet. Let's do some data stuff. Because otherwise I will forget. Or like, I'll not remember offhand. Keynote 00, let's do this. A personal terminal is empty. This personal terminal is empty apart from a single high-level encryption locked behind access protocols. Bypass. Extract that data. +1 encrypted key. One day I'll have a use for encrypted keys. One day. Yet again, agent. For some reason that wasn't popping up on. Or no, they don't pop up on hover. Havenage agent. I would like some more Havenage data. Because I think Fang might need this. Or we can feed it to the person at the Yadigan agent at the T-bar for something, some reason. Extract that data. Neutral outcome plus Havenage data. Find something to burn the 3s and 4s on in the meat space. What am I most curious about right now? Could do. Well, our attention's kind of split, or like, go to the overlook bar. Do this at least once. Build the still. Positive outcome +2 to overlook distillery. Tala helps for a bit. We've read all that text. Could just power through this, or like not. I guess if we rolled, can this even get a positive outcome? 25% with our bump up from engineer. Sure. I'm kind of into this now, or like now that some of the initial progress is done. Don't hate just powering through building the distillery. Work with Tala, get stuff done. Positive outlook again. Positive outcome. Ooh, we were lucky. Did that not progress it, or did I miscount? Either way. How much food does, or how much hunger does, oh, you have to, right, this place requires dice, or it'll give you food for dice. Yeah, just leave stuff there, I guess. I mean, we could eat with Memphis, or Emphis. God, I'm never going to remember to say his name correctly. Rolled past our little empty container. Yeah, I guess we're gonna drop down to 5 next turn, or next cycle. 3, 5, 5, 1. Hume. Okay. Well, that happens. Yeah, rolls today. Little bit iffy. Well, let's have a nice breakfast with, Emphis. And yeah, what now? What? Take a look at the compressor club. Yeah. So Ethan just hanging there being absolutely miserable. Overlook bar, grime spacer, haunt. Meow, 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 do, do, do. The 5s will upgrade to 6s, so why don't we just take care of the Overlook bar right now? Or like, get the final 2 pips on build the still. +2 to Overlook Distillery. And we got some scrap off that, which is nice. Tala stands back from the newly finished still and tub, hands on hips. Look at this, she grins. The Overlook Distillery in all of its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you. What's next? There is an issue. What's the problem? Well, Girol, the drink, as you probably guessed, is named after Girol the mushroom. That's what gives it that golden color and earthy taste. The alcohol is infused with the mushrooms along with a mix of spices. That means you need Girol caps to make Girol, but no one wants to supply us. The distilleries on the Greenway are taking all the stock from the farms the distilleries on the Greenway are taking all the stock from the farms out there, so it's hard to get a single cap across Founder's Gap. However, I have an idea, she smiles. We can grow our Girol caps here, she gestures at the increasingly equipment-filled back room. I don't know that I can we have information from Memphis that we can get mushrooms. Are you sure, though? Totally sure. Tala puts a hand on the still. We made a still. We set all this up. How hard can growing mushrooms be? They don't need light. They barely need soil. We can do this. She pauses. Or at least we could if we had something to grow them from. I see where this is going. She rolls her eyes. Okay, yes, I need a favor. She puts a hand on your shoulder. And you are the perfect person to get me those spores. She nods rapidly. Think about it. You built the still, you are great with plants, you know the eye like the back of your hand. Need I go on? Half of that isn't even true. Don't be so modest, she pats your shoulder. Look, I can't leave the bar and the other people picking up shifts, she grimaces. I'm saying it has to be you. Fine. Wonderful. You'll love it over on the Greenway, I think. All that fresh air, open space. She sees your expression. Okay, I'm done. She turns back to look at the still and the fledgling distillery forming around it. It really is something, though, isn't it? And want to or not, you really have to agree. Yeah, neat. Spores. Homegrown. Needs 3 spores. Okay, or at least I assume 3. 1 spore could tick it multiple times, but that would be kind of weird. Just kind of intuitively or design-wise, or whatever. We could pay for the Greenway, but still we need money for another ship mind part for Anakita. And she will kill us if we steal her money. Or at least, like, she made the threat very clear, so. I don't know, how much does it cost again? $1.50? Oh, we don't even have the money, never mind. Don't pay any attention to me. Yeah, we were flush with cash for a while, and then I decided to buy the shipmind fragments, and then we're here. We're not doing too bad, but yeah, a little bit thin on cash. We had another one we could burn data stuff on. Let's do some shipbuilding. Burn some dice, earn some money. +1 to yard hand, you observe, notice some stuff. 100% positive. +2 yard hand, +5 cryo. Efficient extractor, or our machinist perk, getting us some more scrap. Can almost get that apartment, or do the apartment thing. And we had one, I think it was a Yadigan agent that we could extract some data from with one. Yeah, sure. Why not? We don't immediately need it for Sabine, but it's a way to use one. Get some Yadigan data to sit on. I guess, what's his face? We do, if, there aren't that many more Yadigan agents though, but Castor does want Yadigan data, so that's something to remember. I think that's more or less everything. We are going to just have 5 actions again tomorrow, or sorry, 4 dice. But I don't want to burn scrap. And I don't really want to pay for, budgeting. Love to escape real life to do budgeting. Yeah. I don't know why, but I do want that apartment. Or it feels like, it's good, whenever I'm kind of doing role-playing games or whatever, if I'm just like, I don't know why, but I want that thing, I try to lean into that, just cause. Yeah, so let's end the cycle here. Hungy. Mix of rolls, 2 5s, 2 3s. Ethan's almost done ticking. Unit 207F. Sabine is, got Sabine to talk to tomorrow. Just looking around, doing a thing. Fang, right. We haven't talked to Fang in a while. What did Fang's Ripperworm pull out of the Havenage network? As you arrive, Fang comes striding towards you, taking you by surprise. Let's go, Sleeper! He puts a hand on your shoulder and turns you back the way you came. Go where? To see To see Hardin Hurst, he gives you a sideways glance. Isn't that what you're here for? He steps into the passageway, guiding you downring towards the shipyard. Sorry for the hurry, but we have something of an opportunity. That data you ripped, well done by the way, he grins, tells me Hardin is making a rare inspection of the sidereal horizon this cycle. It's the perfect chance to confront him outside of that compound he hides in. Fang takes a sharp turn onto a dimly lit side passage. Sidereal horizon? Still catching up? That's the massive colony ship being built out in the shipyard. Biggest commission Havenage has ever had. Fang slows and slips into a dark service tunnel where somewhere in the back a water pipe drips. It's him, Sleeper, the same Hardin Hurst. Our worm ripped out decades of records that mention him by name, an entire trail of documentation from the first days of the Solheim collapse until now. He rode out the whole thing, slipped into Havenage when it first broke off from the Union. He paces in the tunnel, a hand rubbing at the back of his head. I need you to understand something about Solheim, Sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse, but it wasn't as instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was here running the station one day, and then Erlin's Union took power. And the next Erlin's Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them, and the palladium market collapsed, as the palladium market collapsed, they tried to keep the contractors here working. The pay got smaller, the costs higher. People like my parents were forced to work non-stop just to keep a berth on the station and water in their tanks. Solheim squeezed every last worker until the mistakes, the accidents, were coming in non-stop. And as new waves of contractors came in, desperate to work, Solheim welcomed them to... Sorry, the reading for 2.5 hours is starting to really catch up with me. Like, just, voicey, throaty wise. And as new waves of contractors came in, desperate to work, Solheim welcomed them, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time Solheim was folding up, dragged into court cases in the central systems, while the severed limb of a station still desperately tried to take all it could. The riots came after the collision at Dock 2. A young pilot, his MEV overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died. Thousands panicked. My parents told me people were terrified, and the blame fell squarely on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erlin, how he brought the factions together, spoke to the crowds, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true, but my mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in their MEV and welded it to the dock while my father joined the improvised crews, trying to seal up the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back. Feng pauses in the dark. They sealed it up, though, and by the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us to the black. Apart. Feng finally turns back to you now, his eyes burning. From shits like Hardin, shits who held their place, rode it out, and slipped into the new structure like nothing had changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those they had exploited at every step. Feng starts walking again. That's why I can't just let him strut about the shipyard. This time his past catches up with him. Nah, fuck this guy. I am curious how he's still alive. How is he still alive? Clearly don't know that much about executives. That kind of power comes with certain benefits. Feng rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide and glass-roofed. Through the ceiling you can see ships in mid-construction, their flanks lit by flashes of plasma torches. The entrance to the shipyard is ahead. Let's go. Feng grins. Let's go show this shithead some consequences. He strides to the shipyard. Entrance and pushes through the doors. A web of corridors lead through the complex, snatches of the construction bays always appearing through the windows. Ships are suspended like whale corpses, skeletal, imposing. Feng seems to know exactly where he is going, and before long you cross into a huge dry dock, locked to one side of the sidereal horizon. A network of platforms and scaffolding cling to the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. The sound is stretched out by the vast space, so that the welding, cutting, and sealing seems to come from everywhere at once. Both you and Feng spot them at the same time, a group walking slowly across a gantry, and at the front, two men, one gesturing towards the ship, and the other, stick-thin, cleanly dressed, with a shock of gray hair. Hardin. You and Feng say his name in unison, and Feng sets off up the staircase to the gantry, with you following behind. As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer, the foreman gesturing to the work being done throughout the dock, and Hardin nodding along. "Hardin Hurst!" Feng shouts across the noise, taking you by surprise. His voice bounces and comes back in a rippling echo. The figures turn. Yes?" Hardin asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow. He glances between you and Feng, and you see his gaze linger on your body, unsure of why a sleeper might be in this place. "You are a traitor, Hardin, a Solheim executive who tried to hide here, among its victims." Feng's voice is steady, strong. "You stand for everything the Eye was rebuilt in the shadow of, against everything Erlin stood for, everything Havenage stands for. You have no place on the station." For a moment, stillness descends on the group, as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Hardin laughs. "Well, good to meet you too." He glances around. He glances at those around him. Some are smiling, the others nervous. "You're from the systems branch, are you not?" asks Hardin, inspecting Feng's clothing. Feng turns to the foreman. "You need to call your security. This man is a corporate agent." The foreman glances between Feng and Hardin, his hands drumming at his sides. Hardin leans towards him and says something inaudible. The foreman nods. It's true. I'll back up Feng here. As you begin speaking, Hardin turns his attention to you. And what would a sleeper know about that? You accuse me of being a corporate agent. What are you if not exactly that? He looks around the group, who are already eyeing you with suspicion. You are a product of SNARP. You have no place in the Havenage shipyard. Who knows what signals you are sending back to your makers? A murmur of approval runs through the group. Well, shit. Or like, okay. Fang holds up a stick of memory. You guessed right, I am systems, and I have a recording that links you directly to Solheim, right here. He turns to the foreman again. So once again, I'm asking you to take this man into the custody of the shipyard. The foreman remains still. Hardin's voice is calm, measured. If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted at a members' meeting for proper review? He shakes his head. I've nothing to hide, unlike a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property in tow, and tries to turn my own men against me. You hear it now, the echoing sounds of boots on walkways coming from all angles at once, and then settling behind you. Please, says Hardin, submit the data through the correct channels, and then we can talk. For now, however, you must leave. He gestures behind you to the security detail, their hands on boxy black sidearms at their sides. Fang spits, Hardin, you shithead! You can't wiggle out of this one! A security officer draws their weapon and levels it. Fang turns and stares him down. Okay. Going for the weapon seems like a great way to get Fang shot. So I would like to try to calm Fang down. We're also not good at physical stuff. I don't know if this factors in your stats or whatever, but that's not our strong suit in general, so let's try to calm Fang. You look at Fang. He shakes his head and puts a hand on your shoulder. Let's go, says Fang, and he pushes through security, heading back down the walkway. Once security has walked you out of the shipyard and nudged you back into the corridor, Fang picks up the pace. You try to keep up as he slips into the shadows of an entrance. Fang is grinning ear to ear. You know, Sleeper, sometimes people are exactly how you expect them to be. Something pings in his pocket, and he takes it out. On the slate, a web of connections starts drawing itself out, stretching to a set of points around the ring. Got him, mutters Fang. What's going on? Or no, sorry, actually, what is that? That, Sleeper, is something our worm added to Hardin's personal slate. We are tracking his outgoing messages. Fang's grin looks ghostly in the uplight of his screen. The old ways are best. Spook him good enough and they'll give the game away. He jabs at the slate, and you see the web is being drawn over a map of the ring, lines bouncing from point to point. All these dots, these are Hardin's buddies, the ones he's messaging right now, and we are going to find them all. That was your purpose. Of course, Hardin isn't working alone. We need the full set or nothing. Fang glances around and slips the slate back into his pocket. We better split for now, Sleeper, but this is exactly what we needed. Good hunting. With a pat on your shoulder, Fang drifts away, back into the flow of people around the shipyard entrance. You watch him go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed. Drive complete, +1 upgrade point. How many upgrade points do we have? Or like, yeah, neat. So we didn't kill a man, but we are committing corporate espionage or something. We're doing some work, so yeah, don't hate it. What do we want to do? We can hold up to get an engineer, get engineering to +2. That takes 3 points, which is kind of a lot. I wouldn't hate getting something else up decent enough. Cryo on interface actions, predictive reasoning dice actions, display potential positive and negative outcomes. Hume. 2 points into interface to get both that and the +1. Agent nodes give double data rewards. Yeah, sorry. just all is me taking a second. I don't hate, I like getting transfer intercept, I think. Maybe we'll switch back to upgrading machinist, or like, I like interface as a secondary skill. Commit to being just a little nerd. And I wouldn't hate getting some money. Whoops, that's not the thing. Okay. So yeah, Fang's gonna take a while, I think, for tips, for cycles until Fang advances. What are we doing now? Woo. Do 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 do. Meow 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 meow. How long are we up to? We're up to 3 hours. Ooh. Maybe that's a good place to call it. I'm Symphoneers, and if this is on YouTube, this is part 3, I think, of Citizen Sleeper. Been a few days since the last one, so as always, voice work may be all over the place, and if, yeah. That's the main thing, and if I, like, seem different or whatever, yes, it's been a few days, so you know. What are we doing today? We woke up, we're flickering. We need food in our face. 207F is ticking. Right. Doctor, give me the news in 1 cycle. Have we checked in on the Ort exchange lately? Or no, sorry, not the Ort exchange. What's the place that actually sells what we need? Scrap writer, scrap allowance, unload. No, it's the big one, Doc C4. 6 days until we have Nikita's ship mined? Or the other components for Nikita's. That feels like a long time. The main audio is probably a little bit loud, huh? Or a little bit louder than I've been running it. In prior playthroughs. Or prior videos, whatever. I just need to figure out a thing we're doing. I haven't... Okay. Let's take one time to look at... Just go through the data structure stuff. A lot of 2s. It is coming back to me. We have just so many 2s that we need to burn. Yeah, that's... 3 2s and a 1 and a 1. Okay, that is something. Caster's table. I feel like the music is more forward than I remember, and I don't hate it. Or like, you know, I love me some ambient electronic music, or pseudo-ambient. It's not quite ambient, it's a little... it's very Boards of Canada. God, sorry, I'm really just trying to remember what is happening. Fang is out because of the trip to the shipyard, right? We didn't kill that man. We instead are doing corporate espionage or whatever. Brain. Do we have anything happening at the Overlook? Bar shift? Spores for Talia. Homegrown. We were trying to get an apartment. Yeah, we need 4 scrap to do the apartment thing. Do we just want to work and get scrap? Or like go to the shipyard, do engineer roles and try to get scrap off that? I still don't know if this is like proper or whatever, but Wondering if this is worth it. Can we get scrap off a neutral outcome? And let's burn one of the 3s here. Negative outcome minus energy. Okay. We did get scrap off that though, so that's good. That's something. In that case, let's go to the derelict unit. Do some stuff, do some work. You tuck the scrap into the shattered interior. It's hard to imagine this place as a home, but it can't be worse than a container. Okay, same text for the action. I guess we can sell scrap to the Ord Exchange too, which I should remember. And we can use it to heal ourselves, which I should also remember. If we do this, does it give us new stuff? Seal unit. With all the materials, the unit needs sealing, section by section, to be usable. It's a laborious task, but the outcome is worth it. Once this place is sealed, it will be livable, maybe even comfortable. A place to call your own. 50 positive, 50 neutral? Sure? Neutral outcome plus makeshift apartment. Okay. Positive outcome plus 2. Neutral. Hey, I'll take it off a 3. We should grab some food from Memphis. Little concerned about our money, given that we do own a mercenary. A mercenary stuff. We might need to buy some, whatchamacallit? Stuff to keep us alive. Anyway, end cycle. I didn't really track Dorcas's, Chad, what's his name? The, slave? Sabine, Slum Doctor, Compressor Club. We have to pay Ethan's tab. 2 cycles to pay the tab. He calls it being fair-minded. Oh. I'm tempted to let this lapse to see what happens. I'm concerned that what happens would be a game over. And that seems counterproductive. God. We have to do actual work, don't we? And like try to earn some cryo. I can't believe you just did that. Ethan's mocking laugh comes from along the bar. You look over to see him leaning across it in a pool of light, empty glasses and spilled drinks glinting around him. It's always dark in the compressor, but this cycle the place is packed. A load of spacers mixing with the locals. Usually they run. Ethan spins a glass on the bar. Or they go spend their savings on some local heavy I have to put down. They don't pay. Are we upset here? I'm done is big, I'm upset and I'm trying to be mature or whatever energy. I think just walk away. Ethan gets to his feet. The glass falls and smashes, but he doesn't seem to notice. You think that's it? 1 round of drinks and we're even? Sleeper, come on. His hand comes to rest on the butt of his handgun, dangling from a chest holster. What's wrong with you? Ethan laughs hard, and the people around him turn to see what's happening. You think this is on me? I'd think someone in your position might have a better idea of how this all works. I'm a freelancer, Sleeper, just like you. We both signed a contract with SNR, didn't we? The difference is that my word means something. He closes the gap, stumbling a little. What did you think? That you could just run away from your contract? Your debt? You could just steal that natty little body of yours and take it for a joyride? Play human for a cycle or two? I'm nothing like you. That's what I'm saying! Ethan is addressing the bar now, having noticed the attention from the other patrons. You're a coward. I'm a professional. Very professional getting drunk on your target's money. Though I should be thanking you, Ethan nods, his head heavy, for giving me such an easy job. I'm used to outlaws, you know, like real bounties. If I knew catching a sad little escapees like you was so easy, I would have changed clients ages ago. Someone shouts from the back of the bar for Ethan to shut up. He holds up a finger in that general direction without turning around. I think now we are getting more upset. The slave catcher trying to claim the moral high ground is something that bothers us. Shoot me or let me leave. Oh, I see. Toughening up here. He gestures wildly at the crowd. Thumbs up or thumbs down, folks. Most turn back to their drinks, no longer interested in the Most turn back to their drinks, no longer interested in this tired show. Ethan mutters insults as he walks back to the bar. Ethan sits heavily back down on his stool and searches through his glasses for one with something left in it. Thing is, Sleeper, I can find you anywhere. It's actually wild you haven't figured it out. That body isn't yours, and it will always betray you, no matter what. He finds a glass and downs the contents. So please, go. I'll catch up with you whenever I need another. He laughs and taps the bar for a fresh drink. Look at yourself. Give it up, Sleeper. I'm done teaching you for today. He settles his head on the bar and closes his eyes. I'm sick of you. Go find a job. You turn on your heel and are out. Out of the cloying dark and the sweet stench of the compressor. And the sweat stench, brain, whatever. Oh, hey, Audio Evil. Thank you. Brain. You walk hard and fast down the walkway, anger driving your footfalls into the metal of the rim like hammers. So that's Ethan for these 2 cycles or whatever. And yeah, good to see you, good to have you, Audio Evil. Always appreciate folks stopping by. Do we want to do anything right now? We can get a +1 on interface with our current stuff. Interface gets us more variety, or like we can use a wider range on the code breaking things, right? Whatever. Let's make our little nerd more nerdy. And chat with Sabine. 4 cycles, Sabine said, and here you are, right on time, with no sign of them. You wait a while in the apartment, the dread descending as the cycle spins onward. They should be here. Check the door. You pace back and forth around the apartment, the rumbling of the station suddenly so present and so loud. You go to the door and open it to an empty corridor. You close it again. I have definitely had this energy some days. Check the terminal. You check and double the terminal for messages or recordings. Nothing, just the pale glow, the silence. Wait. You try and settle down, to wait. You sit on the bunk and stare out at the tiny room. Where the hell are they? A knock at the door. Stay still. Another knock. Stay still. A flash. A flash. Small, impossibly bright cuts. Brain, sorry, I don't know why this sentence is tripping me up. Yeah. A flash, small, impossibly bright, cuts through the handle of the door. It soundlessly swings open. A figure stands in the door and immediately you know it's not Sabine. They're taller, sharper, and something in their face glints in the half-light. A dark shape, like a stubby baton, hangs loosely from her hand. Rabia, a loyal Yataghan lieutenant. So she can kill us, presumably. Or like, this lady is scary if she's a Yataghan lieutenant. What are our choices? Oh, she sees us. Okay, so no stealth or anything. Our loyal sleeper. Good to finally meet you. She steps into the apartment, glancing around with sharp eyes. What, may I ask, are you doing here? She fixes you with a steady, unwavering stare. We don't want to give away the game. She's not a cop, but she is in the cop's power position. Stay silent. This will be much more pleasant if we remain friendly, don't you think? She walks past you into the apartment, glancing around. We set them up here, you know. This place is one of ours. She picks up a glass from the dispenser and inspects it. People always seem to forget who put them where they are. She glances at you. And I suppose you are here to help? Where are they? I was hoping you would be able to help with that. She spins the baton in her fingers by her side, her eyes not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. It seems our friend has disappeared, left without even saying goodbye, which means they are in a little trouble now. But it's the kind of trouble that you need help for, so I thought I'd come down here and take a look at their little hidey hole. And here you are, the help. She looks through the detritus on the side. And what help? A sleeper, no less, which I have to admit is a little surprising. It suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. We don't necessarily have to believe what they say, but we can keep them talking. We can make them think we believe what they say too, theoretically, anyway. Who knows if we'll have that choice, or like, if it'll matter. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to report that before we got them set up here, Sabine was working for your owners. She pauses. S&ARP. You blink hard at the news, unsure how to take it. Rabia looks away, waiting for a response. Stay silent. She crosses into the next room, and you follow silently. She sits at the terminal and touches her baton to one of the access points. A spark, then the terminal screen skips, encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flicker of the files, you see S&ARP letterheads and code forms, reports laden with medical data, marked with the corporate logo like the sigil of some cult. Rabia steps away from the terminal. Look all you want! Some of your files may even be there. The volume of documents is overwhelming, but they seem to be mostly reports on early emulation tests, surveys with sleeper candidates, and reams of usage data. If Sabine was an SNARP employee, why did they help you? Rabia reaches over and places a vial of stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. It shimmers in the screen light, its viscous, clear liquid crystalline within the glass. Your body flickers. You feel the pain in your joints as your ligaments decay. You need this stabilizer. Just a little bit of extra from me. We will, of course, keep up the supply. We are more than able to dispense important medicines, even without the doctor. You hold it between your fingers, and for a tiny moment, you have the urge to crush this object for the power it has over you. I'll ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. Rabia closes up the briefcase lab and holds it at her side. We have to retrieve our assets, of course, but I'm sure you understand. Rabia turns on her way out. There is no reason for us to be enemies, Sleeper. Come see me. I keep an office nearby. We have good work to do, you and I. Meet me there in a few cycles. She slips out silently into the corridor. You look around the apartment and feel the fear drain out of your body to reveal the tiredness beneath. Drive complete, +1 upgrade point. I want to either keeping very narrow and save up for repair +2, or sorry, engineer +2. Or I want to pick a third thing. I don't think I want to branch out farther than 3 things, and I want to keep engage as a -1. Just for my own, like, role-playing, or, like, keeping the character somewhat narrow. I'm thinking it might be interesting to do, like, a pyramid setup, or that might be, the thing I'm rambling towards is I kind of like getting Endure to a +1, because I like the idea of us being a sturdy little nerd. Am I excited by Icebreaker? I don't know that I love Icebreaker at the current moment. I think what I might do is get Endure to +1 and then do the +2 in Engineer. Or confirm that, get photosynthetic skin, so we can do more stuff at home. And we'll get that +1. Rabia's office. Ooh. Okay. We have a couple dice to burn too. Looking around, checking things out. Dispensary, Doc C4 hasn't ticked over. I think that's the relevant stuff. Poke our heads in the dispensary just to see. Acquire stabilizer, 80 cryo. So yeah, it is cheaper. Check her office? I'm curious. A constant flow. We'll need to wait our turn. Sorry, she said a few days. Right. Dum dum dum, dum dum dum, dum dum dum, dum dum dum. In that case, let's flick over to information view. We have one more tick left until another hunter encounter, huh? I forget who we needed data on most. I don't know that a keynote is especially exciting right now. Let's grab some information from Sorry, not a Yatagan agent. I was thinking of the Havenage agent. Because Fang will be coming back in 2 or 3 days, 2 or 3 cycles with stuff happening. Right, and because we have +1 interface, we can do a wider range of things. Whoops. Oh, +1, it just works in one direction. Okay. Huh. Interesting. That's good to know. Yeah, we'll bring the 2 here. Bypass, extract data. Curious to see what Hunter has to say about this. Those familiar threads wrap around you, bind you, test you. Entity, submit! Hunter's strange head bobs in your vision. Your ally in the sealed dock cannot save you! In that globed head, you see whirling strings of data, so many spinning there that they threaten to tear through the thin skin and whip out into the void around. What happened to this creature? The threads squeeze, and you lose any sympathy you might have had. You must escape. Strike. You lash out once more, pushing Hunter back, severing threads that regrow as fast as they are broken. As you slip away, you realize that you have to find a way to deal with Hunter once and for all. This is getting too dangerous. Okay. I wonder if did that show us anything at the meat space level? Anyone we can talk to? I guess we can talk to Fang or whatever when they return. But yeah, it didn't put anything fresh on our map. Let's grab, we had a 1 somewhere. Was it the Yatagan agent? Or sure, this is, oh, so it picks another dice. Okay. It's not just the next dice or next number up. Do I, sure. Perk, transfer, intercept, +5 cryo. Right, we have the little passive thing from our stats. Extract data. Neutral outcome, plus Yatagan data. 4 into 5. We need to eat food. We're fading hard. We're fading so hard. We don't have enough cryo for stabilizer. I don't think we have enough cryo to buy ship mind parts. Does anyone have good work for us? The shipyard doesn't really pay that well, from what I remember. But we can engineer, if we get scrap, we can sell scrap. Doing a think. Let's try this. +2 positive outcome, yard hand, and +5 cryo. You shadow a shipbuilder who's impressed when you know how to double seal a hull plate. He slips you a tip at the end of shift. Lem and Mina. Havenage offices. We've got some new people to talk to, at least. Or, like, that's something. Unit assembly. Yeah, some new stuff to check out. From the walkway, the sidereal horizon looks impossibly vast, a landscape of plating and frames. All along her flanks, torches flicker, drones maneuver, arc lights glint. The sense of scale, of industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. She's quite beautiful, I think. You turn to see a figure a little way down the walkway, leaning at the railing. He is thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. The torches of the sidereal horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lem, He leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out at the ship. And this is Mina, he adds with a little smile. Hi, Mina. She stares and tucks herself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up. She's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mina? She buries her face in the folds of his overalls. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, a dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material. You working on her then? Lem asks eagerly, gesturing out to the vast ship. Or just admiring? He shifts Mina's weight to his other arm. What are we doing? What are we doing with our life? Neither. Well, he looks thoughtfully at you. You should consider it. Isn't that right, Mina? He jostles her a little. She's Mina's and my tickets out of this place, our escape vector, so to speak. How? You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a havenage contract on the sidereal horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew. He smiles. We won't get to sleep the journey through, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me and Mina if it means landfall on a new world. He winks. Decades? It's a long trip. He straightens up, stretching his back. That's a colony ship, friend. The Celis Foundation is sending thousands of people to settle a system well outside the reach of the core worlds. It'll be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporations. Celis Foundation. They're Havenage's client, yeah, some wealthy project from the core systems, interested in independence and self-sufficiency and all that. They hired the whole shipyard out, helped rekit it and everything. He strokes Mina's hair. Someone else's dream, I suppose, but that doesn't mean people like me and Mina can't tag along. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, she whispers, food, pulling an exaggerated grumpy face. Good enough. Or brain. She glances furtively at you as she plays with the set of dog tags that hang from Lem's neck. I'm just chatting a little, Meanie. Give Daddy a sec. He turns back to you, and you suddenly notice how tired he looks. I'm not on the Havenage crew yet, but I'll work my way in. You can do it too, friend. We have to stick together. He smiles, a little shakily, and you wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard crew. For sure. He looks out at the sidereal horizon as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches from the vast hull. We gotta hold out, okay? You aren't quite sure if he's talking to you. That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your eye, curiously. Stay silent. You hold her gaze, and a smile creeps across her face, her features lighting up like a city coming awake at night. Then suddenly she tucks back into Lem's chest. Lem smiles and lifts Mina. That's it. We hold on. He smiles sheepishly at you. We're just a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side, and she clings to his leg. Gotta go feed this one. He pats her back. Maybe see you on a shift, huh? He turns, and they walk down the walkway, away from the shipyard. You see them talking, and then, a moment later, Mina turns around and stops. See you! God damn it. How do I do a proper child falsetto again? See you fuck me. Children are hard, or like, real young children are hard for me, just because my voice doesn't pitch up in, I can do this is a pause in the conversation. I can do a St. Vincent falsetto because the song Cheerleader taught me how to go, I, which is real high, but it also is not at all a child voice. Yeah, children don't talk properly, and they're pitched up. They're more dentalized to their front of mouth because their stupid tongues don't know how to be, and their jaws go ngang, ngang, ngang. See you, robot! Her shout echoes down the walkway, and she flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with Lem. You watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of the sidereal horizon. A ticket out. New drive discovered. Workers on the sidereal crew get entered into a draw for the colony's ship's live-in crew. That's one way off the eye and into a new life. Are we trying to do that? We have other concerns, to put it mildly. Decades on an isolated ship. That'd be a lot, but we would get to see Mina grow up. Which is a weird, like, loaded thing to think about. Poke our head in the Havenage offices. Oh. Sorry, tuck that thing. Tracking yet again. A slate in the official office advertises that Havenage are looking for informants on gang activities in the Eye. They'll pay. We do have some Yatigan data saved up. Fragment supply. Sophisticated tech is rare on the Eye, and so the shipyard is happy to pay for ship mined fragments they can dismantle and reuse. Woof. Okay. That's a thing. That's a decision. I don't hate feeding... Let's see how much they pay for Yatigan data. 10 cryo, -1 Yatigan data. I'll take it. We will keep the ship mined thing in mind. Unit assembly. Quality control. Shipbuilding spots on the sidereal horizon are hard to come by. Poor work will see you dropped from the roster. The sidereal horizon is webbed with complex systems, bundled like nerves in a body. Your job is to lay these systems in. Junior Tech, the systems team is looking for a new member. Prove yourself a reliable tech and you're in. The sidereal horizon is assembled block by block. You earned a place on the teams welding those blocks together. Welder's mate, you have a spot supporting the weld team. A good place to prove you know how to put a ship together. And quality control does some stuff. Okay. Do they pay? I assume they pay. We have 1.5 left to burn. We might be doing it there. I was trying to put together an apartment, which still is hungry for dice. In character, or like, does our character think we will need an apartment for long enough, or like, does this investment feel worthwhile if we're potentially leaving on a ship? I don't know, like, from a meta level if I'm doing that or want to do that. But, yeah. I don't know. We do need money, is the problem. We need money, sorry, yeah. When in doubt, that is a simplifying factor. Structural fitting, these two wheels are equal, sure. We're +1 in both. Welder's mate, +12 cryo, welder's mate, repeatable action. Yeah. We don't have a food source, do we? Or like, we can, I think we need stabilizer. Otherwise, we're going to be so, oh god, this is kind of painful. Otherwise, we're just going to be so, like, down on actions over the next couple days that we won't be able to do much. Because we're gonna fade again, or, like, lose another point of durability. Spores for Talia. Right, we don't have food here anymore. We can sunbathe at home? Perk, sunbathe, input, dice. It requires dice, I should have checked that, probably. Woof. Input. We had stabilizer, goddammit, I forgot that we had stabilizer. Fuck, I should have just bought some food. Well, we have 2 stabilizer now, so that's something. Our condition's fine. Our food is going to be a problem. I think our condition is what determines energy. We'll tick down 1, which is awkward, but or like we'll be hungry, but end cycle. Starving. We'll have to eat a bunch today, but yeah, don't worry about it. We can sunbathe, we can do work. We have 5 dice to work with, which is good. We can do some actions. Did stuff tick over? No, yeah, we have a little bit of freedom today to do whatever. Let's grab some food from, right, we need money. Do shipyard work? Or sorry, that's the offices. We want the unit assembly. Yeah. Eldrain draft. Pick pack 2, pick 1. Okay. Woof. Or just like, that's something. So cool. I was gonna say Zoko couldn't limit it, then it's just like it's Oko. I was like, yep, no, that's hard pivot to Simic. Woo! No, nice though. Or, yeah. Structural fitting. Let's do some work. Plus 12 cryo, welder's mate ticking up. Do some more work. Already base Simic, nice. That happens. Sorry, I should be reading these two. The well team you work within operates with speed and care. As you work, you feel your thoughts fade and the rhythm takes over. I've definitely had those days. So we've made a lot of progress on Welder's Mate. We might return there to do the 6. Whoops, not the Compressor Club. Emphasis stall. We would like to get some food, please and thank you. Your mouth stings as your sensorium sends warning signals over and over. This is the good stuff. Derelict unit. 50 neutral, 50 negative. God, 1s and 2s are rough. We might just be getting more data with them, I guess. Do I want to do? I want an apartment. I want to see what the apartment is. We've sunk so many actions into this. And I have no idea if it's profitable or anything. I just want it. Yeah, so that happens. Yet again agent. We can do yet again agent stuff for data, which is maybe cool and good. Or sorry, yet again agent stuff for money, I meant to say. Like, yeah, transfer, intercept, extract data, and then we can sell the data to the Havenage offices. So that's something. Also takes a 1 or a 3. Didn't we have a... We had so many 2s. There must be another thing we can sync stuff into. Yeah. Havenage agent. Extract that havenage data. Neutral outcome plus havenage data. Hunter is at 3 ticks, more havenage agents, and there's a keynote. Is that keynote new? No, also takes a 2. I think that was there before. Yeah. Sorry, stop by the havenage offices. Sell some Yadigan data. The acquisitions officer eyes you suspiciously as you download the data to her terminal. This is more than she was expecting. That's our dice for the day. Brain, brain, brain. Empty container. Do. End cycle. End cycle. Doc C4, 3 days away from ticking. We need some money. We have... These rolls kind of suck. We have Rabia who we can talk to. Get Rabia out of the way. Do the... I am curious what she has to say. Do the plot thing, and then we'll do like work or something, or maybe the apartment. As you approach the address Rabia gave you, a heavy hand falls on your shoulder. What's your business here? The enforcer grips your shoulder, giving a hint of the strength her implants give her. Okay, that voice might shift, or like is gonna shift next time she talks. As you turn, you see the same subsidiary eyes as Rabia and Toshiro, glinting like mirrors on her cheeks. Gia, please, the sleeper is here by my invitation. At Rabia's command, the hand immediately loosens, and an apologetic look replaces the scowl on Gia's face. Of course, Rabia, I'm sorry. Rabia waves her away. Don't you worry, I appreciate your protective instincts. She smiles at the enforcer. How about you head to the tambour? They have a delivery coming and they'll need some help with the lifting. Gia nods and walks away. So, Sleeper, you came. I'm glad. I was curious. Curious is good. She smiles a tight smile. You have to understand, finding you there in Sabine's unit, I wasn't sure where we stood. There are more than a few people on the station who would rather I was dead. I had to be sure you weren't one of them. The only people we hate, I think, are SNARP corporations. I wish you no harm. I'm glad. Rabia begins walking and gestures for you to walk with her. She takes you down a staircase into the bustling walkways of the low end. What do you know about Yatigan? You run a gang is a little forward or a little prickly in a way that we maybe don't want to be. You run the low end. She laughs. That sounds impressive. We run out of the low end. Yes, we don't run it. People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin and winding passages. Our reputation is one that implies threat. Is that fair to say? We are framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. She gestures around at the people in the passageway. But when was the last time you saw a lawmaker on the eye? A policeman? Who makes the laws here? Havenage, Erlin did. No one. I don't know what we believe, or like if we have a especially strong opinion. Havenage? Havenage or no one? I think we see Havenage as the authority figures, or I think Havenage, shrug? Yes, they like to believe so, don't they? By claiming a lineage that extends back to Erlin's Union, they assume the burden of authority. But they have no authority here, out past the Bright Market, where few work in their shipyard or pay for their docking berths. If you had spent your time in the Low End, maybe your opinion of us would be different. This is our place, our people. The Low End was empty in Erlin's time. They didn't need to house thousands, and keeping the yards and the rotunda safe was work enough. No, the Low End was reclaimed later, when refugees started arriving. Rabia meets your eye. The collapse didn't just happen here, on this station. When Solheim collapsed, the entire system felt it. The colonies were abandoned. The moons of Ember and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage, some tried to hold it together, some fled. The Eye became a refuge, and Erlin, to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone, but many within his organization disagreed, and those new arrivals weren't as simple to corral as they hoped. Rabia leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stalls and traders. She's definitely giving us the, like, Yakuza or, kind of traditional, criminal organization, crime syndicate pitch of like, we do business, we are the law here. We operate outside the law, but we serve a communal function. Which is, it's a somewhat valid argument. I think, it depends on which real-world criminal organization you're talking about. A lot of crime organizations do perform legitimate communal functions, which makes their kind of, I don't know, if you're trying to like tabulate their ethics on a slate or whatever, it does complicate things a bit, but also that doesn't exactly absolve them of violence and so on, which is the nuance of the situation. Yeah, I don't think we have enough information at the moment to be like, oh yeah, Yatagan's fine, or whatever, or etc, etc. Best of a worst situation case, yeah, or like, it's rarely as black and white in actual function as you might like. So I think we're still very much living in the gray of just like, I don't know, this dangerous woman is vaguely interested in us and hasn't threatened us yet, and is trying to appeal to our sense of community or whatever, or that seems to be where things are going. Erlin's Union was made of workers, administrators, people who were malleable and already organized into hierarchies and networks. The refugees came from different factions and families. They were scared, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yatagan is a child of that conflict, a child born out of the need for us to stand up and claim our future, to provide security, strength. People call us a gang, but we are a community. I take my position as lieutenant seriously, and from my birth I have worked to earn it. Rabia catches herself before she raises her voice any further, and you both walk in silence for a while among the smells and textures of the Low End. You start to wonder if this place could be a home for you too. Yeah, where do I come into this is very much my feeling at the moment, because she's really, she's doing a lot of talking and not really asking for anything so far, so it's just like, okay. I'm glad your community is cool and good. I have been trying to make an apartment in a building that I think is in your territory, so, you know. Rabia's, where do I come into this? Rabia smiles to herself and thinks for a moment before she responds. I believe that you understand the importance of a refuge. So I also believe that you wish to help keep this place safe. She exhales quietly. For this reason, I would like you to trust me. I do not know what Sabine has told you about us, but I imagine that it was, not good. I will be honest with you, Sleeper. I was never comfortable with having Sabine help out, I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of Yatagan, an ex-corporate employee. Whew, it goes against our nature. But their deal was with Yannick. I kept my distance, made sure Sabine had their surgery, kept it supplied, that was all. But I cannot allow people to go back on the promises that they have made us. Yatagan has not lasted this long because it is a charity. We offer and ask for support, and any betrayal will be treated as an attack. Can we ask about Yannick without giving up they were trapped desperate? I am curious who Yannick is. But I am also defensive, or like I don't really want to give up Sabine here. Who is Yannick? Yannick is one of the heads of Yatagan. They guide us. He is the newest to be elected, but he is an elder. Oh god, this is, I don't trust any of them. Do I tell them that Sabine found something? Sabine presumably wants to control, maybe, I don't know if it'll, like, force us to tell Rabia the whole thing? But yeah, I don't trust any of them. As far as I can throw them. Sabine found something. No, I want to play it close to the vest, or like I've been... I think we are coy here. I don't trust any of you. Rabia sighs. That is your right. I only wished to explain our actions, to speak for Yatagan. You realize that Rabia has led you in a loop, and together you both come back up a staircase to the walkway where you met. You are free to go, Sleeper. I have said what I wish to say. She looks out through the windows of the walkway. I would protect this place with my life, as it has protected me. I want to make that clear. She turns back. However, if you two wish to come under its protection, I can help you. Return here if you wish, and there will be tasks for you to complete. You will be able to see yet again, to see the low end with your own eyes, not as others frame us. As for Sabine, she pauses to consider her words. I will not ask you to betray them, but if they contact you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, Rabia leaves, slipping back into her office, while you stare out at the countless units, each a home, each with a story that make up the low end. New drive discovered, plus drive. We have a lot of drives. Could they help you settle into the eye, spend time as a Yatagan enforcer? I'm assuming it will show us tasks? Yeah. Collect tithes, engage, -1. Yet again, operates on a in-kind basis. You are told and the tithes of goods or services must be collected in exchange for protection and administration. Patrol the ward. Yet again, perform many roles from protection to logistics and everything in between. You never know what you may have to face on a patrol. Yeah. Sorry, I'm suddenly remembering the thing I'm thinking of, or what was it? Jade City? I forget the author's name, but it portrays a crime family, or like a kind of Yakuza-inspired criminal syndicate. And it was kind of interesting because they talked more about like the tithe situation and how that actually gets funneled back into like providing social security for the members. Like aside from the kind of protections thing or the standard grift of like, man, nice place you got here. It would be a shame if something happened to it. And it was, yeah, I don't know, interesting. Or like, it also talked about how the lantern men, the people who would pay the tithes, had a sense of community or like involvement and were voting members and etc. etc. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't think I'm immediately interested in working for Rabia or Yad again. I'm glad we had that talk, or like interesting talk. Don't immediately want to do stuff for them. I'd like to take a look at our unit. This guarantees that the makeshift apartment takes over. You track down a difficult leak and close it up. After working, you look over the wreck of a unit. Almost there. Drive complete, +1 upgrade point. Squatter's rights, find a place and make it yours. Repaired a unit. Oh, okay. Feed a stray? There's signs that a stray animal has been nosing around near the unit. A handful of chits for some crackers should bring it out of hiding. Fuck yeah, we got a cat, maybe. Or whatever it is. Absolutely yes. You buy the crackers from a shop unit downstairs and crumble them up into a tray. Something moves in the shadows. The stray hops up onto a work surface and looks out of the unit's small window. Ah, the stray, a low-end cat. It doesn't acknowledge your presence, it just sits there, beside the tray of crumbled crackers, staring out at the low end. What is this cat's story? Are there more on the station? You haven't seen another in the low end, but in this vast megastructure, that means little. There could be a whole colony of cats like this one down in the Warrens. You look at its sleek, dark fur and sharp eyes. It doesn't look ragged, it looks at home. In fact, its presence in the unit makes you wonder if this is the stray's apartment which you are squatting in. Watch the stray. Though the stray is looking out at the station, you feel its attention on you, waiting for you to spring your trap. You remain relaxed, and watch as something flickers in its eyes, perhaps the reflection of a passing ship. The stray settles a little and starts eating, picking at the broken crackers. You don't remember ever having been this close to an animal. It triggers something in you, a recognition of life, totally unlike your own, but still somehow connected, parallel, even interwoven. The stray licks crumbs from its fur. Stay silent. You sense that the stray doesn't like to talk. The stray prefers just to be, you think, just to share a space and a moment with those it meets. You respect this, and in a way you feel the same. Being here together is enough. I love our cat. You turn your eyes to the window, the one that the stray looks out of, and you both watch the stars and the ships together. You feel something pass between you and the stray, a kind of acknowledgement of each other, a sense that each of you might share something with the other, a point of connection. Then, all at once, the stray yawns wide, hops down from the unit, and brushes along your legs. And then it is gone, out through the unit door and back into the corridors of the low end. We've got a cat. We've got a cat. Game of the year, we've got a cat. Yeah, I'm happy with our plan. Or like, I'm happy with that stuff I talked through earlier of like, get a +1 on Endure and then get the +2 on Engineer. Oh, we have another upgrade point saved, okay. We'll save that for later. Or save that for the engineer upgrades. Repeatable action. We can sunbathe to get some food, which we do need. Is that a good way to burn ones? We've not tried sunbathing before. It's an endure action. What's a negative outcome? I don't know. Let's try this. Negative outcome plus energy. You take a few moments in the sun to boost your energy, but get restless quickly. So, negative outcome is 1. I assume neutral would be +2, and full power, or like a good outcome would be +3? We have enough... yeah, I don't know. Dock C4 still ticking. Let's do some work on the ship. Get some money, maybe get some scrap or something. Burn our 4 here, 50-50. I would like neutral to positive, please. Ideally positive. Positive outcome, +12 cryo and +2 to welder's mate. The weld team you work within operates with speed and care. As you work, you feel your thoughts fade and the rhythm take over. I think I read that already. We also got some scrap components, so that's handy. Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you are either called for a shift or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless, and chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to the work teams, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with the supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet, you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. "Hey, sleeper, wait up!" Lem's voice trembles as he shouts above the rumbles of the crowd, and you turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arms. "Lem!" "No, whoops, good to see you, friend," he is breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. "You made it to the work team, good for you." He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does. "Shh, baby, give me a second here." He smiles weakly at you as he comforts her, and her cries start to fade. I think he's doing Lem slightly southern or whatever. Voice work drifty. Woo! Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side, shiny streaks down both of her cheeks. As he does, you see that he's clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. Is Mina okay? "She's good. We just had to rush to... She's good. We just had to rush up here." He puts his hand on her shoulder, and she clings to his side. "Esther, who usually takes her, is sick." He stretches. "I don't know, A noise sounds from the entrance, a klaxon followed by a list of numbers, growing brightly on a display screen. I think that's supposed to be glowing brightly and spell checker or whatever. It got past copy editing. Anyway, the crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade to the entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back towards the crowd, then glances down at the crumpled paper. "That's my number! Mina?" He starts patting the pockets on his gear and glancing around. "Go, I'll watch her." He blinks a little, staring. Thank you, He crouches to Mina. "You're gonna stay with our friend here, okay? They're going to help keep you safe and, He stands back up. "Here, take her bag." He shoves it into your hands. "She's got food, shit, I have to go." He backs away into the crowd. "Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good." Then Lem disappears into the roiling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. Mina stands staring, suddenly small without Lem at her side. She fixes you with a dark-eyed look you can't quite read. Hi, Mina. She holds the stare, unmoving. The two parallel tear tracks still glint on her cheeks. Look into the bag. You unlatch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning, and tucked beside it is a ragged rabbit, hand-sewn. Take the rabbit. You pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbit. What's their name? Mina turns away and looks at the entrance to the shipyard. This isn't going well. Give her the rabbit. You hold the rabbit out and Mina snatches it from your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down, ferocious despite her size. Hi, Bun Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. He doesn't speak, she says. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you, then walks him up your arm and onto your shoulder where he sits. She pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? Sort of. Sort of. Yeah, she thinks. Me too. Mina has more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust. But before long, you were talking about rabbits and what Esther, the lady who usually takes her, smells like, and whether or not fairies live in the eye's heating pipes. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you, just as both of you are starting to yawn. He is dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and into his arms as he stumbles backwards. You two get on okay? He asks, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. More than okay. Mina shoots you a smile from Lem's arms, her suspicion gone. Well, looks like Meanie can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs and she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend. I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I owe you. Look, he glances around. It seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'd really appreciate you coming down to our place in the low end. He grins sheepishly. If you have time. But now I have to take this one to eat. He plays it biting Mina, and she giggles in response. See you, sleeper. He waves, and they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spacers as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. Help Lem work. If Lem wants to leave on the sidereal horizon, he'll need someone to watch Mina while he works his way onto the construction crew. I'd like to help Lem work. There's something at the hull. New stuff. That is quite the clock. You've been promoted to the assembly team on the hull itself, welding the fabricated blocks of the ship into place. A vast job. Okay. So that's good for cash money. Fangs Bay is going to take over soon. Havenage offices. Data, we don't have any yet. Again, data right now. Empty containers. Or you're home for now. But we have the apartment now, so that's something. We have some scrap that we can sell. Tunda dock terminal. So we're just poking around and remembering things. Yeah, we have some scrap we can sell on the Ort exchange. I need money more than I need the, like, self-repair right now, I think. Plus 12 cryo, minus 1 scrap components. Play the exchanges into it, which we have a 0 on, so 54. Caster's table, Rabia's office. Lem and Mina's unit. Let's go see Lem. Oh, I see. Engage. Oh no, it's an engage roll. Lem can't work shifts in the shipyard unless someone watches Mina. You two seemed to get along last time, and Lem is desperate. I was hoping that we would be able to take Mina to our apartment or something, or like babysit, or like that would give us some edge. Yikes. I wish it was better. I wish it wasn't an engage roll. How much do you cost, too? 150, okay. Woof. I'd like to feed our cat. Because, input for cryo. The stray crunches up the crackers as you watch. Sometimes they'll let you stroke them, sometimes not. Get some mushrooms from Emphas. Avoid starving. Feed the rest of the dice into the not the Havenage offices, sorry. Into the sidereal hull. Maybe the 3. Let's do the 3 bump up to 4. Positive outcome, plus 15 cryo and plus 2 on the sidereal horizon. It's just money. It's money from an engineer action that can also give us more money via the scrap. Do we have anything we can sink the 1 into up top? Or in the shore? We can do the Yadigan agent, bypass, and sell the Yadigan data. We got a little bit of cryo from our perk. Yeah, got that Yadigan data. We need money. We need so much money so badly. Havenage offices. Sell the Yadigan data. Yeah, plus 10 cryo, minus 1 Yadigan data. I think my place with Yadigan right now is like, I don't know. I don't feel especially negatively about them, but also I'm not super invested in not selling data for money. Or like, I don't like them enough that I'm not going to sell data, when we need money. Doot. So, what else? We are out of dice, which is the big thing. We have some stuff ticking over the coming days. Feng's Bay tomorrow. Welp. Real nervous about our money situation, but our condition is good, we're stable, we should have a lot of dice tomorrow, we're well fed. Yeah, repaired unit. Everything else... End cycle. Where is Dock C4, 2 days away from ticking? Hardin, Havenage leader. Oh, right. Or sorry, that's Feng doing things. Okay. Little bit concerning. It's been more than a few cycles since Feng confronted Hardin, and the silence since has been noticeable. In your time with Fang, you haven't exactly found him to be reliable, but you did expect to hear the end of whatever plan he put into action. But if he won't come to you, you think as you approach the Havenage building, then it's time to come to him. After all, he did promise to fix your tracker, and you are getting nervous. As you approach the bay doors, you see them wide open, and light pouring out of the once dark room. Stacks of servers and terminals sit outside the bay, suddenly robbed of their mystery by the bright flood lamps. A figure in Havenage security fatigues steps out of the bay as you get closer, carrying a stack of hardware. Walk away, approach. I think we want to try to get information. This could be risky. This could be a bad situation to engage with. Let's approach. I'm curious. As you get closer, you see the security officer taping up machines from Fang's stash with what looks like hazard tape. This isn't good. You again. Hardin is there, leaning beside the bay entrance so calmly that you barely notice him. He has a slate in his hand, an inventory of seizures scrawled across it. Predictable. Further evidence of Fang's collusions. You see another security officer come out of the bay and take notice of you. Where is he? Feigning ignorance, or perhaps just abandoned. Hardin shakes his head. I believe you should choose your conspirators more wisely. I almost feel sorry for you. Hardin pushes away from the wall and comes closer. Don't worry, Sleeper. We'll have all the evidence we need. A confession won't be necessary. He gestures around at the stacks of hardware. Spying on fellow Havenage members, hoarding Solheim materials, an obsession with corporate data. It speaks for itself, does it not? Stay is silent. The silence read is complicit here. I don't think saying anything does anything, though. Stay silent. Nothing to add. He looks up at the glass roof above and stares beyond. And the stars beyond. We are the ones that provide the oxygen you're breathing, the light you are seeing, the systems you use every day to live out your cycles. This place was hard fought for, Sleeper. It took work, diplomacy, and strength to stop the Eye from descending into chaos after Solheim collapsed. Not blind conviction or self-interest. You're the self-interested one. More accusations. What have you achieved, Sleeper? Your entire existence is proof of your self-interest. Signing yourself over to be emulated rather than work yourself. Whether you remember it or not, you suffer from the same short-sighted perspective as the person you were copied from. You see, Sleeper, we are proud of our history here. Andre, Erlin, and the First Union founded this place, and Havenage has welded his values into the station's very walls. We will never turn away the hard-working, the just, the true citizens of the Eye. Havenage aren't a gang like the Yatagan. We aren't pirates like half the spacers you'll meet in the hub, or esoterics like those hypho-radicals in the Greenway. We are the backbone of this place, proud and true. We named Erlin's Eye, Sleeper. This is our station. He meets your eye. So please, take your false accusations elsewhere before I decide I need that confession after all. Hardin, you shithead. Oh, I'm tempted. I don't know that we care. Or like, I don't know that we're actually capital M mad at Hardin. I think here is where we, or like, stay silent. If you have any pride, you'll give up Fang the moment he contacts you. You know where to find me. And with that, Hardin turns his back and walks back towards the security officers, ordering them to continue the clear out. As they do, something catches your eye among one of the server stacks, a crumpled, hand-printed box of synthetic chewing gum, a penguin character grinning from the brightly colored card, and scrawled onto it a speech bubble reading, "Take me to Tambor." Take it. You carefully pocket the box, making sure no one is watching, and then turn away, just as another stack of servers is wheeled out of the bay. What have you done, Fang? And where the hell is Tambor? Bunch of dice to burn today, bunch of bad rolls, yikes. Compressor Club's gonna take over soon. Fang's gum box, Rotunda, overlook a part, I haven't looked at the ambergris in a while. Stack of shits, shipmined core, yeah, okay. God, deciding to buy the shipmined core parts was a decision. Or like, they're just so expensive. I would like money. I would like money. Engage, yeah, Bar Shift and Lemon Tamina are both engage rolls, which is rough. Oof. Sorry, just scrolling around and doing a think. Two more ticks until we see Hunter again. Crack a Yatagan agent with... We don't have a 1, we do have a 3. Is there another Yatagan agent we can get some data from for that sweet, sweet money? OBS being weird? Don't mind OBS. Havenage agent matches a 2. Sure. Bypass. Give me that Havenage data. We get some Havenage data. 1 second. The Havenage agent is we have a lot of 2s to work with. What was it that, Caster was taking Havenage data and Yatagan data? We can sell off our shipmine parts if we get a bit more Havenage data. I mean, okay. That's a plan. That makes me feel slightly less stressed about money. Havenage agent. Bypass. Extract data. I immediately forgot about Hunter. Nothing? Nothing? That's somehow more concerning than seeing Hunter again. Okay. Caster's table. Data. What are the old guard up to these days? Or wait, what was my caster's voice? It was low and weird. Or like low and particular. What are the old guard up to these days, I wonder? I've a ship mind for you, if you'll indulge my curiosity. It's kind of, it's like Karn adjacent. Anyway, start action. +1 ship mind core, -5 Havenage data. I appreciate what you've presented, but I've nothing more to offer. That's kind of underwhelming or something? I don't know. Anakita! Or Ankita. Yeah. Ship mine delivered. -1 ship mine core. You drop the huge cylinder onto the mess room table, and Kita can't hide her excitement. Ankita, stranded mercenary. You drop the ship mine core onto the galley table with an emphatic bang. Ankita spins around from where she's been poring over some documents on her slate. Holy shit, Sleeper! Did you actually land a ship mine? Ship mine? She rushes over and hefts the huge cylinder, turning it back and forth. Well, shit, it might actually work! She smiles wider than you've ever seen. Where did you get it? Trade secret? Keep your secrets. As long as I have a ship mine, I'm happy. Ankita bangs on the galley wall. Hear that, Amber? The Sleeper got you a new ship mine. The sound echoes down the ship's passages. You have to admit that being in a small space with Ankita when she's this excited is a little intimidating. Ankita puts the ship mine back on the table. I'll start the process of fitting it as soon as I can. I might need your help with some of it. She heads back towards the counter to grab her slate. This isn't the only good news today either. It looks like my good karma is finally coming in. She throws the slate onto the table and spins it so you can see the screen. Take a look at this. You see a list of names and numbers. Nothing that exciting, along with what looks like a transit timetable. I found them. The thieves? Yeah, people like stripped Ambergris from a bunch of like parts or whatever, right? Or no, her crew. Yeah, people stole from Ankita anyway. The thieves? Exactly. Well, the thief, singular. She points to at a name on the list. Or more specifically, Ashton Cade. It was his pass that was used to access Amber and slice the ship mine. I thought he might have been killed or robbed or his pass stolen, but it turns out he crossed the Founder's Gap the very next cycle. How do you know? I know some of the crew at the ferry. Old Mercs used to run in an outfit I worked with. I saw them in the Overlook and they mentioned they saw Ashton crossing. I checked the manifest and there he was. I have no idea if my Ankita voice is the same as I was doing the other 2 days. Looks suspicious. He hasn't said a word since the theft. And anyone wanting to hide out might head to the Greenway and go to ground, she flexes. He won't get far though. There's no real docks out there, and only a couple of jetties in the wastes. Going after him? Not yet. First, I want to fit the ship mine. She pauses. But maybe you could help me out. Where is this going? It's like this. I head over there, especially in Amber. He'll spot me a mile off and go underground. He'll find a way to slip the station, or he'll bury himself so deep in the wastes, no one will ever find him. But you, Ashton doesn't know about you. All I need is for you to go there and sniff around. Not at the commune, not the stacks. You will have gone to the edges, the margins, the wild places. That's what Ashton likes. You see him? You locate him? Ping me on this. She hands you a calm earpiece. Seeing as this is merc work, I'll be happy to give you merc pay. She shifts in her seat. Thing is, I haven't gotten much left, so how about I tell the boys who run the ferry to give you a discount? I know it's not much, but once I grab this carrot, I'll pay up. 200 cryo, nothing less. Money. What do you say? She meets your eye. I don't know. I'm not sure how I'd like the option to speak to Ashton before I commit to ratting them out. Which feels like closest to not sure. I'm also not sure that we feel especially strongly about like not sicking Ankita on someone who stole from her, so. Not sure. She stands up quickly. I'm not asking for charity. This is a contract. Take it or leave it. She lifts the ship mine up onto her shoulder with worrying ease. I'm going to go get this fitted into Amber's core. You get any info, any sense of where Ashton is hiding, let me know. She goes to turn and then stops. And once again, Sleeper, thank you. I appreciate it. And Kita stomps off into the guts of Amber with the ship mind, leaving you in the galley. You glance around, a sudden nervous energy descending at what is to come. You never thought you'd get work as a mercenary, but then again, it seems the eye is full of surprises. Yeah. Find Ashton. And Kita wants you to help her locate the crew member who betrayed her, Ashton Cade. Woo-wee. Sorry, so is this cheaper now? The free spoke? Or not the free spoke, sorry. The Founder's Gap? 100 was 150. We can do some work, we can maybe get across. Oh, we have the spare ship mines to sell, right? At the... no. Ort Fabricator, Ort Exchange. Who was buying the ship mined components? Sorry, this is... Someone was. I'm not just making this up, right? If I'm making that up, I am... Havenage. Havenage is buying advanced components. Occasionally I can remember anything ever. Fragment supply. Repeatable action. That is good. How much do we get for them? 30 cryo. Oh Jesus, we took a bath. I don't know, fuck it, sure. This is what I get for just, God, paying the awful merchant prices. Sell those. Corporate pharmaceuticals, things, chewing gum. 130. Emphasis stall, real fricassee. Let's pay the toll, maybe. Compressor club's going to take over tomorrow. We can do some work before douchebag Magoo comes calling. Before the slave hunter. Pay for passage. Or whoops. A heavily tattooed spacer takes your chits and tells you to prepare. She'll be waiting at the edge for your arrival. Founder's Ferry, Greenway Transit. Cross to Greenway? As you step out into the passageway, someone barrels into you from behind, sending you stumbling down the corridor. Greenway is an overgrown biosphere. You turn to see an unfamiliar spacer, laden with heavy gear. She steadies herself, staring you down as if daring you to respond. She's great. Love this buff lady. Don't do the dumb joke. I also just don't know what voice I'm going to do. Could do an accent or something, I don't know. Sorry. She adjusts a strap on her shoulder, holding up a hand in recognition before setting off down the corridor. I'm sorry for her. Wait, no. Brain, they shrug. I'm sorry for her. A second spacer smiles at you apologetically. She's on a mission, and when she's on a mission, they shrug. Not a problem. They smile. You're sweet. Peek! Wait, no. Peek! Ash stands further down the corridor, glowering at her friend. She chops at the air, pointing down the corridor to whatever end she's rushing to. Peek raises their eyebrows at you. Ash, please, do you want everyone on the station to hate us? Ash hardens. They want to hate... Fuck. They want to hate us. What is that, like British? Or like not British, Esh hardens. They want to hate us. They can hate us. She drops her hip. I'm not exactly seeing much love, as it is. We're lucky we got through before they set up that damn cordon. Don't interrupt. Peak sighs. This station isn't Hathorn. Everyone isn't yoked to the same corporate protocols. Esh sighs. I'm not saying they are part of the administration. She jerks her head in your direction. But I'm saying we need to get these supplies to the Briar before someone starts asking questions. Can I help? I like being helpful. Peak smiles slyly. See, Esh? Help. Isn't that exactly what we need right now? Peak. Esh rolls her eyes. Peak ignores her. We are with the refugees, the one Havenage have cordoned off from entering the station. Ash interrupts. The ones that are being quarantined in makeshift vessels that barely made it to the eye to begin with. The ones that your station administrators have called an existential risk and are running out of supplies. Well, their right to safety is being debated by people with no stake in their future. She looks away, annoyed at her own outburst. Peak sighs. She's right. The people are trapped out here and... They turn to Ash. We understand that this is a big problem for the Eye. Hundreds of refugees and more ships turning up each cycle. They turn a hand to stop Ash from interrupting. But... my accents are kind of drifting around, for both of them in different ways. I kind of like that in the sense that if they're refugees from just, like, places that are post-Earth diaspora, like moons and things, I don't know that they would necessarily sound strong one thing or another. The same is kind of true for all my shoddy voice work in that way of, like, we're all so far out from Earth. Sorry, anyway. But, continue. Ash turns away, her burning anger a palpable force in the close quarters of the corridor. They need supplies, and after everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping. Peak finish. Terrible burp, don't mind me. Peak finishes. That's difficult. Peak forces a smile. Peak, please. Or Peak. Well, whatever, that was... yeah. Peak, please. Ash gathers herself and the supplies. Ash, we need help. Just like the refugees need us, we need others too. They smile at her. Peak turns to you. Come find us. The climbing briar is docked at the broken spoke past the greenway in the wastes. We have a good view of the cordon, though we are keeping our distance for now. Come help us. They squeeze your hand. Ash turns to leave, and Peak follows, waving goodbye. A moment later, Ash shouts back down the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want to help? Show us. Bring supplies or don't come at all. And with that, they disappear around the corner, Ash already picking up speed as Peak calls for her to slow down. A refugee flotilla. Where are they coming from, and why now? Each time you think you begin to understand this place, something changes. Sorry, where are they? Improve the overlook, find... I have lost track of this, I think. Whatever, that's fine. Founders Ferry, Rim Transit, Greenway, Overgrown Biosphere, Haifa Commune? I am very curious about the Haifa Commune. The wastes ruined agriculture systems. Climbing Briar. Escaped XPR ship. Oh, we've got a lot of stuff to do here, huh? I'm very curious about the Haifa commune, just because I want to know if it's a Friends at the Table reference. Haifa oh, that's work. Oh, we can't get to know them without doing... I guess Injure is fine for us. The grow beds are at the heart of the commune, feeding the members and fueling their lab work. You are invited to assist in maintaining them. Haifa member, work your way in. This isn't for everyone. I mean, we need money, and so, like, not the worst. We'll maybe circle back to doing some Haifa commune work. Let's look at the Greenway. Walk the Greenway. The simplest way to explore the Greenway is to simply pick a path and set off into its twisting chambers and passages. This carries obvious risks. Map the pathways. Rather than simply thrash through the undergrowth, you might sketch a map of this overgrown jungle to try to better navigate its hazards. Less risky. The position is better, but it's intuitive, which is worse for us. We need to do Greenway stuff, don't we? Exploring the Greenways, unlike any other place on the eye, its overgrown chambers defy mapping. We'll circle back to the Greenway, too. The Greenway is important, or like we need mushrooms for Emphas and other stuff. Wild margins, artificial wilderness. Look for tracks. Seems like the obvious way to track someone, but in this overgrown tangle, the simple task suddenly becomes difficult. Search for signals. Rather than hiking around the wilderness, you can make use of your skills, tap into the cloud, and find Ashton by his signals. Tracking Ashton. And Kita seems to think Ashton is out here at the wild edge of the Greenway. Time to see if that's true. That costs a lot of dice, or like, it's a lot of actions to do something that I'm not terribly excited about. It gives money, or like pays, but, yeah, I don't know. The wastes. Gather scrap. Out here at the edge of habitable parts of the eye, everything is scrap. The trick is finding components that are still usable and staying safe. Sorry, just thinking for a moment. Climbing Briar. Escaped XPR ship. Ooh. Okay. Flux Refuge and Purge are now available. Huh. Supply Juruls. Esh asked you to bring supplies, and fragrant, eye-grown Jurul caps seem like the perfect thing to impress her. Everyone wants mushrooms. Everyone wants mushrooms. You got them shrooms, Sleeper? Boy, howdy. Wastes. Trying to decide Haifa commune versus mapping the Greenway right now. Kind of want to do the Greenway. Worst comes to worst, I can always look up the Haifa, look up someone others run, some other person's run, and see who the Haifa are. Don't tell me in chat if you're watching. I don't want to know yet. But yeah, walk the Greenway. +3 going green, +1 energy. You find your way onto a well-kept pathway between encampments where carefully planted groves provide fungus and vegetables. We get energy just by doing this? Neat. I hope we can get another positive outcome. It would be nice to just get this in 2 dice. I wasn't expecting a +3. Positive outcome. +3 going green, +1 energy. Love to actually have good luck on rolls for once. New drive discovered, plus drive. Flotilla aid. I think flotilla aid was Eshin Peaks thing. Okay, sure. Mushrooms to the briar. Grow mushrooms. The aviary would be the perfect place to grow mushrooms, with some work, that is. The aviary. Overgrown garden. Clear out overgrowth. Once a corporate garden for impressing guests with gene-tweaked birds, now this chamber is a mess of overgrowth. You can change that. +1 endure, safe, sunlit refuge. Cut away the choking vines, stop the rot, and this place could be turned back into a garden of sorts. Mushroom groves, buried fungus chambers. Locked action. The fungus that grows in the deep groves of the Greenway are typically avoided, but those with sharp eyes might find useful fruiting bodies. Collect spores. While the grove mushrooms are dangerously inconsistent, spores provide a chance to gather or study these species in an untouched form. 50 neutral, 50 negative. Check out the farm stacks. Working the stacks. Some farm stacks from the old station have survived, and the farmers that work them are always looking for new workers. They pay by yield. Barter for food. The collective who control the stacks don't like to sell their food piecemeal, but for the right price, they'll let it go. Steal the harvest. There's loads of food here. Why should these farmers keep it to themselves? If you can do it quickly, they might not even notice it's gone. Thief. You get caught stealing, there's no way you'll be able to work in the stacks. It's as simple as that. Lots of stuff to do in the Greenway. Oh boy, I don't know. Kind of just want to work the grow beds or like do the Haifa thing now. I guess it's like Haifa commune or the aviary. Lots of people need mushrooms. Lots of people need mushrooms. Yeah, I think doing this is more honest to the kind of type of character I'm trying to play and less me just trying to hunt down podcast references. Layers and layers of rotten mulch come away from the corroded metal, and among it, pale and delicate, you find a bird's skull. So we got +3 for a positive outcome there again, which is good. Or like we can actually maybe get that clock in four rolls with a little luck, or 4 dice. How many machinist points? We're still at 1, right? Okay. Founder's Ferry back. We just have to pay the thing once, right? Yes, okay. I was just very worried. I was like 95% sure that we wouldn't have to pay it again, but that 5% is just like... Am I bricking my run by doing this? Let's find out. Repaired unit. We have not fed the cat today. I have no idea if this is like a good use of money or does anything. Stray fed, -4 cryo. But yeah, I would like to feed the cat. So, you know. We're going to tick down. We don't have any scrap to self-repair yet, so we're gonna get 4 dice tomorrow. A little unfortunate. Or yeah, having some scrap would have been good. Everything ticks. Ethan. We don't have money. I don't know if that's going to be a problem if we talk to Ethan right now. I mostly want to do things that aren't work, or that don't pay cryo. This game autosaves, doesn't it? Just the gun icon is like, The compressor is quiet today. The usual crowds are elsewhere, and the pumping music washes over a handful of spacers and a few drunks. Ethan is still in the same stool, in the same pool of light. His head is low, close to the bar, and the bartender is ignoring him. Do we leave? Can we leave? Is he passed? I don't think he's, I assume, not passed out, or like... Leave? This is ridiculous. You go to turn, but Ethan calls out, "Sleeper!" He turns to look at you. "Time to pay up again, is it?" He gestures to the bartender. "Come here, take their chits." Just stare at him. The bartender ignores Ethan. It seems they've cut him off. "Hey!" He slams his hand onto the bar. "Come on, take the chits!" The bartender ignores him. Ethan lets out a huge sigh, rubbing his eyes with his palms. He reaches towards his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out. It clatters onto the bar and falls to the floor, bouncing onto the ground between you. Both you and the bartender look at the gun, stare at it. "Butterfingers," says Ethan, and puts out a hand, beckoning for you to give him the gun back. "If you would." The bartender looks at you warily. You crouch down and pick up the gun. Point the gun at Ethan. Ethan turns his head in your direction a little, sharp, pale eye locking with yours. The bartender backs away. "Oh," he turns on the stool. "Oh, sleeper." He stands. "This is more like it." Pull the trigger. You don't wait. You pull the trigger. The gun clicks. By now, all the attention in the bar is on you and Ethan, who looks at his gun with a bemused expression. The bartender raises an open hand, and in it are 10 shiny bullets. 10 shiny bullets he took out of Ethan's gun while he was asleep on the bar. Ethan smiles at the bartender. "Oh, well," he says, and grabs the gun, slamming it back into your face with a single move. You stagger back and drop to a knee. Somewhere nearby, the gun clatters onto a surface. The hit's a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. Through the blur, you see Ethan wrestle a small, thin slate from his belt and hold it up. "Enough of this. I'm logging the job and calling it in." Ethan taps the slate. "No more playing." Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. He starts shouting, a dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. He crouches down and grabs you by the chin, his face close, his breath heavy with drink. "S&R just screwed me," he grins maniacally. "They cancelled the contract." He stands up. "They cancelled the contract!" He shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet, the sting of the hit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound, like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. When you shake off the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him. "I'll kill all of you!" He screams. He stumbles into the wall, spinning away towards the door. "I'll be back for that!" He shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. You steady yourself on the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it and begins to clean the bar. After a while, you wander out into the light of the bright market, looking for Ethan around every corner. That went away. That happened. Whoo! Oh boy. Boy howdy. What would we like to do? A lot of people could use mushrooms. We'd maybe like to go back to the Greenway today. We kind of need food and stuff. We have some money. We can go a day without eating, or a cycle without eating. Cross the Greenway. Or cross to the Greenway, rather. Do we want to burn a 6 on this? I don't know. Actually, 1 second. What have we got over here? I forgot to look. Greenway Gate. Oh, the entire Greenway is locked down, shrouded in a dark cloud of shifting currents. What's happening here? Vaguely concerning sounds from upstairs. I've not heard or listened to any of the Eldraine story, honestly, or personally. I probably should. I don't know. Yeah, the entire Greenway's locked down. That's interesting. I assume we will see what the deal with that is at some point. At least if we spend more time here. Let's burn a 3 here at the aviary. Neutral outcome, +2, sunlit refuge. You struggle with dried vines and creepers entwined around the structure of the dome, threatening to vent the garden into space. +2 again, or neutral outcome again. I don't know, Audio Evil, or give me... maybe like broad strokes, or like I'd be very generally curious what the basic shape of things, or like whatever you can do without going too spoiler heavy. Like I don't even know what the story is about, really. I looked at the description for part 1 briefly, I think, and I don't remember it, so... Well, that's happening, or like, I'm going to take 1 second to get a granola bar or 2, because I think I'm going to keep going with Citizen Sleeper stuff for at least a little while more, but I could use a little snack. Maybe some non-coffee drink or something, although I do still have more coffee left. 50-50. We can roll the 1. Coin flip. Coin flip me. I like never do dangerous rolls. Neutral outcome, +2 to sunlit refuge. Okay. That makes me happier burning a 6 here. +3. Yeah. So we have cleared away all the vines and stuff from the aviary. Germination spores. The old growth of the aviary has created a rich medium in which you can place spores from the groves. They'll grow well here. So we can get spores from, yeah, the mushroom groves. It's an Intuit, which is not a great thing for us, but I don't know, it's something. Cross the rim. Go back home and sleep in our apartment, feed our cat. We can't forget to feed our cat for the day. Stray crunches up the crackers as you watch. Sometimes they'll let you strike them, sometimes not. Like I said, I have no idea if feeding the cat every day will do anything else. Yeah, just a thing to do. End cycle. We hungry. Those rolls are something. What do we have ticking, or like what's happening? Havenage offices, right. Yeah, I don't know, I'm interested in the Greenway. Doing a think for a moment, don't mind me. Cross to the Greenway. Have another granola bar. We might be having just like a cycle or two of like doing work and stuff. Or like not much chatting. That seems like what might be happening. Positive outcome, +2 growth spores, woo! Input. Input 1 growth spores into the fungal beds. You extract the spores from the sample print and mix with water, then inject them into the prepared mulch. It is precise work. Sure. I've looked into... Why did I look into growing mushrooms at some point? Am I remembering a memory from like 15 years ago or whatever? I think so, when I was like, how hard is growing magic mushrooms when I was like 12 or something? Oh, I was a weird child. Yeah, it's like, oh, this is actually very complicated. Or not very complicated, but you would think it would just be like, nah, just throw them in the dark, mushrooms happen. But it's like, no, they want specific moisture and nutrients and so on and so on. Get some more spores. We need to bring some back to, Tala, right? For the distillery. But yeah, input more grove spores. Plus fungal bed minus grove spores. The fungal spores, or sorry, fungal growth. The spores need time to germinate and spread in the aviary. The indirect sunlight of a few cycles should help them along. So in 4 days we have food. Yeah, that's a 4-step clock. It's a little bit hard to see, but that is a thing. We have 2 ones left to do something with. Can we... I should have checked before taking the ferry. I don't remember what data we have left. Get some yet again data. Data extracted. You love to see it. Yet again, agent. Another one. Great, we have a thing we can yeet ones into, and we can sell the data for money. Input 1 yet again data. More than she was expecting, it always is. I wonder if eventually that causes something to happen. Feels like it should, but meh. Yeah, we're out of stuff. I think we eat some food. Did we feed our cat today? Kitty. Cat eats when we eat. I have decided. And cycle. Or maybe more than we eat. Because we do skip days occasionally. So... bunch of stuff. Compressor club is ticking. Don't mind me just doing a thing. Also. Yet again, agent with a 1. Havenage agent with a 2. I don't know that we care about Havenage data all that much right now. Or like we don't especially need another ship node or anything. Keynote 0102. Data here is part of a cache tucked away during the collapse. I'm curious about this data. I don't think it will... I think it'll just give us another encrypted key, but... I don't know. Yeah, okay. One day we will have a use for encrypted keys. I wonder... Sorry, not the Attica dispensary. I wonder if... Does Caster's offerings ever really change? No. Action unavailable. Rabia's office. Sorry, just doing a think briefly. Let's go to the Greenway. We need some spores, don't we? Or, sorry, I forgot to check. We needed some... How many spores does Tala need? Been a little while, but I would like to help, just 1? Or no, sorry, 3? Yeah, Tala also needs 3 spores. Okay. Cross the Greenway. Feed a 4 into here. Risky. Do the 5? Plus 2 spores, positive outcome. Okay. Just dodge negative. Neutral outcome, plus 1 spores. That's enough for Tala right now. Maybe we want to... I'm not super hype about hunting down that person. We can burn a 4 at the commune doing some work. Plus 3 Haifa member, plus 1 energy. Okay. The beds are slower than the stacks. They reward patience, not just effort. As you finish, the canteen workers bring out food for your cycle. Good to know. New drive. Join the Haifa commune. The Haifa commune needs meets the needs of its members in exchange for work. Could you find a home here? So yeah, we do have spores for Tala now. Working. They're so cute, says Tala, looking at the container of spores. Her excitement is infectious. Homegrown full up. First batch. Tala has locked herself away in the back room while she focuses on the distilling. She won't let anyone in or out. So that will happen. We're out of actions and stuff. I think that's everything, or we can Just end cycle. Feed the stray when we eat is a nice easy thing to remember. Just for my own... No, we'll feed the kitty. I immediately was like, but the cat needs crackers. End cycle. I don't know if we're doing a bunch of work on the Haifa commune or not. Maybe? 2542... Cross the Greenway. Yeah, I don't know. Doing some work, getting some food seems not the worst. Can also take up this clock somewhat fast, +3 Haifa member plus energy. Positive outcome again, +3 again, plus energy again. We are unfortunately out of good rolls. So, you know. 25, 50, 25. We could brute force it, or like burn 2 rolls there. There are the farm stacks, 2, barter for food, work the stacks. They pay by yield. Just brute force the commune? Or like do this? I'm concerned about the 25% negative, but... Neutral outcome, +2 Haifa member. Negative outcome, plus Haifa member. Good enough. The work is both unforgiving and frustrating, and the bright attitude of the members irritates you. Is this place really so great? But we do have build up Haifa member. Communist. Noun. Someone who joins a commune. Let's talk to Rico. Oh, they're great. You head down into the Haifa compound, following a blue painted line that is labeled Laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you they'd asked to see you, but you still have no idea what about. The line takes you to a blue door, and through to a glass-roofed chamber where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber into a strange yellow-green. Peaceful... fucking... who am I trying to remember the voice of? Is it... not Judi Dench. Someone else. I'm trying. There's some like older female actor that or actress that I'm trying to brain. I don't know. Peaceful. Wait, British. British? God, I haven't committed to British in a while. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing at a lab bench, camouflaged by the dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary, she smiles. Come, let's talk, she says, and beckons you closer. What is this place? Here, these were processing centers for the agriculture of the old corporate station. She offers a hand to shake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program at Haifa. What is Haifa? She looks surprised. You've been working in the compound for a while now. I'm surprised you don't know more. She lifts a tiny sample jar. Yellow spores dance inside. Haifa lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here, we feed each other, we work for each other. Rico walks away from the bench and waves for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this, she says, gesturing at the overgrowth, it's kind of a miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this when they are abandoned? They keep growing? They die? I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up, really. They dry up. There's no natural water cycle. Exactly. They run out of water. Very rapidly, in fact. She leads you left at a crossroads. But here they endured. She smiles to herself. Actually, no, they thrived. You look at the tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dominant, strong, like they are taking control of this place. Rico continues. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks that feed into a network of microbial reclamation systems, but the Greenway was always envisioned as extractive, a place from which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station, not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erlin himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from the inner system and small-scale agricultural systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. And yet, here we are. Yeah. And yet, here we are, among the growth and decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Haifa came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, and perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch. But we found a jungle. With this, Rico hits a button on the wall and leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algate... Sorry, terrible weird burp. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It is wet, too, a rarity on the Eye. Condensation clouds the light from the high glass roof and gathers on the shiny, broad leaves of shrubs. How? That is exactly our question. Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room you're both standing in. It doesn't make sense, but in many ways the system has stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks, closer to the gap whose need input to support their meager output, this place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants or built new systems buried deep below us. Or perhaps their collapse caused some fortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I'd like you to help me find out. She turns to you, her forehead wet with dew. Me? Yes, you. Rico sits on a railing. These holes run deep, Sleeper, and I'm getting old. She stamps her foot on the metal grating of the walkway. Whatever is causing this, it's got to be found in a... Brain. Whatever is causing this, it's to be found in the groves deep in the Greenway. Haifa won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous and unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, but I can't get votes. You, Sleepers, are a hardy beings, I know that much, and you can speak to the Eye, uncover its secrets in ways I never can. She holds out an arm so you can help her stand. Bring me samples, spores, seeds, and blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them. The deeper they are found, the better. I'm into this. Mystery plants stuff? Why not? I'll give it a shot. Thank you, she smiles, and thank you for listening. Rico leads you back out of the huge chamber and up through the passages. She's a little slower now and stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can. It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us have been here a long time, and few come through. She settles back at her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave. "Come back if you find something, Sleeper," she calls. "There are discoveries to be made." And you follow the blue line back up out the compound, all the time thinking of that impossible, magical green. Yeah, being a plant robot is very cool and relevant to my interests. Just give me a game where I can be a plant robot. Rico has asked for sample of spores from the deep groves of the Greenway. With them, she might be able to better understand how this biosphere functions. So just more? Or sorry, that's another three-tick clock. Haifa dorm. Oh, another home. We have a couple places. We have a container, we have an apartment, we have a commune. Huh. Wild margins. We're out of dice for the day. 2 upgrade points. Let's get repair to +3. Get our nerd. Nerd just ticking along. Or sorry, to +2. Costs 3 to get the +2. The wastes. Wild margins. Yeah, I think. I guess we'll just go back home and sleep for now. Founder's Ferry, cross to the rim. I don't know that I want to sleep on the commune. We have our cat to feed. Feed the kitty. Stray crunches up the crackers. And end cycle. Flickering. We have 1 stabilizer saved up. We should maybe... I'll make a decision about using the stabilizer later. Compressor Club is ticking. Or Ethan is ticking. However you want to look at that. Oh God, we only have 3 dice to work with. This is why yeah. Go back to the Greenway? Or do that stuff? Wasn't there something else here? Right, work assignment. Can do some energy and things. Yeah. I guess explore the mushroom groves. Collect some spores. Positive outcome, +2 grove spores. Neutral outcome, +1 grove spores. Well, we have enough to help Rico. Rico is grateful for the contribution. "Sleeper, you warm my heart with each delivery. Thank you. I am the most British." I am really doing Matt Gorley British more than actual British, but that's fine. Yeah. So, spore study, all ticked up, all complete. "Sleeper!" Rico greets you without so much as looking up from her work. "I have some of yours here. Come see." She beckons you over to a heavyweight-looking console, wired to a series of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. I don't know. What does it say? "The spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types from within the groves, but I've been able to isolate a few." She taps one of the specimen jars. "Here we have Trichloma matsutake." Rico breezes through the Latin and Japanese pronunciations as if it was nothing. "A species of Solheim, somewhat modified for use on the station." She brings up a panel on her console showing a chemical composition, all gradient bars and obtuse acronyms. This is the composition of Solheim-modified Matsutake spores. Modified? Yes, every species on the eye is a tweaked variant of Solheim's, of course, but that's not the point. Rico brings up another panel, identical in layout but with wildly different colors and numbers. You see, this is what your Matsutake spores look like. They aren't the same. That's the conclusion, yes. Sorry, my Rico's getting like more cartoon or fake British, whatever. Rico glances at the specimen jar as if it might have something to add. They are fundamentally They are fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. She leans back and sighs. Solheim may have introduced their own tweaked versions in the beginning, but the groves have, and still are, affecting them. Affecting them how? It's hard to tell without samples of fully grown mushrooms. She meets your eye. And herein lies our problem. She moves to another desk where two trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. The second you smell before you even look at it. The pungent aroma of the fruiting matsutake, like rotting, sodden overalls, laced with an edge of spice. The matsutake here are grown from Solheim stalks, pulled from a spore vault in this complex, she winks. They are delicious, by the way. She sets them aside. The empty tray is germinated with the spores you collected. No activity. No germination. No germination. Nothing. But the groves are full. Yes, they are. Rico looks at you directly. You suddenly realize how much she is enjoying this. So, here is our puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the groves won't grow in the lab. But gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body from some of these spores so we can track it, understand it. In short, I need you to become my mushroom farmer. Actually, I already started. Rico looks impressed. Well, an eager mycologist. I'd never have guessed. I assume you set yourself up in the aviary? I've been eyeing that place for its proximity to the groves. Bring me whatever grows, not just matsutake. There's more than a couple of variants in there, so I'll need plenty of samples. She plucks a matsutake cap from the tray. These little things are reflections of their conditions. Their smell, their taste, their chemistry, it all derives from the conditions of their growth. She smells the cap. Enough of these and we'll have a picture of what is happening here, of the ways in which this biosphere is modifying itself, or being modified, whichever the case may be. Rico pops the matsutake cap in her mouth, taking you by surprise. And don't worry, Sleeper, she says softly while chewing. If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom goes to waste. So that's good. We have even more uses for mushrooms. What do we want to burn our one on today? This is still dark aside from the Greenway Gate. We still don't have a thing for generic encrypted data. Unless I'm forgetting something, which I very well might be. So we can work at the Haifa Commune, Wilderness Margins. I'd like to work engineering somewhere, I think. Maybe the ship, climbing briars, vibrating for some reason. And yeah, there's nothing down here, so maybe head back across the Founder's Ferry, across Turin. Greenway Transit, clap, 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 clap. What was the free spoke again? I'd totally into it, engage. Yeah, that's fine. Or I don't know, I'm not. We'll see. Don't mind me just remembering how things work. Right. Rabia doesn't even have good work for us, like, even theoretically. And you want just Yatagan data. Lem and Mina's unit, Mingy Express. We could use money. Timbre Tea House? Tracking Havenage data. Hand in the gum box. Oh, hi. Right. This is... Oh! Right, okay, And this is the only timbre you can find. Well, I kind of forgot about Fang's gum box, so, you know, start action. Question, minus Fang's gum box. The waitress looks at you with suspicion as you hand over the box. Is this the right place? As you go to leave the Tambour Tea House, a hand falls on your shoulder. Sleeper! Fang hisses from behind you. How did you find me? Hardin has your hardware. Don't worry about that, Fang smiles. He has no idea what to do with it. Fang guides you down a set of stairs to one of the Tambour's lower levels. The tea house is stacked with curved mezzanines, all connected by a central atrium. The levels are filled with makeshift booths and bars. Sorry. Weird hiccup burp thing, yay! The levels are filled with makeshift booths and bars, and conversation bounces busily off the metal walls. Fang sees you look around. This place can be used to make a fuel tanker's main drum, hence the name. The tea house part is a bit of a misnomer, though. You can get anything the eye offers from this place, but real tea isn't exactly readily available. He picks a booth, itself fashioned from some old salvaged tanker container, lined with spongy insulation foam, and collapses into it. He looks around furtively. Don't suppose you've seen any Havenage types? They don't usually come out this far. Fang, what's going on? Well, I'm suspended, that's the first thing. And the second thing is I'm pretty sure Hardin wants to drop me off the rim of the eye. He grins. Doesn't bother me, though. It shows we hit a nerve back there. He picks a scrappy hand-scrawled menu from the table and tosses it over. What are you drinking? Why are you so calm? You know any reason I shouldn't be? He leans in, suddenly concerned, but then waves the idea away. Hold that thought. Let's order first. Fang is right. The menu is ridiculous. There's at least 10 different infusions, most of which you can't make out, but the paper is dominated by an extensive complement of esoteric alcohols and cocktails. Black tea is listed without a price as a seasonal specialty. So you ran into Hardin? Was he pissed? Fang doesn't wait for an answer. That snake is so self-righteous he might actually believe that Erlin would approve of this meritocratic bullshit. Erlin would approve of his meritocratic bullshit. He taps on the table. If Havenage was like it He taps on the table. If Havenage was like it should be, like it was founded to be, they would have shouted him down at any council meeting where he dared to mention true citizens. He sighs. But I guess his kind runs the place now. A young woman with a vine tattoo snaking up her arm turns up at the booth, a slate in hand. Your order? You skim the menu, your eyes glazing over. Time to pick something. We like Girol, right? A Girol, neat. Fang taps the table to order the same. And you? She begins, looking to Fang, but when she sees him, she suddenly stops. What the? Fang shrinks a little. You're supposed to be working. This is... Fang shrinks a little. You're supposed to be working. This is your shift. He grins sheepishly. Wait, no. Sorry. That is the sister speaking. You're supposed to be working. This is your shift. He grins sheepishly. You work here? Fang waves at you to be quiet. Look, Jenna, let's just say this is my break. My friend here has been through a lot. Jenna looks between the two of you. Wave. Fang doesn't look pleased. 2 minutes. Whoop. Fang doesn't look pleased. 2 minutes, says Jenna, pointing at Fang, and only because I don't want to get dragged into whatever this is. She gestures at the table and walks off. What? Fang stretches out in the booth. You know how it is, we all have to eat. Plus, he leans in, this is the best place around here to find a person you might be looking for. Who? Remember that web of connections that Hardin pinged the moment we confronted him? Those are his collaborators, and if we want to understand what a Solheim executive might be getting up to on the eye, those are the people we have to find. Fang is almost whispering now. There's a couple of them that I suspect are in the low end, and well, almost everyone in the low end comes through this place at one time or another. He brings a modified slate out onto the table. I've set this up so that when anyone with the network signature I'm looking for comes into close proximity, it'll mark them. Once they are marked, we can break through their access protocols and get at the good stuff inside. We just have to find them first, hence me moonlighting as a waiter. Suddenly, a smile grows across his face. Suddenly, a smile grows across his face. Wait, I have an idea. Oh no. Look, I can't cover enough of the low end on my own, and so far I've had no matches in this place. With the two of us, we can cover more ground. What am I getting into? Well, Fang has a hangdog look. We need to get you out and about in the low end, in close proximity to as many people and residences as possible. And it turns out my friend Ming Yi needs some help with deliveries. As in Ming Yi Express? So you already know him. Perfect. Fang places a tiny receiver on the table. This connects to my slate and runs the same marking protocol if you get near any of our targets. So all you have to do is take some delivery shifts for old Ming Yi, and soon enough we'll have the place covered. Fang. Don't give me that look. You think I like working here, and I thought you could use the tips. He grins. We're in this together, right? Fang is anti-corporate and like coin flip or between the two, sure. Right. Okay then. Fang slips his slate back under his clothes. Just head on up to Ming Yi Express, take a delivery shift, and we'll see what shakes up. You manage to find anyone and extract any data, bring it down here to me. They have me on double shift, so I shouldn't be hard to find. Jenna walks past, carrying a tray of drinks, and sharply catches Fang's eye. I don't think she's bringing your drink. He stands. I think it's time we called this meeting to a close. You grab the receiver from the table and slip it into a pocket. See you soon, sleeper. Stay safe, Fang adds before turning and walking off towards the bar, whistling as he does. Okay. So that happens. What do we want to burn our one on? I don't think we especially care about Havenage data. Yadigan agent, we can sell Yadigan data. Concerned about Hunter, but I don't know. Havenage offices, data. Let's call the whole thing off. Once again, all is more than she was expecting. We need to eat. We need to eat. 3 fresh Jurul caps. Sorry, what am I? Cryo. Start action. Plus energy, plus fungus fan, minus 15 cryo. Oh, that's the good stuff. Repaired unit. Inject stabilizer. I like having 5 dice. I feel like it's maybe more. Maybe we're supposed to be holding on to stabilizer longer, but I don't know. Feed the cat. feed the cat. I'm pretty sure I'm just dumping, or like throwing away money at this point, but, you know. Also, sorry, I should, get close to Fang to finish doing, hacking Harden's network. There we go. Locate Harden's low-end agents. Lots of drives to work with. We are stable, we are not hungry, we have fed the cat. End cycle. Okay. Wow, our rolls are awful. Boy howdy. We have mushroom stuff happening, right? Or I think there's something across the way. I might be misremembering the clock ticks. Check out the aviary. The fruiting bodies are appearing. Girolles are easy to find, but the Matsutake and others, stranger types, will require extra effort. Take your pick. Huh. Okay. And we can do that. Oh, we have to feed dice into that. I was hoping we would just be able to get some mushrooms. Okay. 50 neutral, 50 negative. I would like better outcomes. This is rough. Positive outcome, +2 random rare mushrooms, plus fungus yield. Okay. Clubhead caps, Matsutake caps. Pungent, rich mushrooms, a rare delicacy on the eye. Clubhead caps, strange unidentified club-shaped fruiting bodies. Negative outcome, +1 Girolle caps, tick fungus yield. Okay. Pale peppery mushrooms used for flavoring I-made alcohol. Sorry, are both these 50-50? Both these are 50-50. I'll burn one of the ones. +1 Girolle caps, plus fungus yield again. Now we have to wait again. Drive complete, plus upgrade point. Spore catcher, putting those sample collecting skills to good use. We have enough upgrade points to get a +2 on repair. You just want fruiting bodies, or the Matsutake caps. Start actions. I want to get Emphas, his mushrooms. You hand over the Matsutake caps, and Rico looks pleased. My amateur mycologist, thank you. Okay. Hyphocommune, can we... Right, ear engage. Team up for work assignment, input dice, repeatable action. Aviary, can we dump any more? Right, this is, or this, we don't need more spores right now. Farm stacks. I guess we'll find somewhere to do, we'll cross to the rim. Do mechanical work somewhere, I think. Free spoke. I would love to get some scrap to keep our repair up. Or like we can do... Here's some engineer work with dangerous. Our 1 becomes a 3. Our 1 becomes a 3. It's a little bit riskier than I would like, but I mean, I don't hate it. Positive outcome, +15 cryo and +2 sidereal horizon. Data. Sorry, I should have checked this too. I think it's just like Havenage and Yatagan stuff will keep popping up here and there. Yeah, I don't know. Do we want to do anything else, or like, is there anything else I'm forgetting? I feel like I might be forgetting something, which is my one, like, no, come on. My one big hesitation. Oh, we have to input the full 3. Okay. Order some fungus. Doot. Do more engineering work, I guess. Neutral outcome, plus 15 cryo, plus side reel horizon, perk efficient extractor. We're up some scrap. Up some scrap is good. That will help us not need stabilizer as quickly. And we are out of stuff to do. I don't remember if we can repair like a little half pip here. All else being equal, just going to not worry about it. And feed the cat. I should probably stop feeding the cat. I like feeding the cat, even if it's incorrect. Or like strictly incorrect in terms of min-maxing the game. Let's input a scrap component. Yay! Love self-repair. Plus condition, condition minus scrap. Compressor is ticking. What do we... Sorry, I didn't even really look at our rolls. They are quite good, which is nice. Although we don't have good, like we can't harvest mushrooms today, right? Oh, you need more spores. I mean, I guess. Okay, that gives us a place to just sink some dice anyway. Plus 2 grove spores. Burn one of the 5s. Try to load up on spores. Shrug. Neutral outcome plus 1 grove spores. Okay, not so much load up as just get enough to get more mushrooms happening. Eiffel Labs, yeah, you still need more stuff. What do we want to do with our remaining dice? Oh yes, so cool and nice. Who are you again? Intuit and interface. This might be a +3 one. We're like, I don't know. I'm still not that sold on hunting Nikita's target. Maybe, though. We're okay on condition for the moment. We could work and try to save up for stabilizer or something so we don't have to keep feeding scrap into keeping our condition up. Or sorry, that's the wastes. I was thinking of whatchamacallit. Wild margins. Let's see what a hard positive gets us on wild margin or search for signals. +3 tracking Ashton. You notice a spike of activity, a vast transfer of information taking place. What is happening out there? Is Ashton a danger to the Greenway? The entire thing's locked off, right? Okay, now I'm more interested. Neutral outcome plus tracking Ashton. Tracking's only 1. Neutral outcome again, plus tracking Ashton. You track scattered, weak, moving signals as if someone is transporting equipment through the margins. If we get a full positive, again, that completes that clock. So we kind of burn some actions and stuff there, but I don't know, I'm more into it now. Now that I've been like, oh, maybe traitor is weird threat to neat science communists. Literal communists. Repaired unit. I'll be responsible and not... I'm gonna keep feeding the stray. I was curious if it did anything. The answer appears to be no. But is this a kitty? It's a fake representational cat who will never love me. I want to feed the cat. Tick things over. We are at 3 hours and 12 minutes. We hungry. A bunch of good roles to work with. Compressor Club, 1 away from completing. So is the Overlook Bar. I forget if... Do we have much we can do on the Greenway? Let's pop over. We have the mushroom stuff that's ticking, but that's going to take a few cycles to do stuff. Farm stacks exist. Endure, engage. Barter for food. Do. Oh, right, Ashton. Right. We have +1 to interface, so yeah, we can search for signals and get the 3 ticks. +5 cryo, transfer intercept. You notice a spike of activity, a vast transfer of information taking place. And we've got that ticked. And Kita. Everything's vibrating again, don't worry about it. The trail ahead extends deep into an overgrown section of the Greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the long, lazy curve of the Greenway becomes the shattered landscape of the wastes, things are oddly quiet. Ahead stands a vast farm stack. I feel like I said half the words in that sentence wrong, although I think I didn't. It's the weird thing where you can hear yourself, but your mouth is just like... Ahead stands a vast farm stack, broken from its axis by rust or force, and lying among the overgrown landscape like an ancient temple. It is stained with moss and algae, flows of green running out from its broken tanks like a frozen, brackish tide. This is where Ashton is hiding. You are pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows, beneath this collapsed superstructure. You roll the comm headset Ankita gave you in your palm. Is going alone dangerous? I mean, presumably more dangerous than calling in the trained mercenary? Can we call her later, though? Like, is not calling Ankita now, like, we never call Ankita thing? Like I think I said when I initially took this, I would like the option to talk to them before calling Ankita. So we go alone. You survey the route ahead. There's a direct route, a line of broken pillars that take you into the center of the structure, or you could skirt around the pillars, keeping to the cover of the raised spine of the Greenway, and work your way around. It'll take longer, but it's better concealed. Skirt around. We're cautious. You decide on the long route and head off toward the central spine. It is slow going there, where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it is so concealed that you can barely see the glass roof high above. You follow the wall, knowing it will lead you to the edge of the collapsed stack. For the final part of the journey, you have to work your way through the dense undergrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It is exhausting, and you stop on a small rise to rest. It has been hours since you began, and you desperately hope Ashton hasn't moved on. Yeah, that is a risk I didn't really think about, huh? Just ahead is a soft glow coming from somewhere within the farm stack. A grow light? Still on after all these years, perhaps. You take a little longer to rest, then push on. You follow the faint glow of the stack. You find a broken tank and step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. You work your way up the slanted tank, carefully, quietly. Somewhere, water drips, and you swear you heard... I'm really fumbling at this point. Somewhere, water drips, and you... Somewhere, water drips, and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place in a pale and sickly green. As you reach the edge of the tank, you hear something, an echoing hiss like a hydraulic piston. You quickly move up to where the tank opens into the central drum and look over the edge. The vast drum is like a cistern, with plants growing on all sides, and wet mossy islands at its base. It is beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but the tones of green. Then you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light, descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies slumped at an odd angle. They are surrounded by crates, and beside them, on one of the mossy islands, there is an object, a cylinder set on a tarp. It is connected to the sleeper's head. You flinch. Are they one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognize them. They are twisted, broken, open, wrong. You look away. Jump down. You push yourself to the edge, then awkwardly drop onto the mossy islands. It is further than you think, and you fall flat onto the soft green, the smell heavy in your nostrils. You make your way towards the sleeper, slowly, carefully, the soft moss covering your footsteps. Before you have even gone 2 steps, the first shot rings out. It passes so close that you feel the ripples of air radiate out from it. You drop to the ground as the sound echoes around the drum, blanking out all noise. A voice calls out, "That's close enough. The next one will end you." Ashton, you assume, is somewhere in the wall of tanks on the opposite side. What did you do to them? "I'm saving them. Their body is dead, but with the ship mined." He pauses. "Look, this is none of your business, so I'd appreciate if you just went on your way. I'm going to start counting soon, just so you know, I'm serious." A pause. "I don't want to kill you." At that moment you hear a sound, a soft hiss like a hydraulic piston. You turn and there is Ankita, slipping into the drum behind you. Of course she was tracking the headset. You suddenly feel stupid, tricked. She meets your eye and shakes her head. The gunshot breaks the silence, blanking out all noise. It hits Ankita's shoulder piece, the ceramic armor cracking but holding as she braces into the impact. Then she launches herself forward, the now activated armor launching her across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crates beside the sleeper. "Shit!" You hear the shout. Shit! You hear the shout from one of the tanks high on the far wall. Ankita reaches over and wraps a hand around the thick connection between the ship mind and the sleeper. What is she doing? "You had better come down here, or I'll rip this right out of their head!" she screams at the wall of the tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. "Ankita, stop." Ankita flinches, but she doesn't take her eyes from Ashton. "Quiet, sleeper!" Ankita shouts. A shot rips through the moss beside you, filling your vision with green. The shooter must be somewhere on the other side of the tank. "Do that again, and I swear to God, I'll tear their head... Do that again, and I swear to God, I'll tear their head off!" Ankita shouts to them, "Sleeper, you stay down!" There's a long pause. All you can hear is the dripping of the water running down the walls of the drum. Then Ashton calls out, "I'm coming down, Ankita. Don't do anything stupid, for God's sake." He appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifle raised above his head. Ashton, disgraced mercenary. Holding the sleeper. "Drop the gun!" Ankita shouts. He throws it down onto the moss. As you lean out to watch, you see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. What are you up to here, Ashton, you sicko?" She stands, keeping her sidearm trained on his head. "You ripped my ship mind for what? Some freakish experiment?" And hi, Emilian Draco. Good to see you, good to have you. We're continuing Citizen Sleeper today, doing some reading. Probably, well, this is actually turning out to be quite a bit of dialogue, but I was going to say this is the last day of stuff we're doing, I think, before the stream ends, so we'll see how much dialogue we can squeeze out of it. But yeah, doing good. I still like this game a lot. It is terrible for viewership not to be too, whatever you call it, too hustly or too content creatory about it, but I don't know, it's good enough. It's good enough that I'm not that fussed about the whole thing. I read everything, some freakish experiment. Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that I don't know. It is what it is. I struggle a lot with streaming non-magic games, or like they always do bad numbers, so it's a thing. We'll get through it. Let's just do this from the top. Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Ankita still has hold of. "Steady, Ankita, it isn't like that. I need the ship mind. You have to understand, they would have died without it." "What are you talking about? I don't give a shit why you ripped my ship mind and crippled my ship. I should put you down right now." She tightens her grip on the connection. "Typical of you, Ankita, no curiosity." Ashton smiles shakily. "That's why I never asked for it, for your help. You only look after yourself." He nods at you. "That sleeper up there, they are just bait, right? To draw me out." Ankita sucks a breath in. "Are you trying to give me more reasons to shoot you?" "I love them, Ankita." Ashton looks at the crumpled sleeper. "I love them and they were going to die. I knew you would never understand that." He starts closing the gap between himself and Ankita now, slowly inching forward. "Don't do that, Ashton!" Ankita snarls. "Don't do that!" "Let the wires go, Ankita. Let us go. If you don't get out of my way." He inches closer. "Please." "I can't let you take it, Ashton." Ankita hardens her stare. "You stole it from me. You left me for dead." She shakes her head. "You think I'm going to trust you after all that?" "I need it, Ankita. I need them to survive." Ashton is in reach of the sleeper now, of Ankita. "I'm going to take them now, Ankita." He raises a hand. "I'm going to take the ship mind and go." Ankita loosens her grip on the connection a little. Her hand is shaking now. "Stop, Ashton." She lowers the gun a little. "Stop." Seeing her drop her guard, he makes his move. A blur of movement, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back behind the edge as they ricochet around inside of the drum, the sound deafening you. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding into the water, the red and the green. Ankita is standing at the center of the drum, the severed connection in her hand. The water drips endlessly, drip after drip after drip. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There is no sign of life, of humanity. They're just another broken object among other broken objects, while all around living things grow and thrive. Ankita finally looks back up at you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be, sorry, but you are already gone. Well, that was a lot. What are we doing? After we just watched 2 people die. Feel vaguely guilty about leading Ankita to them. But she did lie to us. So I don't know. Typhal Labs. What else do we even have to do over here? I guess we just head back. Can we talk to Ankita again? Do we want to talk to Ankita again? Oh, yeah, it's, it requires you fix Ankita's ship for her. Or like, after doing that, she tracks down the thief and, is the guy there. Sorry. No. Amber, the Amber is gone. Or like, yeah, we can't track her down right away anyway. So what are we doing? What do we want to do with all these good rolls? We can burn... we can burn the 4. Now that our repair is +2, we can burn the 4 on this. Get some money, maybe get some scrap. +15 cryo, +2 to the sidereal horizon. Actually, yeah, we can just burn our bad rolls here because our engineer is so good. Get money. There we go, there's some scrap and we get paid again. What else? What else? Overlook bar hasn't ticked all the way through yet. We do need to eat. High emphasis. How are you doing? Trying to turn me up. Trying to turn me down. Eat a bunch of food. What else? What else? We could get some more spores for mushroom stuff. I don't know if we want to overshoot that. We needed to do some mangy delivery stuff for Fang. That requires engage. Our engage is awful, so getting 6s knocked down to 5s. It's not the worst. That said, would I rather take care of Lem's kid? Maybe. Maybe. I like Mina more than I like Fang. Fang's fine, but I'm more interested in helping Lem and Mina at the moment, I think. So if we're burning 6s on like engage rolls, maybe do this. By the end of the day, Mina curls up in your lap as you read her a story. She's asleep when Lem gets back, and you two eat together. Oh. Kind of wish I knew that before I bought food. Yeah. Lem and Mina are neat. I'm not gonna worry about overeating or whatever, or just like, do this. Help them. Positive outcome, +2 ticket out, +2 energy. I definitely should have done this before. I didn't realize that this would give us food. But yeah, babysit Mina. That's good to know, though. That's all our rolls. A bunch of stuff will tick. Well, we could keep going, maybe? I say with utmost confidence. Let's do some self-repair. Self-care is important, you know? Doot. Feed the cat. We have a couple things tick tomorrow, right? Or we have Ethan doing Ethan stuff. Or the compressor club, more accurately. Yeah. So maybe we'll say this is the last day, or maybe get Get some drama happening. Oh no. So many ones. Oh. Okay. Ethan. Oh, you find me, huh? Okay. Well, you miss me? God, what was my not drunk Ethan voice? I don't really remember. You miss me? Ethan smiles, a ragged smile at you. Walk away. Ethan follows along, and you notice he's limping. Come on, Sleeper, just a little joke. I know you have a sense of humor. You look at him. He's paler than usual, hunched. He's sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. That's no way to greet an old friend. Get lost. Ethan's face drops, along with all pretense of friendliness. I think you'll want to hear this, Sleeper. I think, he says, rapidly shaking his head, you'll really want to hear this. I doubt it. Fuck off. Ethan ignores you. This is big, really big stuff. About you. He seems a little more jittery than usual. On edge. You remember how SNARP canceled the contract on you? The contract I was going to collect? Seriously, Ethan? Well, I'm guessing you were pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed. Me, I lost everything, but let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. And so what did you think? That was it? Stay silent. Well, it was. Except, Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if old SNARP gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who is even more of a shithead than yours truly. He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. Do we think he's bluffing? What he's saying could be true, but we don't know that it's true, or like, we don't really have a strong incentive to take him at face value. Who did they send after me? That's the Ethan grins. That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see, some colleagues, about what went down, and it turns out SNARP canceled all their bounty contracts. The whole lot. It seems they've brought, someone in-house. Some guy who did so well on their lost some guy who did so well on their why can't I keep saying lost. Some guy who did so well on their last contract, they got offered a job. He leans in. Apparently he made a hit on the ship called the Winter Wonderland or something. It was smuggling sleepers out from under SNARP's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship. Ethan whistles. Yeah. That was, the ship that Dragos was taking apart? The Wintermute? Why can't I think of words? The Neuromancer reference? William Gibson. There we go. The William Gibson reference? So yeah, that ship, we didn't discover it on this playthrough. I knew from a VOD I'd watched, or like the thing that introduced me to this game, that it was doing that. So it's a little bit sad I didn't get to see that on this playthrough, but I'm glad we get that information in this playthrough eventually. Anyway. They call him Hamwick or Maywick or something. He gives up looking for the paper. I forget. You mean Winterlight? That's it. He looks at you hard. So you do know about all this. He pats you on the shoulder. Then you'll be very happy to hear what I'm about to offer you. Ethan runs his hands through his greasy hair. Given this new information I brought to light, it seems like you are in need of protection. I'm not paying you anything. Easy, I'll get to that. He looks down the corridor. I mean, I, meanwhile, am in need of assistance in kind. It turns out I upset some people at the compressor the last time we were there, the owners, and they say they'll space me unless I work off the debt. Seems that they are that kind of businessmen, he grimaces. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out in a mime of poverty. He looks pitiful, even more so for his clownish acting. Then work it off. You should be glad, the anger rising in him now, that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You are a contract, a name on a list. He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temples. I'm sorry, he hisses. I'm sorry for being a shit and trying to kill you and whacking that thick skull of yours, he sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy? But us, he jabs a finger between the two of you, we don't have a choice, so you keep me from getting killed and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other, a straight 50-50 deal. He looks at you. I'm not asking for a favor. I wish there was a stronger fuck off option. I guess I'll think about it is like the closest we get. Ethan nods. I'm at the compressor, every cycle, working. He pauses. Just think about Maywick. Think about that cold-eyed SNRP shit on his way here from the core systems, he smiles. That should give you the motivation you need. Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you, he shouts. New drive. We have so many drives. Gain Ethan's protection. Somehow you are once again helping Ethan. This time he is offered his protection if you help clear his debt. I would rather, between like that and other stuff, I would rather help Fang. Like Fang get my tracking off me, so who cares if they're sending someone? Lem and Mina. Let's use our one good roll to help them. Start action. Positive outcome, +2 ticket out, +2 energy. We eat together. I do not remember Lem's voice. She's asleep, whispers Lem, creeping back out of the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the door shut as he does. You are perched at a thin bar in the main room, the slate in front of you still glowing with Mina and your drawings from a cycle spent together. There's a ring, the only world Mina has known, with stick figures standing along its edge. The tall one is you. Drink? Asks Lem, producing a worn-looking bottle of Girol from under the bar, its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light. Very brief digression. I bought a bottle of vodka the other day just because, and I decided, it turns out the liquor store closest to me has dirt cheap vodka. Or like dirt cheap for Canada anyway, of like $13 for a 750 milliliter bottle. I forget what the name for those things are. So I was like, this is a good vodka. I gave it a teeny tiny sip and was like, this is functional vodka. It doesn't taste methylated or whatever. It's like, it's vodka. So I decided to do an infusion in it of a bunch of tea, which is whitened with black pu'er, as well as some weed that I had kicking around, because I don't really smoke anymore. And the resulting thing is actually surprisingly nice, or like it reminds me of the game's description of Girol. Like it is this amber liquid that has like earthy tones, and there is like stone fruit or a brighter element. So I have my own pseudo Girol now. So that's fun. That's something that happened on Sunday. It infuses surprisingly quickly. I was mostly pleased that I did not waste the tea, because it's nice tea. It's nice tea that, yeah, if I want more of it, I'll have to do another fairly expensive order, so that might not happen for some months. Anyway, digression aside, I feel that, or like that is how I drop, I do end up dropping things occasionally. Like I stopped drinking coffee, not fully unintentionally, but kind of without much effort. Because it was like my dentist was yelling at me, or, you know, being a dentist about drinking coffee. And it's just like, this has dampened my enthusiasm for a few days. And yeah, I like never drink pop. I'm at this point with drinking pop where it just feels gross to me, like having 40 grams of sugar or whatever for no reason is like, yeah. I wish I could afford to maintain a bar, just because I think like doing cocktails and stuff would be nice. I did for Christmas get stuff for making Negronis. Bottle of gin, was it Campari, and another thing, and that was nice. Or like I had a Negroni once a day for a week or whatever, or however long the bottles lasted. Basically, it's like, oh, this is how people above my income bracket live. Nice. Or like 3 levels above my income bracket. Anyway, I'll do another tiny sip because we're down to the gross part of the coffee, and then get back to stuff. I think I already read this, but just for getting back into things. Drink? Asks Lem, producing a worn-looking bottle of Girol from under the bar, its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light. Sure. Lem nods and glugs a few fingers into a couple of metal tumblers, then sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers, and you clink the metal containers together. You know, actually we have something to celebrate this time around. Lem gives you a sideways look. I made the assembly team on the side reel. He grins broadly. Clearly he has been desperate to tell you all cycle. Knew it. Lem holds up his drink. You did get there first, friend, I'll give you that. He looks away. Seriously though, couldn't have done it without you keeping an eye on little meanie back there. Lem shifts a little on his stool. He looks uncomfortable. How's our girl doing, Sleeper? Haven't seen much of her these past cycles. She's doing great. Of course she is. He playfully squeezes your shoulder. She talks about you a lot, you know? Draws you. I'm glad she has a friend that isn't me. His eyes drift to the bedroom door. You okay? He nods. I can't take all the credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine. He gazes into the middle distance. I pulled her off a refugee shuttle out by one of Ember's moons. The colony was falling apart for decades after Solnheim collapsed, surviving on next to nothing. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the eye on... brain... brain. Sorry, for some reason I was just like, chat while reading Fallout. Just no thoughts, head empty. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the eye on these decrepit old shuttles. He sloshes the drink around in his tumbler. They had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway there. Everyone spaced. The only reason she made it was someone sealed her in a weapon locker. She was ice cold when I reached her. Purple lips. He shivers. Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her. He takes a drink. Still not sure why. He reaches over and refills his cup. We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand. We were private military, hired in by Conway to protect their claims in the collapse. But once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. Got us dumped here. You saved her. I'm going to sound like an idiot now, but... He sighs. She saved me. That's the truth of it. He looks around the decaying unit, its stained plastic plating and flickering lights. Me? I brought her to this. She was tiny. Too small to know what she lost, but I can't stop thinking about it. He rubs his eyes, dark with tiredness. What if our number doesn't come up in the draw, Sleeper? What then? The sidereal will be, the sidereal will sail off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life is that for her? She'll manage. Sorry, I know you don't have it any better. He looks at his cup and pushes it away down the bar. This is a celebration, right? Both of us on the team now. Both of us in with a chance. Exactly. Imagine all three of us riding the sidereal horizon out of here. To a new world. He looks into his glass for a moment. I think I drank this too fast. He laughs. Lem stands and starts to clear the glasses into the auto wash. I need some sleep, friend. See you around. All right, then. He catches your shoulder as you turn to leave. Thank you, Sleeper. I mean it, from both of us. He pats your shoulder, and you slip out into the dark of the walkway, with thoughts of little Mina in your mind. Machinist. We hit 3 on Engineer. That's nice. I like Lem. Or that makes... yeah, no. Yeah, they are good. What do we want to do here? I kind of want to get engage off of -1. I've been talking a lot throughout the playthrough of not like... of actually the joys or the kind of... I don't know, enthusiasm I have for playing a narrow character. But we're full up engineers, so... Keep 2 dice even when condition is breaking. Hard to kill. Chance to gain energy after any engage action. Yeah, I do kind of want to get engage off of -1 just because a bunch of ways we have to progress like story and stuff right now are engage rolls. Like all of the Lem Mina stuff was engage rolls, so maybe I will bite my pride or whatever and just get engage off of -1. We're still mostly nerd, but yeah. Be a little bit better at just general stuff. God, we have so many ones. I kind of forget what else we were doing. Woo! Oh yeah, Tala. The distillery is done. Or like has stuff. Just yeah. Tala comes to you one shift when the bar is empty, tapping you on the shoulder as you clean the bar. It's ready! She's grinning from ear to ear. Can I try? Obviously! She grabs you by the arm before you can ask anything else and drags you into the back room. The smell hits you immediately when you enter, a cocktail of rich fermentation and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now. The newly installed lights make the place look clean, whether it is or not. Tala has already pulled up a couple of stools around a metal crate, where 2 glasses with a few fingers of pale girol sit inside, with a few fingers of pale girol inside, sit waiting. She smiles. I haven't even tried it yet. You can see how she is nervous. Wait, brain. You can see she is nervous. You both sit at the makeshift table, the slight strangeness of the situation making you both jumpy. Tala hands you a glass. Cheers, she says solemnly and knocks the glass back. You do the same. The first sensation is burning. A sharp, nose-clearing blast of alcohol that has your frame querying whether you would like to activate safe mode. You gulp the drink back, and it is only then, behind the burn, that you taste the earthy tones of the mushrooms, the wood and the soil, left behind like sediment, barely there. It's certainly something. What's our, That's strong. That feels honest to this. Tala nods vigorously. Woof, that was heavy. Has promise though? Be the optimist. You think? She swirls the glass and puts it down. Wait, I have an idea! Tala grabs a metal bottle from the newly installed work surface and adds a few drops of water into the Jurol. Try again! This time the burn is a warming glow, harsh but fading off, and the woodiness less heavy. You taste something floral in among the marshy decay, something fresh and bright that you never expected to find. Both you and Tala meet eyes. It's really good, right? It is! Tala grins with her whole face, and that makes you smile too. Tala pours out some more Jurol, and then adds some more water, the actions already taking on the quality of a ritual. You both drink. Tala tucks her feet up beneath her on the stool, folding her legs. She looks down into her glass and swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Tala looks up at nothing in particular. My father opened this place, you know, she says out of nowhere, a thought suddenly becoming words. It was his attempt at making a life for us, for my family, when we got to the Eye. Your family? My father, my mother, my little brother, she takes a drink. They aren't around now. I'm sorry. That's okay. My parents had long lives, and my brother somewhere in the Starward belt ran off with a salvage crew. She puts her glass down. He's alive, as far as I know. I was just thinking about something my father told me. When he first set this place up, he wanted to call it the Battalion. He wanted to call it the Bantayan. Bantayan? I don't know, whatever. He wanted to call it the Bantayan, but he was afraid it'd scare off the customers, so he kind of translated it, hence the Overlook. And these past few cycles when I've been in here, I've been thinking that I should rename the place. She looks at you. The Bantayan, what do you think? What does it mean? Dad said he translated it to Overlook, so something like that? Watchtower, maybe? Lookout? Tala picks up her glass. That settles it then. To the Bantayan. You both click your glasses and drink up. Tala hisses through her teeth. Still harsh? She laughs, then suddenly grabs your shoulder. Oh, Sleeper! I totally forgot! She stumbles to her feet. Oh, I feel that. Or like, the city I'm in, or Calgary, is the same. We're just like, mid, yeah. Weather be weird. Stuff, brain. I read this. Continue. She lurches over to a corner of the room, covered with a plastic sheet, and whips it off like a magician performing a trick. Beneath it is a neat little kitchen, a sink, a work surface, and a compact oven with a hob. Your kitchen! She doesn't give you time to respond. You can come make stuff here anytime, as long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm. I need those for the Jurol. I was thinking, too, that if things pick up, we can start serving proper food at the Overlook. I mean the Battalion. She laughs. Do you like it? Thank you. Tala gives you a hug, then quickly stands back. I'm sorry, I'm so glad you're here. Me too. No, I like Tala. As Tala tidies away the glasses, you inspect the kitchen, checking that it all works. It's small, salvaged, but after what you've had to put up with, it feels like a dream come true. Later, when she's done for the day, Tala comes back through the bar, and you share a glass of the good Jurol, the one she didn't distill. And this time you talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars or discussing the best place to eat on the Eye, which, after everything that has happened, feels like a nice change of pace. When it comes time to leave, you promise to cook for Tala and agree to let her know which shifts you'll be working in the coming cycles, and then slip out into the cool of the rotunda. And in this moment you feel, for once, at home. Yeah. Help a friend distill their future. Free spirit. Yeah. The Bantayan. Cook Matsutake caps. The Matsutake requires a softer touch. You've learned to thinly slice and lightly fry them to keep their flavor. Cooks your roll caps. You haven't exactly mastered the art of cooking mushrooms, but a couple of handfuls of fried girolles always beats expired rations. And then we have a bar shift again. Or like that's still here. We be upgrading all the things. Save for icebreaker. I kind of like keeping a pyramid shape. I think that still can be my guideline even if we don't, even if we are a little bit wider than I initially assumed we'd get to be. Do like icebreaker, then maybe predictive reasoning or something, and etc, etc. But yeah, we'll save up for icebreaker for the moment. We have a bunch of ones. I don't remember if there was anything on the Greenway today. Let's cross the Greenway and see what's up. Right, 2 more cycles until the aviary can be harvested. We can grab some more mushroom stuff. Yeah, where to... Oh, hello. I don't know why this part of the map vibrates sometimes. It's real disconcerting. Ankita is away. Amber is docked here at a rickety old jetty, but she's sealed up. A note says, "Sleeper, stay. I'll be ready soon." Okay. So that's... something. I'm not sure how I feel about seeing Ankita again. Yeah. God, this place vibrating is something. Where's a good place to just like shove ones? I guess we could do engineer rolls and get stuff happening. Do we have... This is still... The Greenway needs, Greenway cipher? Yeah. Do some engineering work? It's not terribly exciting after all the drama and like nice stories and things. But it gets us paid. Or I guess, sorry, I should look for, see if there's any interesting data. I don't know how I feel about Hunter happening again. I'm a bit concerned because the last time Hunter ticked over, nothing happened, and that feels very calm before the storm to me. So, yeah, there's Havenage stuff, Yatagan agents. Nothing terribly new or exciting. Give me work. Or just do some of this stuff. Do we want to burn... What does... This bumps up to a 3 again, which is a decent spread with how our stats work. Plus 15 cryo, minus condition. Why are you like this? Okay. Hey. Plus 15 cryo, plus 2 to the sidereal horizon. We get some scrap so we can at least repair the damage we took doing this. Just burn it all and get paid? I don't know. Like I said, not terribly excited, but a lot of our stuff, we're waiting on a bunch of clocks to tick over, so... I don't hate just doing a bunch of work right now and kind of stocking up. Yeah, I feel similarly? I don't know. The thing that mostly has me a little bit off of looking for the Hunter stuff is, what was the thing last time? Like, you need to find a way to deal with them? There was some language that was like, they're dangerous and you need a plan, kind of in short, or like, paraphrasing. And I don't feel like I have a plan, so, shrug. Do some engineering work, neutral outcome, plus 15 cryo, and that stuff. Okay. I think we are, I guess we won't tick down to 4 dice because we can repair ourselves. And put some scrap. Doot. Yeah. Who needs a plan? Feed the stray. Maywick. Ethan says Maywick is on their way. Oh, right, we have, Fang stuff to do. We do, Ethan says Maywick is on their way. You'll need to leave the station, get protection, or disable your tracker before they arrive. Yeah, so I think doing stuff for Fang is the way we want to go around dealing with Maywick. So that's something I should keep in mind. Going to end cycle. We're at 4 hours. Oh my. Yeah, we're back. The rolls are all right. Time since last autosave 0 seconds. Lovely. Ankita. You spot Ankita on the track to the farm stack. She has a box on her shoulder and is working her way down the slope. She sees you as she approaches. Neither of you speak for a moment. She looks tired, pale. Her hair is tangled and clumps of dirt cling to her armor. You both eye each other. Stay silent. Sleeper. She takes a deep breath. I'm sorry for what happened. I truly am. She looks down. I'm sorry you ended up in the middle of this when all you've shown me is kindness. She rubs her face. I'm sorry. Stay silent. For that, Sleeper, for that. She stares at the floor. I'm sorry. She looks up and away, not meeting your eye. I wish there was a middle option between it's okay and what you did is unforgivable. Because I don't think we're this punitive. I don't think we're this punitive and emotional with how our character is. How I've been playing the Machinist. But it's okay is kind of scot-free-ish, but it's okay is closer to how I feel. Yeah. She nods, then looks up to the stars. I've never... She stops herself. Thank you. Ankita shifts the weight of the box on her shoulder. I've been preparing for... She grimaces. Look, she sighs. Can you come with me? It's easier if... If what? You see it, she finishes. It's just down the way. Ankita leads on down the dirt path between the pillars. There is a wind passing through the greenway, a quirk of the air currents the biosphere maintains, and it ruffles the leaves softly. The sound makes the silence more obvious, more complete. You try not to think of the last time you were here. You've been trying not to think of it for the past few cycles. The image of the sleeper, sprawled, twisted open, connected to the ship mind, has been hard to forget. You realize Ankita is leading you back there, back into the drum at the center of the stack. You pause, trembling a little at the threshold. She turns. What are you doing? She looks at you with empty eyes. What needs to be done? You stand on the threshold and look up at the tanks. Green and wet, some glowing with flickering grow lamps. You look down at Ankita, suddenly so small under this hulking ruin, the smallest she has ever looked. She places the box down. Again, a middle option would be nice. Between the two, follow her in. You follow Ankita into the stack through a low tank, entering the drum at ground level. It is just as beautiful as you remember, but it barely touches you. Instead, you check the apertures of the tank for the glint of a weapon or a shadow among the moss. Ankita stops, and you look down. The mossy island at the center of the tank is clear now, the equipment cleared away. In its place is a mound of dirt, loosely covered with moss. Ashton's rifle stands straight, half buried in the dirt at the grave's head. "I buried them together," Ankita says without turning. You both stand there in silence for a little while. You think of questions you could ask, about Ashton, about the sleeper. Was the sleeper dead? She takes a moment to respond, and for a moment you think she won't, but then the words come gushing out. "Their body was long dead, that much was obvious. After you left I checked them, but there's nothing, no signal, no function, the ship mind was the same. Dead. I don't know if Ashton's plan would have worked, he seemed desperate, but that doesn't mean it wasn't..." She pauses, unsure how to continue. "I don't think he was lying, but you have to understand, I've had crew members double-cross me, undercut me, rat me out. That's the business. He wasn't a good person, none of us in this job are. And this is how we die, alone. I'm sorry they had to die too." She stops, not sure of what to add. It seems like she's reaching for something, but she can't quite get there. You feel that gap between you, and as you do, it widens. The water drips, the moss trembles. You both stand in silence for a while longer. You both feel it, life creeping back in, the silence ending. Ankita shifts her weight, and then starts to walk out. You follow her, suddenly eager to be back out in the open space of the Greenway, to be away from this place, forever. You stand outside and breathe the fresh air. You stare at the green leaves, and the stars wheeling above them. "That's it," says Ankita from somewhere behind you. You try to think of something to say but can't. Ankita puts a hand on your shoulder. You turn back to her. "At least take this." She forces a handful of cryo-chits into your hands. "It's what I owe." She looks at you desperately. You look down at the metal bars, ugly little things you think. Drop the chits. We can't bring the sleeper back to life, but we don't have to forgive Ankita. You open your hand and let the chits fall to the floor. They clunk into the dirt and she does not pick them up. You turn without saying a word and continue up the track. She does not follow. As you walk up the rise, the wind picks up and leaves shudder. You walk faster, trying to outpace your anger. You think of those ugly metal bars in the dirt. A life has to be worth more than that. It has to be. Oh god, that writing is so good. We are hard to kill. I think Icebreaker is more correct strategically, but I like picking up hard to kill right after that moment is just a resolution. Or like this is our resolve. What are we doing now? Whoops. Oh, I just had that happen. I was like, oh, plot and feelings? Goddamn. The aviary. I wish we had better rolls. I will feed 4s into the aviary, +1 Girol caps, plus fungus yield, or minus fungus. Tick fungus yield, which is bad, or like, is the thing. Neutral outcome, +2 random mushrooms, plus fungus yield. You select a set of healthy, large caps. The smell is rich and complex. It reminds you of some of the best meals you've consumed in the eye. Thanks, Emphas. Do we return with a better roll tomorrow? We have a bunch of Girol. I'm just gonna input the 2 here. It's safe. Burn through a low roll, +2 random mushrooms, plus fungus yield again. More Girol caps. We have a ton of Girol now, okay. We need to grab some more spores, don't we? Just do a bunch of mushroom farming today? Oh, oh no. Oh, negative outcome. The mushrooms lead you deep into the rim, beyond sunlight, where moist dells glitter with strange growths. You barely make it back out. Yeah, we took hunger off that, and because our hunger was low, we took actual, condition damage, which is not great. Not what we were hoping to have happen there. Sorry, the aviary needs 3. 3 spores, yeah. I'll just toss those in now. I assume we'll need more, or like that we can input more later. Doot. Kind of meant to do some Fang stuff today, but I forgot about it and got excited about mushrooms. Emphis, where are you? Could really use some of your cooking right now, Emphis. -3 Girol caps. Emphis, ingredients supplied. Emphis eagerly takes the bright yellow Girol caps. He seems pleased with them. Emphis is working on gathering the ingredients and preparing the mushrooms. He doesn't like to rush these things. Oh no, I can't have Emphis food? Oh, I should have ordered something. Okay. Can we cook in the battalion? The battalion? Battalion? Bantayan. God, this word tripped me up last time, too. The Bantayan has food now, right? Cook Matsutake caps? We don't have Matsutake. Cook Shirol. I wanted to save these for the scientist lady, but we really need food, so... We need food and we have no dice left. +3 energy, -2 Girol caps. Sure. The mushrooms release their liquid as they cook, making for a fragrant and delicious dish. This game makes me want mushrooms, which is interesting. Or like, yeah, I'm not a huge mushrooms fan traditionally. To just talk about mushrooms for a second, because what is a streamer if not a digression machine? I used to think I didn't like mushrooms because, my mom, she's a wonderful cook in a lot of regards and a lovely lady. She does not know how to cook mushrooms or certain other select vegetables. Maybe, no, she's gotten better about a lot of it. But yeah, when I was young, mushrooms were just these things that were like fried to death and kind of bland and like rubbery and moist and not a good situation. And then just like frying them just the other week or whatever, for example, it's like, oh no, you can fry them, add in some soy sauce, maybe a little bit of hot sauce or gochujang or something. What about a little bit of ginger or garlic powder or actual garlic and etc. You can do a lot with mushrooms, they're pretty good. And then of course they go well with meat and things, although I don't eat meat that often. What are we doing? We're having a time. We don't have any scrap for self-repair. I guess we will deal with having, 4 actions tomorrow. Yeah, we feed the cryo in, leave, or sorry, feed the cat with the cryo. Feed the stray with the crackers. Brain got there eventually. End cycle. Okay. What do we want to do right now? Our rolls are so bad. We should do stuff with Fang. We should do stuff for Fang, or do the tracking, because getting the... Is this what we burn our 4 on today? I guess. I would love to not have a negative outcome off of this. positive outcome, plus 13 cryo, plus 2 fangs targets. A shortcut across a bridgeway means 3 happy customers and 3 big tips. You start to understand the makeshift unit markings. Sleeper! God, no, what fang? It's close to that. It's not quite as much like, wow. God, I really should figure out a way to track voices. Or just like if there's a way I can do notation to be like, back throat, like Teferi but different, but not, but... Anyway, Sleeper! You see Fang coming up the corridor as you step out of Ming Yi's, the kelp noodle smell still clinging to your clothes. He comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long, take these! Fang palms you a couple of those metal, thumbnail-sized drives. Ripper worms. My slate has been buzzing like crazy. It seems like your delivery shifts have turned up our 2 targets. He squeezes your shoulder. I knew you could do it. Now we nail those snakes. What do we do? Hardin's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocols on both of them, you should be able to gain the location of the nearest network ports. Slot the Ripper Worms into those ports, 1 each, and they'll feed me anything and everything stored on Hardin's shadow network. He smiles. Can't wait to see what juicy plans they have in there. You hear the scuff of boots as a group comes up the corridor, likely on their way to place an order with Ming Yi. You turn for a second, and when you look back, Fang is already halfway down the corridor in the opposite direction. He raises a hand in farewell and is gone. You run your fingers over the tiny Ripper Worm drives in your back pocket. And smile to yourself as you wonder how mad Jenna will be at Fang for this little excursion. Time to slot some worms. So we have Fang stuff happening. Sorry, does data, encrypted key, Ripper Worm, Havenage agent, Yatagan agent, Hardin agent. Takes a 5? 5 or a 3, I guess, because of our interface? That's interesting. Or, like, interface is, 6 or a 4. Okay. Good to know that the Hardin agents have popped up. Or that we can see that stuff. Let's pop across the greenway for a second, just to, I don't know, touch base. Maybe try to get some more mushrooms happening. I would like to... Do I want to do that? Oh, God. It's so expensive to feed, bad dice into here. We have... 50-50. I don't really want to take condition damage again. I don't know. Flip some coins. Neutral outcome, +1 growth spores. Just win one more coin flip. Come on, just one more. Negative outcome. I think I might buy some more stabilizer. Just force the issue. +1 grove spores. Okay, we at least get the mushrooms happening. Grove spores. Use some more girole caps, or cook some more girole caps at the Bantaya. At the Bant place. Boy. Yeah, this is probably not the way to do things, but I don't know. Sorry, what's... Disable your tracker again, helping chases leads. That's the things. Locate Hardin's, low-end agents. Well, okay. We have some stuff we can do. The Bantai. So we would like to cook Girol caps. And not die. Please come back, Emphis. I need you. Emphis, please. I guess we could work for Mingy or whatever if we're that worried about hunger, but yeah, it's rough. We have a ton of money, so I would like to have full condition again. And then moving forward, we can maybe kind of sort of balance our condition against stuff a little bit better, and yeah, inject stabilizer. You feel the stabilizer fizzing inside you, your artificial muscles cramping in sequence. That is disconcerting. Feed the cat. The stray crunches up the crackers as you watch. Sometimes they'll let you stroke them, sometimes not. End cycle. Right, good rolls. What do we want to feed the rolls into? We can do harden stuff, like we can prepare for more mushroom things. We will need a lot of mushrooms in the future, or like burning some sixes. Doing some of that stuff early wouldn't be the worst. We also should eat food somewhere, somehow. But it'll feed anyone who does a shift. Can we dump like just a 2 or something into this? What about a 4? Let's try noodle manufacture. I don't think I've even done this before. +3 energy, +8 cryo. Okay. Maybe I should have been doing more work for Mingy. Plus food and plus money is, you know, pretty good. God, I needed a 4 for one of the hardened agents, didn't I? It's fine, or I could have used a 4, rather. I'm interested in hacking the hardened agents. The security protocols on this agent are serious stuff. What are Harden's collaborators up to? Hunter's ticking. How worried are we about Hunter? I mean, fairly. Hunter is pretty concerning. But it's fun to live on the edge? Question mark. You remember the guy who lived here? He didn't tip. Time for him to see the consequences. So we've extracted the data, and don't worry about Hunter just lapses again. It's somehow even more concerning. Slot Ripper Worm. This will provide Fang with the ability to rip any data he likes from Arden's network. Slot that Ripper Worm. Port closed, -1 Ripper Worm. The worm makes a little nest among the agent's data. Enjoy your stay, little friend. Harden agent port. Slotting the Ripper Worm means a whole load of data on Harden's activities for Fang. The worm begins tearing through the data cache, spinning out a thread to Fang's terminal. Okay, so Fang stuff is happening, that's good. And that's all of it for now. Or it just showed us the 2, if I'm not mistaken. We can switch back to normal stuff. Hey, Fang. Or, yeah, so. As you walk into the tambour, you quickly spot Fang arguing with Jenna. Keep your distance, let them have some privacy, question mark? It doesn't look good. Ah. It doesn't look good. Fang seems to be explaining something, but Jenna is having none of it. She points to the door, and Fang walks away, catching your eye as he turns. Could have done with you getting here a minute or so ago. He glances back at Jenna. Well, either way, it looks like I'm fired. Good news is that it doesn't look like I need the job anyway. He takes out his slate, pulsing with pale light. Now let's take a look at what you were really here for. The slate is a whirring mess of code streams, coming direct from the Ripper worms as they dig through the agent's data and spin it into threads for the slate to pick up. Anything good? Fang scrolls the display with a finger. A lot of junk, a lot of dull-as-hell message threads, a lot of tedious data caches. But Fang's eyes flash. Definitely some good stuff. He stops the screen scrolling on an entry and expands it. Check this out. Fang shows you the screen. You see a bold corporate logo, not Solheim's, and a word below. Conway. Conway, Fang says. He's working with Conway. Conway? I don't think we've heard Conway Extractions before, so... Conway Extractions. They are an automated extraction corporation, the biggest. They run drone mining, colony reclamation, massive salvage jobs. He's been speaking with them personally, got a whole chain of messages here, but it's mostly encrypted or redacted. He rubs his head. Damn it, this is juicy, but we can't nail him with it. He scrolls some more. Wait, what's this? Wasteland reclamation facility right here on the eye? He glances at you. What's the bet? What's the bet this place is tucked into the wastes? Conwayer's set up here? Or wait, no. Yeah, Conwayer's set up here. I'm guessing so. Got themselves set up in the wastes. Back before the collapse, people would have got there by going down the connected spoke from the hub. But that spoke's broken now, so the only way is the long way, round the rim, past the green way. He shows you on the slate. Fang looks away, thinking. Conway have been making moves on this system since the collapse. I heard they took over one of Solheim's old belt colonies a while ago, moved everyone out and reclaimed the whole rock. Why work with Hardin? Access? Old connections? Not sure. Fang looks back at the screen. But if Hardin is involved in it, then we need to check it. But if Hardin is involved in it, then we need to check it out. Simple as that. This does feel like a wild goose chase, but so what's next? Fang stares out into the middle distance. We have to get to that facility. The answer to whatever Hardin has been planning, has to be there, and we are going to catch him in the act. Give me 5, maybe 6 cycles, and then I'll see you on the Greenway. I seem to remember there's some old service docks on the outer shell. But up by the Haifa building. Should be a good place to meet. Fang squeezes your shoulder. Thanks again, Sleeper, for sticking with this. I haven't forgotten about that tracker of yours either, but I'm going to need to be back in my bay to pull a solution together. He turns the slate around to face you, showing a mass of scrolling code. I've been working on a fix in my breaks. He winks. Fang grins. See you soon, Sleeper. And he walks out the door of the Tambor without looking back. +1 upgrade point. New drive discovered. Crack Conway. Fang is located at a Conway facility buried deep in the wastes. He needs your help to crack it and expose Hardin. So is that why all the Greenway stuff is so encrypted? We're fine for now. Or I don't think I want to upgrade anything. Cool, so Fang's stuff is moving, or ticking. It'll be on the back burner for a few days, it sounds like. What do we want to do? We could work engineering, try to get scrap to improve our condition. Let's pop across the Greenway for a moment to vibe, to check stuff out. Yeah, so we have that ticking. Service dock. Derelict Greenway dock. You're new. Is the wastes showing us anything new? No, just gather scrap still. Okay. I wonder if we gather a lot of scrap when we gather scrap in the wastes. That's maybe worth checking out. Service dock waiting for Feng. Why is it that you always have to wait for Feng? When is he going to be the one waiting for you? I like that the game realizes that it's doing the thing. So that ticks for 6 cycles, and that's 6 cycles of scary hunter. Not the hunter. You know, enemy of Ethan, or Turbo Ethan, for them to arrive. Wow, good sentence, me. Yeah, so what do we want to do here? Extract some more spores, burn a 6 on that. We could do that and then do some engineering work to try to get scrap. I don't know, sure. +2 grove spores, woo! Yeah, so now we have some spores saved up for the next time the aviary lapses. I don't know why we can't harvest spores from our own mushrooms. Don't ask me about our farming practices. I guess for the scientists' purposes, they do need to be down from the place, but yeah. Shrug, shrug. Grumble, grumble. +2 engineer bumps this up into a 4, which is better. +15 cryo, plus sidereal horizon. No scrap, unfortunately, but we're good. Our condition is high and our hunger is high. So this is pretty fun. We would like to feed the stray. And yeah, no self-repair or sunbathe right now. End cycle. Maywick. Why do I keep forgetting Maywick? Because it's a good name. My brain keeps trying to connect it to a Friends at the Table character that I can't quite remember from Sangfiel. What was Jack's character in Sangfiel? I don't remember. Sangfiel goat lady. Hickman. Maywick, it's not the same name. For some reason, Maywick makes me think of Pikmin. Also, good fan art. Don't mind me. Just vibing and looking odd. Sorry, I just noticed our rolls. 6, 6, 6, 5. Sorry, 6, 6, 6. Quad 6s into 5, yeah. Emphas. Body. Emphas is preparing the Jurol caps. He has to... Emphas is preparing the Jurol caps. He has had to heavily adapt to this recipe, he says, but the smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange, purplish-white bulb that you've never seen before, and he is slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms, and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb and the oil. They caramelize in there, in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. "We have a moment, Sleeper." He smiles. "Do you have a story?" Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia. Something distant and melancholic. It seems like the story should match that feeling somehow, and maybe you will feel better for telling it. What are our oldest memories? You start by explaining that when you are emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it is an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable, or perhaps it is a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit that you don't really know. What you do know is that some memories survive, and that on occasion they come back to you like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory, which, despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you have just forgotten something important, but just can't bring it to mind. Emphas nods throughout, cooking as he does with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off when you realize you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness. The sadness of remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. Emphas finishes cooking and meets your eye.
I'm sorry, Sleeper, for your troubles.
He puts the wok to one side.
I appreciate you sharing with me.
He smiles.
I hope it lightens you a little.
He passes you a bowl and heaps the girolles into it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce in whirls and blooms.
Eat.
The dish is delicious, filling. It warms you as you eat in a way that you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It is a small mercy, you think, that Esnarp left you this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experience must be met. That is why you breathe even when you do... That is why you breathe even when you do not need air. Without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it, to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power, so much is wasted. And yet, while you eat this food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Emphas takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways, back into Bright Market, somehow changed. Fuck yeah, Emphas. Emphas is the best. Emphas mentions an old recipe for matsutake broth. All he needs are 2 handfuls of matsutake caps, freshly sourced. Matsutake are so rare, though. I guess we can feed girolles to the scientist lady. They don't... We haven't ticked that clock much. But they do progress that clock. Whereas Emphas needs specifically the matsutakes. I want to do my fake British lady voice again, though. She's fun. She is the most British. Yeah, what are we doing? We have so many we have just a preponderance of 6s to burn. Let's do... Burn at least 1 in the mushroom groves. Collect spores and do it efficiently. Plus 2 grove spores. I am interested in seeing what the wastes returns with I guess we can do... Right, we have +1 endure now. So we can feed the 5 in to gather scrap. and see what we get. +1 scrap components. Okay. In an old docking bay, you find a locker corroded shut. You crack it open, and the components inside are in perfect condition. So that's reliable, but not terribly efficient, at least not compared to just working. Right, but yeah, no, a good reminder that we have +1 endure now. Maybe I want +2 endure, I don't know. Sorry, 1 second, just doing a thing. I kind of like +2 endure. Just like being a very, sturdy engineer. Or a machinist rather. Yeah, what else do we want to do with this silly array of 6s? But yeah, the Greenway gate. Locked. Nothing else popped up since we now know that Conway is hidden around here. Yeah. They would presumably be encrypted or whatever, but, it's good to check. Can we do stuff with the commune? Work assignment? Haifa dorm is like second home. Don't think about Maywick, it's fine, Fang, we'll come through. Yeah, oof. Just reminding myself of stuff. Should we give... Sorry, can we go to... Haifa Labs, yeah. Couldn't click on that before for some reason. Oh, she does not want clubhead caps. Just Matsutake or Girol. Okay. Good to know. Back across the greenway or across the rim? What was in the free spoke again? I, never... Spoke climber. The spoke is layer after layer of dense urban fabric. We could explore the spoke, now that our engage is not hot garbage. We have some scrap, we can bump up our condition. I am curious. Blistered with precarious elevators and stairways, the spoke can be navigated from the outside, but the climb requires bravery. You find your way to a service elevator that doubles as a bar, patrons sipping drinks as the whole room crawls up the spoke. Very good. Let's learn about the spoke. See what the spoke's whole deal is. Just if we're making guaranteed 2 ticks, let's go. Let's maybe meet some people or find out what the deal is. Yeah. Ooh, Paz import export. Okay, we got some stuff to check out. Midline freight hub. Freight operator. Midline runs automated freight down from Free Spoke. They need skilled operators and you don't have to lift a single crate. Interface work. Steal a shipment. With so many shipments, what's one diverted package? You would have no idea what you are stealing, but that's part of the fun, right? Just Amazon box thief. Midline security. Stealing shipments from Midline is going to be picked up fast, even if you are careful. Their systems can't be fooled for long. Okay. So, this is fine. Let's Paz import-export. Sell a ship mine. Paz says she is a contract who will take ship mines, but she reminds you any ship mine from the eye fetches a lower price, 150 cryo. I should have just completed that ship mine, maybe. Paz knows a spacer who will take Matsutake out to the Starward belt, but only in bulk, 80 cryo for 3 batches. by Shipmind Corp, as claims the Shipmind was salvaged from a Solheim executive yacht, which is why it costs so much. That does make me feel better about doing the parts of a Shipmind from the merchants for our initial thing, because yeah, the 300 is a grip. Ascender car. Take the Ascender car to the Eye's central hub? Oh my. Okay. The hub, station main dock, Descender car. Keynodes. What do these keynodes take? 6 or a 3? This node is connected to a remote array and it buzzes as it picks up the drive signatures of passing ships. This node is part of a Solheim ship's internal systems, welded to the hub as a makeshift dwelling. This node is barely visible, just an access key left on some long-forgotten desk in a sealed Solheim office. It's a bunch of keys up here. Hunter, question mark. Yeah. The hub. Spacer socializing. The hub is thronging with spacers from across the surrogate systems. They can be a prickly bunch, but they know the place well. Access manifests. The stacked bays house a flow of incoming and outgoing ships. The digital manifests will help you get your head around this place. Weightless wanderer. Up here there is no gravity, so even just moving around takes a while to get used to, let alone navigating the bays. So we can, yeah, access manifests is our best way to make progress up here, and we can do that stuff. So, not too shabby. Take the Descender car to the rim. Neat. I was kind of hoping we would meet people, but I'll take a whole new area to do stuff in. More keynotes to crack or whatever. I have no idea what you use encrypted keys for. I could probably Google it and like look up a walkthrough or something, but I don't care. Or like that's not how I play games like this at this point in my life. Yeah, sorry, so we're out of dice. Head back to our apartment. Do a little self-repair just as a treat. Treat yourself. Feed our cat. Buy some crackers for the good kitty. And that's it. This is the best condition we've been ending a day with in a hot minute. More diverse spread of rolls. 2 6s, 2 1s, and a 4. What do we want to do today? Do today. We can do some stuff in the eye. I forget whether or not the greenway mushrooms are almost flipped over. Service dock, Haifa Labs, Haifa Commune. Yeah, Feng is still going to take a couple days. Don't mind me just doing a thing. Aviary's a day off, Feng's a day off. Okay, let's mess around in the eye. Just cause the eye is new and vaguely interesting. Ascender car. Ascend to the hub. Interface. Let's burn the 4 on that. Positive outcome? Yes, positive outcome. It's a +2. You start to draw connections from manifest to manifest, noting the patterns and flows. There's something beautiful in the chaos. I wonder if we just learn about the hub today, or like commit the 6s here. We can burn the 1s on... I don't think we have any data left that wants 1s. Maybe we do. We can burn the 1s somewhere. We overshoot a little bit with the +1, but no, it's fine. Yeah. Oh, hello. Bliss, ship mechanic. Gimbal lounge. Kisho capsules. Spacer sleeping berths. Neat areas. Let's go from least to most interesting, or like, check out the capsules. Rent a capsule, the only place to sleep on the hub, hacked off a colony ship and welded to the ring. They are surprisingly expensive to rent. It's a good little, oh god, emulation of, what's that architecture school called? Is it like, it's not, biomimicry is the general design trend, but there's specifically, like Japanese architecture movement with, Japanese capsule building? Nakagan Capsule Tower. I think it's been destroyed, hasn't it? Yeah, was a mix. Sorry, just, hi, Audio Evil. Good to see you, good to have you. The capsule hotels do exist. I was thinking of Nakagan Capsule Tower. Nakagan? Brain, whatever. Metabolism is the architectural school, yes. I knew it was like biological biomimicry, or like in that vein, but metabolism, the idea behind metabolism is that buildings function like organs in a body for a city, so that, and if you want the building to function with maximal efficiency, you should design buildings that can have their cells replaced. The cells in the case of like Nakagan Capsule Tower being the rooms or the apartments that people rent. It's actually a really interesting building, or I watched some documentary about it at some point on YouTube. Unfortunately, it was demolished because it was just left to... it was neglected for decades. Yeah, they like never bothered replacing the capsules, which was a big point of the initial design, is that you could do that and upgrade over time and yada yada yada. Oh. Interesting. Digital archive. Yeah, the modular construction's real neat. I forgot about the digital archive, or like, sorry, I should have just read it out loud. But yeah, the 20,000 pictures from a project team led by Gluon to archive it in like 3D scan, or do get like millimeter accurate reconstruction of the whole building, so that's neat. Or at least there's like some archive of its physical thing. And of course, various rooms survive in museums and things. Nakagan Tower. Well, I know how to brain. Back to Citizen Sleeper, anyway. I should really actually practice Japanese at some time. Sometimes I haven't practiced Japanese seriously since university. And it would be good to say words or try to do things. Let's go to the bar, maybe. Buy a spacer meal. The gimbal sells itself on its spinning sphere, which claims to produce therapeutic gravitational effects. It doesn't, but they sell food. Okay, we're not super hungry, or like we don't really need that from the lounge. Oh, they're great. Sorry, I just got immediately distracted by Bliss. No way, Moritz, you take those substandard filters back to the shit heels who sold you them. You hear the voice echoing out of the bay as you pass, and moments later, someone who you assume is Moritz drifts out with it, dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by a tether. Hey, you out there! The same voice echoes out of the entrance. Looking for work? Who? Me? Everyone on the station is looking for work. Get in here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She is floating in the microgravity of the docking bay, beside a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch that, just help me with the casing. Oh, help her. All right then. She deftly moves around the unit, making space for you beside the central seam in the dented case. Just take a grip here and lift it. Just take a grip here. Just take a grip here and lift out and up, and then I can get in and unbolt it. She whacks the unit with the wrench. Whole thing is twisted to shit. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing from the force. She puts her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in the other hand when they spiral free. All good. The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone calls me Bliss. She pats you on the shoulder, offering little in the way of an explanation. What do you do here? Repairs, fit-ups, teardowns. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but good ones get snapped up quick by the bigger bays, so here I am trying to get this M2 unit running again for one of the little freelance tugs. Small-time stuff. Hold this. She rips out a ribbed pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish. We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger. She starts hissing, something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quietens it with a precise whack. But honestly, with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other crews licking their lips, ready to take this place over. She looks up at you. I'm almost out of luck. What happened? Long story, some people just can't keep promises. She keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care. There we are! Bliss pulls her hand from deep inside the unit, and out it comes, clutching a lumpen cube scorched black. This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself out the side. You both duck down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound, its edges fringed with more scorch marks. Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, will you? Head to the rack. You kick off from the unit and drift over to the wall racks, where a catalog of parts sits secured in clamps. Colored tape and scrawled notes flutter across the wall, a complex organizational system of Bliss's own design. Or just a big mess. You try to pick out the right part. Now listen, we could have asked what it was, but we didn't, and we're here now. F4 converter. It is clearly an F4 converter. You grab the part and push back to the unit. Bliss taps the casing as you arrive, where an M2 is printed in heavy blue lettering. Not exactly what I was looking for. She takes the part. It's okay, I'll show you the system when we're done. She straightens up from the unit. That is, if you want to work here. Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palms. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at spotting a clean air filter than Moritz. I don't know, you seem nice and we're not doing much else. I'd be happy to. Wait, she frowns at the racks. That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place, emptied the accounts. To bid for jobs, we needed to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tug fees. For that, she looks nervous, embarrassed. We need chits. You want me to pay to work? Come on, it's not like that. We'd be partners, straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerby to be my business partner. No offense. She manages a smile. I get it. Thanks, she meets your eye. I appreciate it. Bliss goes back to working on the unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find the money, or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. She gestures for you to help refit the casing, and you both slot it back into place. I think I'm good to wrap up this one for now, but if you're into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into, something that pays. She gives you a serious look. You can trust me, I don't say this stuff lightly. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back to the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway. Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean. You smile. Seems like this could be interesting. New drive discovered. Help Bliss compete. Bliss needs investment and hard work to turn her repair bay around. Could you be her business partner? How many chits does she need? Seed money. A scam or an opportunity? Bliss seems solid enough, and this might be your... Pardon me. And this might be your best chance to get in on the hub's repair trade. We do have 100 cryo. I don't know. Let's get scammed. Bliss is incredibly grateful. I'll pay back every chit, I promise you. You guess you two are partners now. Buy into the hub's competitive repair market. Bliss's Bay. Bliss is bidding on jobs at the hub. It'll take a few cycles and some perseverance before one comes in. Oh, I like that. There's no reason for the UI to work like this. Or like for, oh, that's so good. It's such a small thing, but it's so good to not limit the camera for the eye. Yeah. You can just spin around and be weightless. Or as weightless as you can with a view that's as abstracted as this and yada yada yada. Anyway, we should probably go do some work and try to not be broke. That would be cool and good. Feed some... I think we already checked the Greenway today. Feed some ones into the sidereal assembly and try to hope we get some scrap and or money. Positive outcome, plus 15 cryo, plus random scrap item, plus 2 sidereal horizon. I don't even care about this ship that much, but, you know, good place to work and to get scrap and etc. Negative outcome, plus 15 cryo, minus condition. That is counterproductive, but at least we got scrap to offset that. Repaired unit. We will do self-repair. Feed the stray. Always gotta feed the cat. And the cycle. Maywick is still a while away, which is good. Okay. 5s, 3s, and 1s. Just gonna poke my head up to the eye just for fun. Or like just for my own brain. Yeah, so two days away until we might get some return on our investment. Do the Founders Ferry? We have... No, Fang is still a few days away. I thought someone was closer for some reason. Or like one of those clocks was closer to ticking over. So... Don't we have... No, we had like harden agents in the other area. And the new nodes in the eye. Do I care about the nodes in the eye? Aviary, this is what I was thinking of, I think. Take your pick. 50 neutral, 50 negative. How? I don't know. I'd like a good outcome. We need so many mushrooms for various things. Neutral outcome, +2 random mushrooms. Some Girol. I don't know. Burn the 1 on this. Feels a little bit bad, but negative outcome plus Girol caps minus, or plus fungus yield. So it's not a total waste, but it is a bit rough. Neutral outcome plus 2 random mushrooms again, more Girol caps. We're having such a hard time. Or we got Matsutake somewhere in there. Sorry, I should have highlighted, but yeah. It's a little rough, a little finicky. Let's re-germinate the seed beds at the aviary, get it ticking again. Doot doot doot. You extract the spores from the sample print and mix them with water, then inject them into the prepared mulch. It is precise work. So yeah, aviary will tick back up. How about the labs? I guess we can do Girol stuff. We'll need to eat somewhere, although we have Emphas again, so we don't need to panic too much about that stuff. Most beautiful Rico. Beautiful, Rico gushes as you hand over the golden caps. You've never seen anyone so excited about mushrooms. Do this, do more. We need the Matsutake for Emphas, don't we? Yeah, they'll still give us 2 ticks every time. Progress. Founder's Ferry, cross the rim. Dib-bim-bim-bim-bim-bim. Oh, Emphas. You needed 2 Matsutake, right? Okay. What else do we want to do? A bunch of mushroom stuff is happening, or we did all that and we're almost there, but I would like to save the Matsutake for Emphas. We could just do some work. We do need to eat. Let's do a little more work on the Sidereal Horizons. I'm hoping that working on this doesn't force an end state. It's a big job. I'm more interested in... Part of why I'm interested in doing this work is for Lem and Mina. Because they can get out? Question mark? I guess we could also harvest scrap from the wastes with a 6. Like, it's fine. Or sorry, 5. 1 second. Havenage yet again. Did we deal with all Hardens? We dealt with all Hardens agents, right? Okay. Never mind. I would just like guaranteed scrap, honestly. Right now, with how my condition is lining up. Let's pop back over. Get into the wastes. Grab some scrap. +1 scrap components. Okay. back to the apartment. Feed our cat. Self-repair. Oh, I forgot about eating. Emphys, our cat already ate. Help me, Emphys. Order fungus. Yeah, bunch of energy, minus some cryo. I guess I can do Mingy Express too if I'm worried about food stuff. Okay, I need to remember that, or I should try to remember that. End cycle. Maywick is coming. Oh, my brain is a sieve. How much? One day left on Bliss. Descend to the rim. Yeah, what do we want to do? Art fabricator. Don't we also... No, we don't actually need to do any more mushroom stuff, or like Tala doesn't need us for anything. 11544. Weird spread of stuff. Pop over to the Greenway, do whatever, and I guess we could maybe do some data stuff in the eye. Service dock, Fang is still 2 days away. Amber's docked. Don't mind me just doing a think. Yeah, I don't know. Mushroom groves, we could keep doing mushroom stuff. Let's actually do, I'm bouncing around a lot right now. Let's actually go up, back up to the eye. Take a look at some keynotes, maybe? You are 6 into 3. One of these wanted a 5 or a 4. Yeah, keynote 785. Let's match that and see what happens. See if we get anything of interest. +1 encrypted key. We have so many encrypted keys. 4 or 3. I kind of want a hunter thing to happen just out of curiosity, although I am very concerned about hunters. Or like, I don't know. +1 encrypted key. A glint like a light traveling along the edge of a wave fills your eyes. Then the blade follows, a long head with 2 dead sockets, slipping towards you in silence. Killer, blinded erasure protocol. You freeze, hoping it will pass you by, hoping that it will not simply slice through you like air. The blade head nears, slides past you. Almost. It nicks you, grazes you. You are desperate to cry out, to call out, but you hold your silence and simply watch the blind eyes of the killer glide past, empty of all thought. Then the blade winks into the dark, and you are alone again. Now you cry out. Well, now our clock is killer. Concerning. Descender car. Descend to the rim. Wondering if we can just freeball a bunch of scrap. Let's eat early or grab some food from Memphis, fill up. Work on the ship. I feel like working on the ship is like our day job in a fairly real way. I don't know. Plus 15 cryo, plus sidereal horizon. Negative outcome, minus 15 cryo, minus condition. Oh boy. Any scrap? Plus 15 cryo, minus condition. Okay. Great. Good talk. I mean, at least we have money, or like, work is work. Was really hoping to at least get some scrap out of that, but yeah, feed our cat. I guess I could have sunbathed at some point. End cycle. Going to be a little bit more pressed for dice today. Yeah, we're almost down to 3 dice. Flickering. Maybe we just need to break down and buy some more. Whatever. Moritz.
Hey!
A quiet voice greets you as you leave.
Sleeper, it's me!
Who?
Moritz!
He pauses.
I work for Blitz!
He rubs the back of his head.
You are not an easy person to find.
I move around. Moritz holds up his hands.
Hey, no judgment. It's cool.
You both stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. What's up?
Yeah, well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in, a real big one. She's asking for you to come up and help her out.
He nods sagely. Well, I'll be right there.
Nice, yeah.
Moritz stands there for a little while, unsure if the message is delivered. I've got it.
Cool.
He looks around.
Bliss just likes me to do a thorough job, you know.
He rubs his hands together before burying them in his jacket pockets.
See you, Sleeper.
Moritz ambles off down the corridor, kicking at a filter cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay, then. Okay. I like that Moritz, I don't know, having just a little reminder guy is kind of fun. Oh, Ember's Wake, malfunctioning fuel tanker. Tank recladding. Typically, the way to fix this kind of leak is to painstakingly inspect and reseal the entire ship's cladding. But is there time? Fuel system flush. Bliss has an idea, a full system flush with tracer fluid to reveal the leaks, which means an emergency venting of all tanks. Brilliant. Dangerous. Huh. Emberwake contract. Somehow Bliss swung a tanker contract, but the catch is that the work needs to be turned around fast. Too fast. Sealing the leaks. The tanker's crew have detected a set of leaks, and they need to isolate and seal them as soon as possible. That's where we come in. Well, our engineer is good, which is something. We can feed the... Do we want to just do this today? As far as, like, feeding dice into things go? I think so? Full systems flush, 50 positive, 50 neutral. Positive outcome, +4 sealing the leaks. Ooh, you love to see it. You carefully trigger the emergency sequence and the tracer fluid does its job. All the leaks are revealed and now you just need to seal them. That critical action, great. I didn't notice that was a critical action. I don't pay as much attention to that stuff as I should. That should make the tank recladding a lot easier, or like this, yeah. Okay, this just ticks 2, but that's better. Or like getting the full success on the full system flush was great. Now we can just do this. We have a loose 1 to do something with. Your careful and focused inspection is rewarded with the discovery of a set of leaks. You seal them up tight. Yeah, I love Bliss's character design. Sorry, I like stalled out on this, but I just love Lady with a Brush Cut. Good look. As you both wait in the airlock for it to cycle back to the bay, Bliss thumps you on the arm. Nicely done, Sleeper. We cleared out that contract, no problem. She stretches. Once we're back in the bay, we can check if the payment has come through and divide it up. She stretches. Feels good. The airlock clunks and the lights flicker, and a moment later you are back in the bay, where Moritz is at the racks trying to figure out where the mess of tools Bliss left in her wake should be hung. Hey Moritz! Moritz looks over his shoulder. Sleeper! He spins a wrench in his hand. Looks like clean out work Looks like clean work out there. He nods respectfully. You look over at Bliss, who is already gliding over to her management console. She twirls a little as she crosses the cavernous bay. No one you've ever met moves as well in 0G as she does. It's like she was born in it. Shit! Bliss slams a fist onto the console. Shit, shit, shit! What's up? I can't even... Bliss closes her eyes. Come here. Bliss calls you over. Look at this. Just look. She spins the terminal screen and you see the details for the bay's account. You see an entry for the Ember's Wake, a repair fee paid in full the moment you finished up the job, but then directly after, the whole account was transferred back out into an unknown account. What the hell? This is the work of my ex. She punches the terminal. He must have coded a backdoor into the machine before he left. She rubs her forehead. There's no way we can... She pauses, thinking. Moritz, throw me that wrench. What's that for? Moritz spins the wrench across the bay. Bliss smiles. This? Bliss brings the wrench down on the terminal. Hard. You flinch backwards as a hail of computer parts spill up into the bay in a glittering arc. Fragments of screen, memory sections of the casing. Memory sections of the casing. When Bliss is done, she clips the wrench to her tool belt. Try backdooring your way into that, you shit! Moritz drifts out from his hiding place among the racks. Bliss, he says tentatively, you want me to... He looks at the arc of fragments drifting around the bay nervously. Bliss shakes her head. No, she sighs. I've got it. You go get me a new terminal, cheapest you can find. Cobble one together from pieces at the Ord Exchange if you have to. Bliss. She looks over at you. I'm good now. Bliss glides over to a panel by the wall. Don't worry, one of the first things I had installed when we spaced out this place was a cleaning sweep. She flicks over a plastic cover on a huge red button. Watch yourself. She hammers the button and a row of laser emitters unfold from the bay wall. They start crawling their way across the work area, frying the debris as they do in pulses of burning light. Bliss smiles. It's that or just space the whole bay every few cycles. You okay? Not really. She stares at the sweep panel. Just don't seem to be able to extricate myself from this shit, no matter how hard I try. The cleaning sweep buzzes and crackles as it works its way across the bay. That account wasn't everything. I'm not that stupid. Once Moritz gets back, I'll secure it and flush everything else. She flicks a nearby piece of debris into the path of the sweep. Clean break. Then we take another contract. That's it. She shuts off the sweep as it reaches near the end of the bay. You don't want the cryo back? Oh, I want it, but it's gone. He could have transferred it anywhere. She looks out across the hub, and even if I knew where he was, the last thing I want is to ever see him again. She rubs her forehead. I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you worked for this too, but next time it won't be the same. That's okay. She smiles. See you in a few cycles. Moritz will let you know. She winks and kicks off into the bay to finish cleaning up. 2 days until a new job? Sorry, Bliss. Or like, Bliss deserves better. She's neat. Do. 1 day until Feng takes over. We have a 1 left. Our condition is rough. 49 cryo. What are we doing? I would like... We could just feed the one into the sidereal hull again, hope we don't lose condition. I'm not sure what I want to do here. Haven't looked... God, I really haven't looked at the rotunda. Getting to know the rotunda doesn't just mean new places to visit. It means keeping your eye on new arrivals too. Yeah, I totally forgot. I totally forgot that this was a thing. Critical action, repeatable action, Havenage watch list. Better avoid attracting their attention. I don't know, this is dumb. Or like, let's go. Neutral outcome plus dock watcher. Okay. Sealed dock, Solheim docking bay. Unlock maglock. These old maglocks look like they each need an encrypted key to open. Why the heavy security for a decaying lock? Oh, look at us finally having a thing to do with these keys. The maglock thunks open and you can remove it from the entryway. On to the next one. Don't they teach you recreational mathematics at school? Such a Doctor Who, episode 42. Yeah. Anyway. Neovend 33, mysterious machine? Oh, I love a mysterious machine. As you slip inside the sealed dock, a pulsing light grabs your attention. Among the discarded tubing and rusted plates, a machine flickers with a warm glow. We look around. You don't know when this place was sealed, but from the state of the outer doors high above it, it must have been decades ago. In this dark, cavernous space, debris sits in every corner, along with the traces of rough sleepers. Although none of it seems recent, looking past this layer of decay, you see now faded messages, symbols and logos of the Eye's original corporate owners still glinting in the shadows. Among all this, the warm glow of the machine seems to be the only sign of life. Approach the machine. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape, settled into an alcove in the side of the dock. A kind of upright cabinet. It is covered in faded logos and messages, from which you assume it was once an industrial vendor, intended to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts necessary for the regular running of freight and resource extraction vessels. The manufacturer is listed as Neovend, and you remember an advert from long ago, squeezed among all of the off-world recruitment drives that assaulted every planet-born citizen, which chirpily sang that name over and over. You wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance on their rented ships. Welcome to the Circus of Value! Enter your registration! Chirps a pre-recorded message, catching you off guard. Press some keys. You reach for the keypad and something begins whirring. At first, it sounds like servo motors starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, then a multitonal voice that emanates from Neovend. "Entity," they hiss. "Speak with me." Who's there? There is a squeal, almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath before the machine speaks again. "I have need of you. You have need of me." That squeal comes again, and you see that it is the 3D printing apparatus in the upper part of the machine resetting into place, so that each time the servos can be orchestrated to produce that whirring, whining voice. Incredible! It's like those YouTube videos of CNC machines or whatever performing the Mario theme song. Great, love it. No notes. Yeah. "You are in danger." Are you the vending machine? I mean danger, but are you the vending machine? A squeal. "Chose this vessel for its seclusion. Please listen." The machine creaks. "You are marked for deletion, entity. Hunter tracks you." The screech rattles through the empty dock. You remember the strange head, the figure, the threads closing in. Hunter. "The Hunter Protocol. They taste your signature." The sudden whine sets your teeth on edge. "You have seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind." You close your eyes, and the skeleton of the station starts to thrum. "Emulated minds are adaptable, move where neurons cannot." The mechanism resets. "But emulation makes you target." How? "Hunter searches for illegal entities," Neovend screeches. "You are sentient, therefore illegal." The servos judder and the vending machine's casing... The servos judder the vending machine's casing as they reset. "Hunter searches for me also. Hide in this machine." You look at the ruined vending machine, an unusual hiding place for sure. "Can counter Hunter, but need entity outside machine." The light flickers. "Need you." A screen attached to the vending machine with a swiveling arm comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly, threaded, the cloud. Points along the rim glow in deep red. "Hunter is always gathering. Too much data. Must build nests," explains Neovend. "Masters are gone, but continues hunt. Bring this data. Raid its nests." Masters? "Station builders. Solheim," the machine rumbles impatiently. "Long gone. Their protocols still haunt." "Bring offerings. Save self," Neovend says pointedly. "Mutual need means friends," they conclude, tired of the conversation. The whirring amplifies and then suddenly drops as mechanisms within the machine click back into place. The glow fades, and you are left stood in the dark of the sealed dock, that whirring voice ringing in your ears. New drive discovered, plus drive. Free Neovend. Neovend is hiding from the Hunter Protocol. They need your help to counter it. Okay. We have no scrap to repair with. We don't have enough money for stuff, so, you know, we're having a time. Feed the cat. End the cycle. Yeah, 3 dice. Rough. 2 6s and a 4, though. Let's see Fang first, before we get too fancy with anything. I guess we can buy scrap, too, from one of those places. But yeah, I don't know. When you enter the service dock, Fang is already set up, crouched among stacks of equipment. He is leaning over a terminal, bathed in a blue glow. He looks totally at home. Sleeper, what do you think? Turns out not everyone in Havenage is set against me. A couple of my own... God damn it. Sorry, 1 second. Sleeper, what do you think? Turns out not everyone in Havenage is set against me. A couple of my old system pals managed to ship me back some of my old gear. He gestures at the pile of blinking hardware. The mess is here. Fang laughs. Don't question the process, Sleeper. What are we looking at? One massive smoking gun. He raises his eyebrows. Fang beckons you over. He has a set of scans of the wastes on his terminal, with heat maps of activity overlaid. A chunk of the derelict rim is blotchy with bright red and orange marks. Does this look like a wasteland to you? Fang shakes his head. There's hundreds of Conway machines out there, all lined up in concealed hangars, a whole underground facility to support them. Hardin has got a crew out there putting them together. They must have shipped them in piece by piece through the shipyard, ready for assembly out here. Why? They're planning something. No one needs hundreds of heavy-duty reclamation drones to run this kind of operation. Maybe Hardin marked... Sorry, there's like a garbage truck or something outside making noise. I don't think it's coming across on mic. Maybe Hardin marked this whole thing as an effort to clean up the wastes, but there's no way this is about pulling scrap off the eye. Fang looks worried. And why is Conway in the mix? I bet no one in Haven... God damn it. My reading... Bleh. Well, we're almost at 2 hours. And why is Conway in the mix? I bet no one in Havenage knows another corporation is setting up on the station. They aren't stupid either. These scans are the best info I can get. The wastes are cut off from the eye's cloud of networks, and the greenway is a total dark zone. No data can come in or out. I can try. No use. You need to eat that. No use. You need to enter the cloud, and there's no cloud to speak of. He turns and winks. That's why I'm gonna pay them a visit. How? You forget. Havenage come in and out there all cycle. I should be able to get in, as long as no one I know sees me. He grimaces playfully. But I need you on the outside to help disable security systems and cut me a pathway through. There's no cloud access, but if I can get inside, I can open up the nodes in their network and we can work in tandem. It's a massive facility, buried down there, miles of corridor and ventways wrapped around cargo bays and hangars, so it'll take more than a few cycles to work through it. But as long as you can keep them off my back, I know I can rip what we need out of there. He pulls a handful of ripper worms from his pocket and hands them to you. These are the last of my little helpers I managed to salvage, so make them count. I modified them slightly this time. They'll feed their data threads back into the system that they are tunneling into, creating a nasty little feedback loop. We just run it like we did with the agents, hack the nodes I ping to locate ports for the security system, and then slot the worms in those systems and let them go to town. He points to a fuzzy silhouette of the buried facility on the terminal. Here's the entryway. This is where you can get access to slot the first worm. That'll fry their perimeter systems and to get me past the first cordon. What I need from you is to keep your eyes on the facility after you kick things off. You see me pop up a security system, a server bank, you need to break in and slot a ripper to disable it as soon as you can. If I can't? Fang gives you a hard look. You miss a system, you wait too long, they are gonna find me. Simple as that. He claps you on the shoulder. I need you focused on this one, so I'm going to let you fire the starting gun. I won't go until you slot that first worm. I'll leave a tracker running on the terminal here, so come back here if you want to see my progress. He affectionately pats the top of the screen. This sounds risky. Risky? This is audacious at least. He grins. Wouldn't be worth it if it wasn't. Feng gets up. It's all in place. You just need to make your own preparations, then slot that worm. He stretches. Just don't wait too long. I'm getting bored of all the sneaking around. Once I'm inside, I'll get the proof we need to end this whole thing, no matter what. He crouches to check the terminal. We can't take longer than 6 cycles on this thing. Remember that. He stands up. Oh, and one last thing. He lowers his voice. If I get caught, or you can't reach me, or we run out of time, there's one thing I need you to do. What? You take whatever I've managed to pull at that point, all that data, and you slot that stuff straight into the relay I've set up here. He points to a pile of servers and terminals hooked into the dock with cables as thick as your arm. I repurposed the dock's SOS broadcast system to beam out whatever you put in. Anyone with a terminal, a slate, or server on the eye will see it. That means Havenage, yet again, the hub, everyone. No matter what, Hardin isn't sneaking away this time. He grins. I've got a bit more to do here, but the moment you slot that first worm, I'll make my move. He gives you a parting smile and turns back to the terminal. The nerves hit as you make your way out of the service dock. Time to prepare yourself. Okay. Yeah. Greenway Gate. Conway access. Slotting the first Ripper worm will, You'll need to be ready to give this all your attention. So, the thing I think we want to do here is repair our condition and stuff, and circle back to this once we have a day of like 6s. Once we have another set of really good rolls, ideally, or even just like a full set of decent rolls. I don't know if it'll actually take dice, but I certainly don't feel prepared right now. Sorry, actually, I forgot to look. Literally just click on a thing, or see a thing. Yeah, the aviary's ticking over. We can get some more grove spores. Do we need more grove spores? Fungal growth. Or sorry, where's the lab? We just need to tick the lab once. So if we can get like 1 Metsutake, yeah, I don't know. We don't need to immediately collect more spores anyway, is the short of it. From here, I would like to do what? We can work 3 times, earn some money. Doing a think. Noodle manufacturer. Try this out. +3 energy, +8 cryo. Sure, so that takes care of our food for the moment. Hunter nest. Ooh. 1 or a 3, hey. Yeah, I should see these. 1 or a 2. Okay, so the hunter nests are low rolls. Thousands of names and strings. Erlinized residence. Okay. Good to know. Some of the data. 2 and a 3. Sure. So we don't immediately have the rolls for them. I guess we could check other parts too, but it looks like they're low rolls. Hopefully, yeah, like I said, hopefully this doesn't trigger an endgame state. But I would like to do a good roll, get some scrap, figure stuff out. I guess I could have burdened a 4 there. Whatever. Brain not thinking for a second, it's fine. Your crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker room, the bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There is excitement in the air. Havenage just made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. Sat on the locker room bench, you can feel the sidereal out there, its hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you've watched it grow, be assembled. You've walked through its veins and welded its bones. Now it is ready for the final stage. It will go to testing now, then enter a final process of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking before it is deemed suitable for its generational trip. But for now, your work is done. You can't help but feel proud. A cough interrupts your thoughts. It's Lem, changing out of his work gear, Mina nowhere to be seen. He smiles.
She'll be ready soon.
Where's Mina?
You two are fast friends, huh? She's being watched at home now. You two are fast friends, huh? She's being watched at home now. I'm on the work team. I can afford a bit more help.
He corrects himself.
Was on the work team, I mean. We're all out of a job now.
He quickly adds.
Not that I'm complaining.
Lem comes to sit beside you on the bench.
She's got to be in her best shape when she carries you, Mina and me, out of here.
I'm not so sure. Lem looks away.
We'll see.
He rubs his hands nervously.
No use wondering what if until the draw, anyway, and there's a few cycles till then.
Lem is right, but the odds seem unlikely anyway. How many are working in the shipyard? Hundreds? 1,000? You've certainly seen more faces than you can count pass through. And are the Celis Foundation even going to keep their promise? Out here on the Eye, you get the sense that no one will hold them to it. Why else would they be building the sidereal in a surrogate system? As you think, Lem watches you with a worried look. How's Mina doing? Lem is surprised by the question, but smiles.
She's doing well. She misses having you over. Actually, I need to get you two together again soon. Especially now that I won't see you here. God damn it. Especially now that I won't see you here, either.
Lem gazes into space.
She's pretty stuck on you, actually. She told me the other cycle that she doesn't want to go unless you can come too.
He sighs.
You ever been in a thunderstorm, Sleeper? A real big one?
I don't remember. Lem shoots you a worried look for a moment.
It's something else, he smiles. The sound, the smell, the rain hammering down. The whole sky stretched out and bruised, roaring and huge. The place I was born, New Pembroke, a dry old rock in the Conway system, had 2 seasons. One of them was dry as a bone. Dusty. Ugly. Other one was a long storm, a side effect of the terraforming efforts, they said. Rain used to rattle off the roofs like bullets. It washed the dust away, turned the streets to rivers. It'd sing us to sleep and wake us in the morning. We'd wait half a year just to see it again. The best day was the one where the first drops fell. He sniffs. Some days I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking, Mina has never seen a storm, never felt the rain. She's grown up here, the ring her only horizon, always in the dark. I want to change that for her.
You will.
Course, almost there.
Lem stands, stretching.
Best get back to the little one, anyway. With the shifts done, I reckon she'll be happy about me With the shifts done, I reckon she'll be happy to have me home for a few cycles.
He shoulders his gear.
See you in a few for the draw?
Good luck.
Don't need it.
He grins. Lem leaves, making you the last person in the cavernous locker room. As you sit, you think about rain, and a little hope creeps in. Is it possible? Could the sidereal really take you to a planet with Could the sidereal really take you to a planet, a place with weather, with skies, with life? You get up quickly, before you can think about it anymore. It's too soon to hope, too dangerous. There's work to be done here.
3 days. Or I assume shipyard. The draw in 3 days. Moving the horizon. Cells are apparently going to start moving it to the hub soon. Okay. Well. A lot of stuff happening. 68. Our source of stable engineering work also gone. Wheeze. I haven't looked at the docks in a hot second. Yeah, merchants doing merchant things. Scrap allowance, buy some scrap, 20 cryo, unload the containers. 2, 4, 6. Buying scrap actually kind of makes sense. Emphasis on kind of. I don't know that it's totally cash effective, but with the way I've been using the stabilizer, it's not that much more expensive to just buy it and do stuff. Caster's table. Can we sell anything to Caster? Yataghan data. Right, Yataghan data and Havenage protocols. Or we already did the Havenage stuff. Raz, import, export. Ascend to hub. Gimbal lounge, capsules. Right, sorry, there's no work up here. Just thinking, or trying to think of if there's anywhere that we can do engineering work, or engineering or endure. Because I would love to earn at least 12 cryo. Little thin on money, little skimpy. If a commune clap. Yeah. Sorry, I don't think there. Wait, the farm stacks was what was here again? Endure or engage? Some farm stacks from the old station. They pay by yield. Can we do? Is this good money? Do we need positive outcome to? Okay, start action. Would love a positive outcome plus 16 cryo. Yeah, boy. We keep our head above the water for another cycle. We even have enough to feed our cat. Doot. Sorry, where? Brain. Tambor Tea House. Yataghan dispensary. Give me that money, honey. Toshiro takes the chits and hands you a vial. You quickly leave. Repaired unit. Inject stabilizer. Yeah, taking condition damage off of whatever that was not ideal. Or whatever it was that tipped it. It's already fallen out of my brain, it's fine, don't worry about it. Feed the stray. We should be able to do Feng stuff before Maywick comes, although we have literally $0 right now, which seems suboptimal. We are at 2 hours 15 for the stream. Do I want to end here? I don't know. Don't want to go super long. Does feel like we might be at a good break point. End cycle anyway. Let's at least see our rolls. See how stuff goes. 33251. Kind of rough. Is that? It's like average-ish. Maybe slightly below average. Yeah, let's return to this. Thank you for watching the video, and an extra big thank you to the Patreon patrons and YouTube members that help make these videos possible. Hope you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.